Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1481 through 1500 of the previous episode. Following the conflict in Xuandu, Qin Mu and his allies strategized to forge a powerful divine sword. Seeking the Dao Fire ancestral land, to refine their artifacts, Qin Mu consults Heavenly Venerate Yu and God King Lang Bao. During their meeting, Granny C lightheartedly discusses Qin Mu's potential romantic interests, while Lan Yutian merges with his past remnant soul to fully awaken as Heavenly Venerate Royal. As the group prepares to depart, Qin Mu carries the burden of his allies' sacrifices and the looming threats, resolving to forge his sword and shape the future of his era. If possible, you can support me via PayPal, or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1501. Chapter 1495, The Most Powerful Heavenly Work. In the ancestral court, Mute looked at the Dao Fire ancestral land. His heart was surging with emotions. The Dao Fire ancestral land was compatible with his aura. Suddenly, the layers of Dao Fire became blazing and shot up into the sky. His dantian was like a furnace. The Dao Fire he had refined in his dantian resonated with the Dao Fire ancestral land. It slowly rose from his dantian like a blazing sun. After a moment, the sound of surging water came from his dantian. A heavenly river revolved around the sun, revealing the rules of great Dao beyond pure yang. Water and fire were opposites, but they were united as one in his body. Qin Mu looked at Mute and his heart stirred. Mute's heavenly palace was to cast a heavenly palace, and his technique was also a technique to cast the path of creation. Heaven created things and his creativity was extraordinary. Yet Mute still cultivated the path of pure yang and the path of fire. However, he didn't know that Mute had actually cultivated to the stage where yang was extreme and yin was born. With the Dao and fire ancestral land, I'm still lacking a place of ultimate yin. Mute observed and sensed the Dao and fire ancestral land. With so many treasures to refine your sword, the Dao fire can indeed be melted, but it will be difficult once it cools down. With one refinement and one quenching, the quality of the treasures will greatly increase. There's a sea of heavenly yin and heavenly yin world, so the seawater can be used to refine it. Qin Mu said solemnly. Then let's go to heavenly yin world. Mute shook his head. I still need all the heavenly works that have entered the path of eternal peace to help me. Apart from that, I also need the best heavenly works in the world to help me refine it. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment and probed. Di Shi Tian Li Yuran? Mute was silent and didn't want to mention Di Shi Tian's name. His surname was also Li and he was the descendant of Di Shi Tian Li Yuran. However, Di Shi Tian's actions made him hold a grudge, and he couldn't walk out. Qin Mu pondered over it and said, I'll order people to invite him to Heavenly Yin World. Mute said, I still need formation masters to help you imprint your great Dao runes, Dao markings and domain in the process of forging the sword. Blind can help me, but your cultivation is very strong and it's difficult for Blind to do it alone. Even if all the formation masters of eternal peace were added together, they might not be able to accurately imprint your great Dao into the sword. Qin Mu said, Crown Prince Yuming cultivates formations, and Yin Yunxi is also a formation master. Mute added, when refining, I need the strongest ancient god to control the water qi, and help me control the refining technique. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and he said, Black Tortoise and 2 emperors, maybe I can invite them to help the formation. There's already Dao Fire ancestral land of the Southern Emperor, but the materials you used are too astonishing, and the golden qi is too rich. West Emperor White Tiger is an old friend of mine, so it's not difficult to invite her over to help me refine treasures. Mute continued, when I imprinted your qi and blood into the divine sword, it would be difficult for eternal peace to do so with our abilities. Qin Mu pondered over it and said, even though the Eastern Emperor Green Dragon is unruly, the vermilion bird of the Southern Emperor can persuade him to come over to help us. Mute pondered for a moment and said, I still need the strongest expert of sword path in the world to use his own sword path to sharpen the edge of the divine sword when the divine sword is about to be formed. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. Founding Emperor Qin Yi unparalleled sword path, village chief Su Mumu, sword god in the world, eternal peace imperial preceptor Zhang Baigui, unobstructed sword heart. In addition to King Yama's Fengdu Azura sword, my father Qin Hanjin's sword path, and first ancestor human emperor Qin Wu's yumming sword, is that enough? Mute shook his head and said, first ancestor human emperor's sword skills are mediocre, so he didn't comprehend sword path. He's just making up the numbers. I need all the existences in eternal peace who have reached the pinnacle of sword path to come together. Qin Mu said solemnly, I'll ask Emperor Yanxiu to help me find these sword path geniuses, so I'll definitely be able to find them. Mute put down the forge on his back and carried Dao Fire Ancestor land. He carried his chest barefooted. His voice was like a great bell as he said, you can leave now and go make preparations. I need to carry this sacred land on foot, so that my qi and blood will be connected to the great Tao and be compatible with it. Qin Mu immediately turned around and left to make preparations. Blind walked over and accompanied Mute. Mute said, these are the last words I'll say before I refine the divine sword. These few days I need to keep my mouth shut and do my best to communicate with the great Tao of Dao Fire Ancestor land, so that I can become one with man, fire and earth. Don't tease me on purpose, or all your previous efforts will be in vain. From now on I will be blind. You will lead me to the shady firmament world. The blind man hurriedly nodded solemnly. Mute closed his eyes and allowed the blind man to lead him forward, leaving him completely in his hands. The blind man led the way for him, only to see that his Tao heart had already interacted with the great Tao of the Tao Fire ancestral land. Layers of Tao fire formed behind him, whistling and whirling. It was extremely shocking. Mute asked Blind to lead the way, so he's not afraid of bringing you into the ditch. Blind cursed in his heart. He was originally a person who was quick to blabber, and Mute was also a person who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Furthermore, he was full of evil, so Blind could usually chat with Mute. Now that Mute didn't say a word, Blind could still hold it in for the first few days, but after that, he became so stifled that he became listless. On the other side, Qin Mu and Granny C came to the heavenly court in the sky above the ancestral court. Now that 10 heavenly venerates hadn't returned, the guards of the heavenly court didn't dare to neglect Qin Mu. They all bowed and called him heavenly venerate. In the Battle of Mystic City, even though Qin Mu had covered his face, most people knew that it was heavenly venerate Mu who had stirred up trouble in the Battle of Mystic City. Many soldiers of the heavenly court had died because of him. Qin Mu didn't mind it. There were many people in the world who could do anything to him, but no one in the heavenly court could do anything to him now. He went straight to his heavenly venerate manor and contacted Eternal Peace. He asked the gods of Eternal Peace to use Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge to come to Father Creator Palace. He then went from Father Creator Heavenly Palace to Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge that led to the North Pole Heaven and the West Pole Heaven to invite West Emperor and North Emperor. When Ling Yuxiu received his news, she immediately gathered all the heavenly craftsmen, formation masters, and sword path experts of Eternal Peace to rush to Heavenly Een World. At the same time, Granny Si rushed to Carefree Village to invite Di Shirtian and Yen Yunxi. Qin Mu stood on the Heaven Overseeing platform to search, but the Heaven Overseeing department didn't dare to say anything. They could only stand by the side and watch obediently. Qin Mu found Zhang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng and immediately went to look for them. Zhang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng had already come to the back of the ancestral court and passed by Northern Heaven Gate to comprehend the laws of the Great Tao in it. This was the 4th Heaven Gate, and when the two of them walked out, Zhang Baigui let out a long howl. Heavenly palaces rose from the ground one after another, and the palaces competed for splendor. A perfect and flawless great heavenly court was finally formed. He only felt that the heavenly court was stable, and there was no longer any possibility of it being shaken. Zhang Baigui let out a long breath of vital essence, and it transformed into sword qi that turned into a long rainbow in the sky. When Emperor Yanfeng saw the situation, he was both surprised and envious. The path that Zhang Baigui had taken was different from his, and he couldn't cultivate it. The two of them walked out of the north heavenly gate of the ancestral court and saw Qin Mu waiting outside. Qin Mu told him about the matter of him refining the sword, and Zhang Baigui said, "My foundation isn't full yet, so I need to go to Jade Platform. Will I be able to make it in time?" Qin Mu said, "We await your arrival. 3 months later, we will meet in Heavenly Een World." The two of them left. Only then did Qin Mu rush to Heavenly Een World to meet with Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird and tell her his thoughts. Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird hesitated. I was in love with Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon, so I couldn't protect myself back then. I wanted to join hands with Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon, but in my confusion, I ended up sleeping with him and gave birth to Yen. I don't really want to see him, but my brother is my benefactor. Since you have spoken, I will definitely invite the Green Dragon to help. Qin Mu bowed in gratitude, and the Vermilion Bird of South Emperor called Yenner over. Follow me to see your heartless father. The two girls left in a hurry. In Heavenly Een World, Consort Tian sat by the sea, propping up her chin as she stared at the surface of the sea in boredom. From time to time she would grab a mountain and throw it into the sea. Her body was too big, so the mountain was just a small rock to her. These days her heavenly shade world was getting more and more lively. There were people in strange clothes who rushed over from Eternal Peace and the Ancestral Court coming to her heavenly shade world, making a racket that she wasn't used to. Some of these people were gods, and some were divine arts practitioners of Heavenly River Realm. Those who forged iron liked to bear their arms, their voices loud and clear, and they were strong and powerful. Those who cultivated formations liked to run around and survey the surroundings, and some even stared at her. They planned to measure the Heavenly Een runes on her body. As for those fellows who cultivated sword path, they were even more detestable. They danced their swords every day, disturbing the peace and quiet of others. There were already 30 to 50,000 gods and devils of eternal peace that had run to her Heavenly Een world, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. After a few days, King Yama arrived, and only then did Consort Heavenly Een cheer up. After all, King Yama had fought alongside her before, and could be considered an old friend. At least there was someone to chat with to relieve her boredom. The King of Hell, on the other hand, was not good at talking. He hid under his cloak every day and did not talk much with her. After a few more days, Dishirtian and Liuran arrived. Consort Tianyin glanced at this handsome man, and felt that his looks were on par with that of Son of Heaven Een. She immediately felt that he was an abomination and could not be bothered with him. Then Founding Emperor Qin Yi came. Consort Tianyin had a good impression of this human celestial master Qin. However, Founding Emperor's sword Dao was too strong, and she felt uncomfortable before she even got close to him. She could only leave the emperor further away. Founding Emperor brought a young man who did not look as repulsive as Li Yuran. Empress Tianyin chatted with him for a while, and only then did she know that this young man was called Qin Hanjin, the father of Heavenly Venerate Mu. Empress Tianyin felt that it was strange talking to him. Another 10 days passed, and a cute girl with a tiger-like head ran into the Heavenly Een world excitedly. Only then did Empress Tianyin heave a sigh of relief. This girl was the Western Emperor, and she was very cheerful. Her mouth was also fast, and she could finally relieve her boredom. A few days later, the Northern Emperor and the Black Tortoise couple arrived. Consort Tianyin was happy. Finally, an old friend had come, so she naturally had a lot to say. The Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon also came. The black cloth covered his face, and Consort Tianyin's face immediately darkened. The Azure Dragon was arrogant, and he had a lustful nature. She had never liked him. The Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird's expression also did not look too good. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot when she asked the Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon to come and help. I'm only here to help. The Azure Dragon of the East looked around. After greeting the Black Tortoise and the West Emperors, he then greeted Consort Tianyin and said unhappily, "Those of us who are here to help are here, but the sword refiners haven't arrived yet? What a disgrace." Founding Emperor Qin Yi walked over. The Azure Dragon of the East felt a chill in his heart. He stepped forward to greet him and asked politely, "When did Heavenly Venerate Qin arrive?" Founding Emperor said indifferently, "A month earlier than you. This place is pretty good." "Yes." East Emperor Green Dragon smiled. "This place is indeed not bad." A few days later, a great monk and a Taoist rushed over and sat down silently. East Emperor Green Dragon didn't recognize the two of them, but he saw many people from Eternal Peace coming forward to ask about their well-being and treat them with great respect. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Could this monk and Taoist be Great Brahma and Tao ancestor? It doesn't look like it. I've seen them before. I thought Heavenly Venerate Mu had only invited me to help him refine his sword, but I didn't expect him to invite so many famous existences. Everyone waited for another 10 days or so. Blind led Mute, who had his eyes closed, and they arrived late. Mute carried the Tao Fire Ancestral Land on his back. At this moment, the Tao Fire Ancestral Land's Tao Fire blazed and burned the void. It was extremely intense, and even the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird could not help but feel her heart skip a beat when she saw it. This person's Tao Fire Tao realm cultivation is extremely high. Blind led Mute to the Heavenly Een Sea of the Heavenly Een world. Suddenly, Mute opened his eyes, and the power of the Tao Fire Ancestral Land instantly soared. It burned through the Heavenly Een world, revealing the mystic capital world. Mute put down Tao Fire Ancestral Land and it spread out. The 9 heavens distorted the void of the universe, making all the worlds in the universe seem to hang on the 9 heavens. It was an unspeakable mystery. Mute's body trembled, and the muscles on his upper body bulged. He no longer looked like the wretched and eccentric old man who forged iron. He was like a giant who used the world as a furnace, and the earth as a chopping board to transform all things in the world. At the same time, Qin Mu walked over with his bare arms and bathed in Tao fire with Mute. Qin Mu's divine consciousness burst forth, and he executed ancestral earth Tao fire to raise the power of 9 heavens of Tao fire to another level. He then took out the divine weapons of the strong practitioners of the past and offered them to Tao fire. Mute was like a giant in flames, painting the earth as a canal. He let the molten divine weapons flow along the canal and beat the earth as the sea, causing the hot liquid in the canal to flow into the surging sea. Over 10,000 heavenly dukes of eternal peace walked into 9 heavens of Tao fire. They were all shirtless men. Even though there were women among them, the women showed their strength, and the clothes on their bodies were simple. In 9 heavens of Tao fire, the heavenly craftsmen of the human race were in high spirits. They picked up the hot metal liquid, gold liquid, and copper liquid, and continued to refine them. There were also over 10,000 formation masters with Blind as the leader who controlled the formations of heaven and earth. They opened Yudu, Tongxian capital, and drew the spirit qi and spirit energy of heaven and earth, imprinting all kinds of great Tao runes and Tao patterns into the heavenly craftsman's refinement. The 4 emperors of ancient God were dazzled by the sight, and they couldn't help praising this world-shaking power. Founding Emperor looked at this scene and turned his head to look at Di Shirtian and Li Yuran. "You are the strongest heavenly craftsman of Founding Emperor Celestial Heavens," he said with unconcealable passion. "Only an era with hot blood can gather such magnificent power to change the world and use their own spirit to forge the strongest divine weapon." Back then, Founding Emperor era also had this kind of drive. Back then, you were the strongest heavenly work of Founding Emperor Heavenly Court. Carefree Sword, Nirvana Arc, 33 Heavens, and even Carefree Village were all personally refined by you. And now the spirit, qi, and spirit of Carefree Village have declined, but eternal peace has shown such signs. Li Yuran took off the robe on her body and folded it neatly to the side. She walked into the Tao fire with her bare feet, and her voice came from the Tao fire. "Now, I'm still the strongest heavenly work. For 1,000 words, please subscribe. Please get a monthly ticket. I am still the strongest heavenly craftsman, but Carefree Village is no longer the Founding Emperor era of the past." These words were like sharp blades, revealing their sharpness. Founding Emperor couldn't help but feel dejected. Even if his sword path was branded with 35 layers of void, it would still be difficult for him to resist. Even though Carefree Village had swept away the decadence of the past, it was still lacking compared to the Founding Emperor era of the past. It was unable to return to the era of determined reform and aggressive struggle. In Carefree Village, even though the heart to fight hadn't changed, it was hard to return. Every time Founding Emperor went to eternal peace, he would feel a spirit that was full of vigor and was changing with each passing day. However, when he returned to Carefree Village, he wouldn't feel this kind of spirit. This was the current eternal peace. Eternal peace could gather all the elites in the world and use the power of the entire country to refine swords for Qin Mu, fusing the spirit of the era into his sword. Carefree Village could no longer achieve such a step. Li Yuran walked into the Pathfire. It was the strongest heavenly work in Founding Emperor era, and his realm was extremely high. His cultivation realm was even higher than that of Mute, the strongest heavenly work in eternal peace. With him joining in, the speed of the refinement instantly increased. However, only then did Li Yuran realize that Mute was no longer inferior to him in terms of the path of forging. In some aspects, Mute was even stronger than him. Mute had already achieved the unification of the macroscopic and microscopic aspects in forging. When he was forging, his hammering methods were generous, and the great weapon was exempted from success, while the elephant was invisible. However, his hammering methods were incomparably exquisite. Every hammer strike struck on the tiniest particles, and on the tiniest particles, exquisite patterns could be carved out. This method was something that Li Yuran did not possess. In terms of large characters, he was much stronger than Mute. Regardless of whether it was Carefree Village or the Other Shore Arc, they were both incomparably large. Even the Heavenly Court would find it difficult to refine such a grand divine artifact. However, in terms of small characters, he was far inferior. He also had the intention to help Mute, so he became Mute's assistant. He used his own understanding of forging to assist Mute, helping him to take another step in the path of forging and comprehend a deeper level of reasoning. The divine weapons of the prehistoric experts emitted earth-shaking power in the Tao fire, but the Tao fire was too fierce. It caused the great Tao imprints within the divine weapons to disintegrate and melt. It caused the great Tao that the prehistoric experts refined in the divine weapons to disintegrate and melt. The great Tao that had been burned by the Tao fire disintegrated and turned into great Tao domains. The great Tao domains also collapsed in the ninth heaven of the Tao fire and turned into Tao patterns. The Tao patterns disintegrated again and turned into runes. This scene allowed everyone who participated in the treasure refinement, and those outside the ancestral land of the Tao fire, to see many of the secrets of cultivation. Although divine arts practitioners and gods and devils were becoming more and more profound in their divine arts and Taoist techniques, their divine arts and Taoist techniques had yet to reach the level of prosperity of the past universe. All along, divine arts practitioners and gods and devils had followed the path of great Tao runes, divine arts, and Tao patterns. The Tao patterns formed a Tao chain that formed a domain. As for the domain, it was only controlled by a small number of people and became a secret that couldn't be passed down. It wasn't until founding Emperor passed down the Tao realm system and soared domain to eternal peace that divine arts practitioners and gods and devils slowly became aware of a higher cultivation path like the domain. The domain was to grasp the rules. At this step, the divine arts practitioners and gods and devils felt that there was no path ahead and the path had already reached its end. However, above the domain there was a deeper level of cultivation. The Tao realm of the first level of the founding Emperor Heavy Sword domain. On the path to the ultimate void, the ultimate domain of the Tao of the Sword, the great overarching heaven, had yet to be cultivated. Until the final moment. He did not know what kind of scenery was above the domain either. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun saw something deeper from a Tao pattern in the Miluo Palace, but they did not spread it out. And now, the treasures of prehistoric existences had disintegrated in the 9 heavens of Tao fire, allowing everyone present to see even more profound cultivation secrets. The owners of the treasures Qin Mu had collected had yet to reach the path, but many of them had already touched the edge of it. There were even people who had gone further than founding Emperor. Their treasures melted in the Tao fire and continued to disintegrate from the depths of Tao realm, turning into Tao chains, Tao patterns, and great Tao runes. Even for founding Emperor, they had great enlightenment. However, even the great Tao runes continued to disintegrate in the Tao fire, turning into the purest spirit energy and spirit qi. In the Tao fire, heavenly craftsmen raised their hammers and poured the spirit energy and spirit qi into the melted liquid. Formation masters took action one after another and imprinted Qin Mu's runes, Tao markings, and domain. Even the ancient gods and the 4 emperors were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. All of the melted treasures were not weaker than the treasures of heavenly venerates, or even stronger. Every single one of these treasures was probably no weaker than the founding emperor's carefree sword. More importantly, there were more than 100 such treasures. It was one thing to take out 1 or 2 treasures, but to take out so many treasures in one go, even the 4 ancient god emperors combined did not have so much wealth. With so many treasures, I'm afraid that they can fill an entire ocean. Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon shook his head and said in a low voice, "What kind of sword requires so many divine materials? It's impossible to forge such a sword. With so many divine gold and divine materials, it's already considered good if we can use even 1% of them. When Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon heard that, he raised his eyebrows and pulled out the carefree sword. He said faintly, "Eastern Emperor, do you know how many divine gold and divine materials I've used for this sword?" The Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon sized up the carefree sword and saw that it was about 4 feet long. He reckoned that it would not require much materials to forge such a sword. However, the carefree sword's reputation was known to the outside world and its power was astonishing. The founding emperor had once relied on this sword to enter the Heaven Court, the Heaven Reverse Alliance. Heaven-slaying emperor. It was naturally impossible for such a treasure to be forged with just a few kilograms of divine gold. This sword of mine contains 33 heavens. The sword's body is hollow and can fit the entire carefree village inside. Founding emperor sheathed the sword. He said faintly, "The divine gold and divine materials that Li Yuran used to forge the sword for me are more than just mountains. Even if there were hundreds of mountains, they wouldn't be able to forge such a sword. Eastern Emperor, the Tao of forging is already a great Tao. It's not something that you can fathom." Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon was resentful and did not speak. With his temper, if anyone else spoke to him like this, they would have long been killed by him. However, the person who spoke was founding emperor, so he could only listen. After the 100 treasures were melted down, thousands of heavenly craftsmen began to forge the first heavens of the divine sword. Countless divine gold and divine materials flowed like water to the bodies of the heavenly craftsmen. When they were forged into shape, the amount of materials used was huge. It made people speechless. This was a heavy forging tool that was the symbol of eternal peace era. Eternal peace was forbidden to forge heavy forging tools by heavenly court. For a long time, other than forging some heavy ships such as turrets and large ships, eternal peace was also forging spirit energy mutual shift bridges. Heavenly court had also made some mistakes in their estimation of eternal peace's strength. This time, it was the time for eternal peace's manufacturing ability to bloom. Emperor Xian and Martial Emperor had already started to make their moves. They were drawing the seawater of the ocean of Heavenly Een to refine their divine weapons. The water of Heavenly Een was extremely cold in Een, so it was the best to use it to refine treasures. After the refinement, the Tao fire became more and more intense. It burned the heavens once again until they were scarlet red and almost melted. Tens of thousands of heavenly craftsmen stood on the surface of the first heavens and took the opportunity to refine them. Their huge hammers rose and fell, and their voices shook the sky. On the other side, thousands of formation masters were executing the formation and injecting Qin Mu's great Tao runes and Tao patterns into the treasures, causing Qin Mu's great Tao laws to fall under the hammers. After that, the power of heavenly craftsmanship branded the marks deeper and deeper. Black Tortoise and 2 emperors once again used the water of Heavenly Een to lower the temperature of the first heavens, making the first heavens of the divine sword even harder and more stable. After repeated tempering and going through dozens of times of tempering, the first heavens were finally formed. Even 9 layers of Tao fire couldn't melt it. East Emperor Green Dragon looked at the first heavens and his heart jumped. Qin Mu's great Tao runes formed the sun, moon, and stars in the first heavens, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, the chi of wind and clouds, the light of thunder and lightning. This kind of weapon forging method, it had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, what did this have to do with the sword? He was slightly puzzled. When the first heavens was formed, golden chi instantly flourished. The golden chi that gushed out from the first heavens burst forth with an extremely terrifying might, threatening the many heavenly works that were refining treasures. At that moment, the Western Emperor White Tiger made a move and suppressed the golden chi in the 9 heavens of Tao fire. It allowed the golden chi to be stored in the treasures of the first heavens and not to be released. The way the Empress worked was like a dance, dancing in the Tao fire. However, it was also a beautiful scene. Thousands of heavenly craftsmen and array masters did not stop to create the second heavens. Days passed one by one. When the heavenly craftsmen created the 13th heavens, the East Emperor Azure Dragon and the others finally saw where the sword was. The layers of heavens stacked together to form the sword body. From the hilt to the hilt, then to the blade, it was slowly taking shape under the hammers of these giants. What was even more astonishing was that Qin Mu had branded layers of heavens with his own great Tao, and each layer was stronger than the last. The great Tao used in each layer of heavens was practically not the same. This was what made Heavenly Venerate Mu so terrifying. When the heavenly craftsman finished refining the 23rd layer of heavens, Qin Mu's great Tao was exhausted. Mute was about to stop when Li Yuran shook her head. Continue refining, leaving behind the redundancy. Mute's heart stirred slightly, and he continued refining with the heavenly craftsman until they reached the 36th heavens. Only then did they stop. Founding Emperor Village Chief Zhang Baigui and the other experts of Sword Path all unleashed their sword path. On the ocean of Heavenly Yin, in Dao Fire Ancestral Land, Sword Path crisscrossed with each other to refine the divine sword. After a long time they finally stopped. Founding Emperor even brought out his carefree sword to stimulate the sword chi, sword light, and sword intent of the divine sword to sharpen it. Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon heaved a sigh of relief and sobered up from his shock. He said in a low voice, "The divine sword has been forged, right? Even though this divine sword is good, it still can't use up so much divine gold and divine materials." Just as he said this, the sword Tao that filled the sky disappeared. The sword Tao experts put away their divine swords one after another, and the heavenly craftsman rested for a moment before continuing to forge. East Emperor Azure Dragon widened his eyes and was a little lost. The first level of the domain has been completed. Beside him, Founding Emperor pointed at him and said, "There should be 35 levels of the domain after that." East Emperor Azure Dragon's expression was dull. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "Heavenly Venerate Qin, the materials are enough, but is the ability of the person in charge of the sword enough? If you really manage to refine a divine sword with 36 levels of the domain, I'm afraid that even you won't be able to control such a supreme treasure, right?" Founding Emperor said faintly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu's aptitude and talent in Sword Tao is not inferior to mine. In fact, it's even higher than mine. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, he's still my descendant. The Qin family's bloodline is innately immersed in Sword Tao. It's just that he's been delayed by the affairs of the world and has put in too much effort in other aspects." He was silent for a moment before he said, "When he was young, his sword art was already the first person in a million years. In this world, the only person who can control this sword is him." Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon felt very uncomfortable and thought to himself, "You are just boasting on behalf of Celestial Master Mu. How can he deserve such praise?" The 36 layers of domains needed an extremely long time to refine the divine sword. Even a strong practitioner like Di Tian and Li Yuran, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, couldn't keep on refining it. Even he needed to rest a few times, so it was obvious to the others. Only Qin Mu was still in high spirits, as if the vital qi in his body would never be exhausted. East Emperor Green Dragon was slightly regretful that he had come early. However, since South Emperor had reincarnated, he had no choice but to come to East Extreme Heaven to invite him personally. However, he was still rather unhappy that he had been delayed for such a long time. Qin Mu had invited him here to borrow his strength to imprint Qin Mu's qi and blood into the divine sword. This step was to sacrifice the sword. East Emperor Green Dragon's qi and blood were incomparably profound, so only he could help Qin Mu use his qi and blood to sacrifice the sword. However, only when the divine sword was refined would qi and blood be used to sacrifice the sword. For the next few days he could only watch others refine treasures. Fortunately, the 10th Heavenly Venerate wasn't in the celestial heavens these days, but in the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. He hadn't come out until now, so even if he left East Extreme Heaven, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The divine sword went through repeated refinements and entered layers of domains. The time it took was astonishing, and gradually, the amount of divine metal and divine materials became less and less. When Consort Tianyin saw that the seawater in the Sea of Heavenly Yin was gradually decreasing, and the sea level had decreased by a lot, her heart ached. After a few more months, the sword might of the divine sword in Dao Fire Ancestral Land became more and more vigorous. Many heavenly craftsmen couldn't endure it, and had no choice but to leave the ancestral land. Only Qin Mu, Mute, and Li Yuran could still endure it and continue to refine the divine sword, strive for perfection. Qin Mu and Mute pushed the power of Dao Fire Ancestral Land to its limits, but even Dao Fire Ancestral Land was gradually unable to soften the divine sword, so that it could be easily refined. When the vermilion bird saw this, it whispered to Yen'er, "Bring me into the ancestral land and help me block the sword might. I'll stimulate the power of the ancestral land." Yen'er's body shook and turned into a dragon sparrow. She carried her on her back and flew into the 9 heavens of the ancestral land. The vermilion bird released her primordial spirit and activated Dao Fire, and the power of Dao Fire instantly increased once more. Qin Mu and the rest immediately increased their speed and took the opportunity to refine it. Yen'er used all her strength to resist the sword might in the ancestral land of Dao Fire. She could still hold on for a short period of time, but as time passed, it became extremely strenuous for her. The sword might coming from the divine sword that had yet to be completely refined became stronger and stronger. The golden qi in the sword was difficult to suppress, and formed a natural domain of sword path in the surroundings. The golden qi was like a sword that could pierce through anything. Soon Yen'er was covered in injuries. Southern Emperor felt a little heartache when he saw this. However, he knew that this was a critical period and he could not afford to be careless. He could only focus on activating the power of the ancestral land's Dao Fire. 1. She was a divine being born from the ancestral land of Dao Fire. Although her body was refined by the fire heavenly venerate and her great Dao was forcibly taken by the fire heavenly venerate and turned into the fire heavenly venerate's cultivation base, her soul was the essence soul that was born from the ancestral land. Controlling the ancestral land of Dao Fire was still better than the mute. However, the golden qi here was too strong, so the mother and daughter could not hold on for long. At this moment, the West Emperor White Tiger suddenly jumped into the ancestral land. The bugle horn sounded and tried to suppress the sword power. Only then did the Southern Emperor mother and daughter let out a sigh of relief. However, the sword power became stronger and stronger. The West Emperor White Tiger could not withstand it anymore. Its pair of tiger ears kept shaking. "Refine!" Suddenly, the mute who had been silent all this while roared. His voice was like thunder. The Xian Emperor and the Martial Emperor couple looked at each other, and immediately used their magic power to wrap up the seawater of the Shady Firmament Sea. The sea level of the Shady Firmament Sea immediately dropped by a section. The seawater turned into the Xian Turtle, and the soaring snake and charged into the ancestral land of Dao Fire under the control of the 2 emperors. The robes of the 2 emperors fluttered in the wind as all kinds of Dao arts were continuously imprinted on them. They used their own Dao arts to fight against the 9th heaven of Dao Fire in the ancestral land. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The firepower is too strong. It's difficult to suppress it with just the 2 of us. We should have moved our own ancestral land here. The 2 emperors looked at each other and suddenly revealed their true forms. They turned into the Black Tortoise Divine Saint and stepped on the ocean of Heavenly Een. They charged into the Dao Fire ancestral land, and sent the water of Heavenly Een into the 9th heaven of the ancestral land to temper their divine swords. The founding emperor raised his eyebrows. Although he was not an expert in the Dao of forging, he could tell that Mute had not spoken because he wanted to control his Dao heart so that it would be compatible with the Dao Fire ancestral land. He wanted to control the Dao Fire to the greatest extent possible. As a forging master, he had to control the Dao Fire in detail. If he spoke, it was possible for him to make mistakes. Now that Mute had opened his mouth to speak, it meant that the sword refinement had reached the final and most crucial period. Is this divine sword finally going to succeed? He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Carefree sword jingled in the sheath as if it was going to fly out of the sheath automatically. Founding Emperor turned his head around and saw Village Chief Su Mucha, Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui, and Eternal Peace's countless sword Dao experts. At this moment, their swords were also jingling, and some of the sword pellets had already made their owners lose control. The sword pellets floated in the air and spun continuously. Divine swords flew slowly in the air. When those divine swords flew, they gave off a buzzing sound as if they were on a pilgrimage. This sword is a little too strong. Founding Emperor felt a chill in his heart as he suppressed Carefree sword. He was the supreme of sword path. If his Carefree sword also flew out of its sheath and participated in the pilgrimage of 10,000 swords, wouldn't that mean that he thought he was weaker than Qin Mu? Even though he had great expectations for Qin Mu, and felt that his aptitude and potential were astonishing, he was still far from being able to match Qin Mu in sword path. In the ancestral land, Qin Mu, Li Yuran, and Mute transformed into 3 towering giants that used their vital chi as hammers to refine the divine sword. The divine sword was 10,000 yards tall, and even the 3 of them looked extremely tiny in front of it. The divine hammer they had refined had already been shattered by the sword's sword might. Now only their own yuan chi could refine this divine sword. However, the tiniest rune particles in their yuan chi would also be shattered by the surging sword chi. The 3 giants were sweating profusely. When Blind saw this, he immediately threw out an array diagram, enveloping all the array masters. When Yin Yunqi saw this, she could not help but reveal a surprised expression as she stepped into the array diagram. The moment Blind's formation diagram appeared, all the formation masters instantly became part of it. Their magic power gathered together and became one, forming layers of heavenly palaces that actually formed a great heavenly court of formation. Even Yin Yunqi had become a part of the formation. She raised her head and looked down. From below, she could see the mountain ranges of the heavenly court, which had raised the path of formation to the extreme. She couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Blind was the center of the formation map, and brought thousands of formation masters to step into Dao Fire ancestral land. Everyone shouted together and executed the formation, imprinting Qin Mu's great Dao domain into the sword. At the same time, Blind controlled the formation and gathered everyone's strength to lay down layers of formations in the vital chi hammers of Qin Mu, and the other 2 so that their vital chi hammers wouldn't be shattered by the sword might. Qin Mu, Li Yu ran and Mute shouted continuously, and the hammers flew up and down, continuously tempering the divine sword. Their chi and blood boiled, and the sweat all over their bodies evaporated. They turned into white chi that danced around them, fusing with their chi and blood. The white dragon traversed through the sea of chi and blood, almost forming a corporeal form. Their sweat flowed and dragon roars could be heard. Suddenly Mute shouted again. Sword Dao refinement. The 3 of them retreated together, making space for them. In the Dao Fire, the sword power of the divine sword suddenly broke through the suppression of the West Emperor White Tiger, and a bloody scar appeared on the White Tiger's face and snow-white skin. The moment the sword power broke through the suppression of the West Emperor White Tiger, a big hole was cut open in the sky above the shady firmament whirled by the sword power. The brilliant sword light soared into the sky, broke through the shady firmament world, and swept across Xiandu. In Xuandu, the stars were suddenly extinguished. The long galaxy and the heavenly river were cut by the sword light, revealing a huge gash that could not be healed for a long time. The West Emperor White Tiger gritted his teeth and blew the battle horn, trying to suppress the golden chi that burst out. At this moment, thousands of divine swords formed a torrent. The way of the sword expanded and whistled into the 9th heaven of Dao Fire, flying up and down around the divine sword. Ding ding ding. Countless crisp sounds erupted almost at the same time. Those divine swords did not pierce the huge sword, but it was as if they were clashing with the huge sword. In an instant, almost all the divine swords were suppressed. Suddenly a sword light flew over. Founding Emperor Qinyi pressed his hand on the hilt of the carefree sword. The carefree sword did not come out of its sheath, but his body turned into a sword light. Founding Emperor took large strides as if he was flying and charged into the 9th heaven of Dao Fire. With a clang, the carefree sword was unsheathed. He walked with the sword and jumped up and down around the huge sword. The 35th heaven of Sword Dao was displayed under his sword. Ding ding ding. The crisp sounds were very slow. Every sword strike of Founding Emperor accurately pierced the huge sword, as if he was fighting against a great expert in Sword Dao. As his sword path unfolded, the sword might of the huge sword began to converge and shrink towards the body of the sword. When his sword path domain was executed, the pressure on the other experts of sword path was greatly reduced. Each of them executed the sword path that they had comprehended, and the power of thousands of divine swords burst forth, each with their own extraordinary points. Among them, the sword path domain of Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui and Village Chief Su Muzhai was the most eye-catching. Mute shouted out, Mu'er, imprint your chi and blood. Qin Mu's divine treasure domain opened up and Overlord Body 3 elixir technique was executed. Violent chi and blood rushed into the sky and whistled towards the huge sword. However, even if his chi and blood were incomparably strong, it was still difficult for it to be compatible with the sword's might and merge into the sword body. East Emperor Azure Dragon raised his eyebrows and his clothes fluttered. but he didn't immediately make a move. He thought to himself, "You made me wait for so long and didn't apologize at all. I also made you wait." Suddenly, Carefree Sword Scabbard flew over and stabbed under his feet. The corner of East Emperor Azure Dragon's left eye twitched, and he took a step forward. His chi and blood became hazy, and purple chi surged into Qin Mu's body, causing his chi and blood to expand crazily. With his help, Qin Mu's chi and blood was instantly able to fuse with the sword might and sword chi that had fallen back into his sword body. The huge sword gradually shrank, and the huge sword fused with Qin Mu's chi and blood, showing a tendency to fuse with each other. This was the most crucial step. Only by fusing chi and blood could the long sword transform as it wished and become its own divine weapon. The huge sword became smaller and smaller, from 30,000 yards to 300 yards, then from 300 yards to 300 yards. Gradually, it shrunk to 1.5 yards. East Emperor Azure Dragon also felt his chi and blood flowing away rapidly. Among the 4 emperors of the ancient gods, his chi and blood were the strongest. If he forcefully used up his chi and blood, he could help Qin Mu completely refine the divine sword. However, that would cause him to lose a portion of his cultivation. Just as he was hesitating, the horn of the West Emperor White Tiger suddenly flew to the top of his head. The horn honked loudly in his ears. The chi and blood of the Eastern Emperor Green Dragon instantly expanded several times, and purple chi surged into Qin Mu's body. Qin Mu's chi and blood surged crazily into the 3 yards divine sword. The divine sword became smaller and smaller until it became 5 feet long. The Eastern Emperor Green Dragon was furious. He glanced at the West Emperor White Tiger and saw the Great Empress turning her head to look at him. She stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. All the anger in the Eastern Emperor Green Dragon's heart disappeared, and he thought to himself, "This girl is really cute, but it's hard to get her hands on. Forget it, I won't bother with her." At the center of the 9 heavens of Tao Fire, a 5 feet divine sword was stabbed there. The sword light was like snow-white lake water, and the divine sword seemed to be stabbed into the lake. From time to time it would ring, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. When everyone saw this, they all put away their divine swords. Southern Emperor also stopped executing Tao Fire Ancestral Land, and Blind put away the formation map. Di Shirtian and Li Yuran looked at Mute, but he was still standing in the middle of the Tao Fire with his eyes closed. The Tao charm on his body became stronger and stronger. Li Yuran revealed a smile and quietly retreated. Qin Mu went forward and pulled out the divine sword. The lake-like sword light returned to the sword body. He held the divine sword and flicked it lightly. A clear sword cry sounded out, and a star in Xiandu suddenly extinguished and fell from the sky. "Good sword." Founding Emperor walked over and sized up the sword in his hand. He asked, "Do you have a name?" "Yes." Qin Mu formed a sword incantation with his left hand, and gently slid from the hilt to the tip of the sword. Sword light flickered in his eyes, and he spat out a mouthful of vital essence. "It's called Calamity." "Calamity." Founding Emperor looked at Qin Mu and saw him raising his divine sword. He used the light that shone down from Xiandu to size up the divine sword, and his heart couldn't help rising and falling. Calamity was boundless, so who was the master? Back then, Founding Emperor Era, High Emperor Era, and Crimson Light Era, the 10 heavenly venerables had descended Calamity and destroyed the world time and time again, turning the glorious era into ashes. Among those calamities, the emperors that shone brilliantly and the civilizations that connected the past and the future had finally declined and died. Even Founding Emperor Era had become a dream. In the face of the calamities, who could grab onto the oars that could ride the wind and break the waves to carry all living beings forward? Founding Emperor didn't grab onto it. Now Qin Mu's divine sword was named Calamity. Did he see that the future 10 heavenly venerables would descend Calamity on eternal peace? Or was he going to descend Calamity on the heavenly court? Perhaps it was both. The power of Calamity sword was completely restrained. From the outside it looked ordinary. There were no complicated Tao markings nor any unnecessary decorations. In Qin Mu's hand it was like a beam of light. It only had a long blade and a sword tip. However, everyone who had participated in forging the sword knew how terrifying this sword was. When this sword was forged successfully, the 4 emperors of Ancient God, Founding Emperor, and the rest had to temper it together to suppress it. When the sword was formed, Its might would reach beyond the heavens. Calamity's sword shook the heavens, and the stars fell with a flick of the fingers. Even the treasure of heavenly venerate didn't have such a huge commotion. Qin held the sword and thought about it. He then casually made a wooden scabbard and inserted Calamity's sword into it. There was no scabbard that could match up to this divine sword. If the sword might was fully unleashed, even the best scabbard in the world wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he might as well save himself some trouble and use the simplest and most ordinary scabbard to hide the divine sword's sharpness. Back then, you relied on the sword to convince me to walk out of Carefree Village. After that, you gave up the sword and used divine arts instead. Founding Emperor walked in front of Qin and said, "Now that you have picked up the sword again, don't let it down." Qin nodded and said, "My sword isn't purely sword path. I use the sword to kill people. Divine arts aren't used to kill people. Follow the path and guard the square in your heart. Don't deviate from your original heart. Don't go against your original heart. Then what's the harm in turning the sword in your hand into a killing sword?" Founding Emperor walked away. He said indifferently, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are a genius in sword path, but you yourself didn't notice this point. You felt that the path of divine arts was incompatible with sword path, but you didn't expect that sword path divine arts are divine arts, and divine arts are also divine arts. They can be interlinked and compatible." Qin mind went blank and froze there. Founding Emperor's words suddenly seemed to open a door for him, and he couldn't help getting excited. The compatibility of divine arts and sword path was the simplest principle, but it was one that he had never thought of. He had comprehended divine arts in the past and reached the 26th heaven of divine arts entering the path. He had put in a lot of effort in divine arts and comprehended all kinds of great Tao, but he had slacked off on sword path. Because of Cripple's death, he had been tempted to kill, so he had switched to the Tao of the sword. However, he also knew that his Tao of the sword had only been cultivated to the third heaven, so it would be extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. However, the enlightenment given by Founding Emperor allowed him to see an incomparably vast possibility, which was to fuse the Tao realm of the divine ability Tao realm with the Tao realm of the Tao of the sword. Suddenly he could not help but jump up. He stepped into the void and pulled out the Calamity sword. Sword light scattered, and the Tao of the sword and the Tao of the divine ability actually fused together like this. In his hand the sword light scattered, and he displayed the 4 seals of the heavens and earth. They turned into a circle of the heavens and earth, forming happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. Emotions were contained within the Calamity sword. The way of the Abhijna and the way of the sword perfectly fused, and the power was actually so powerful. His sword technique changed and it turned into the gate of heaven and earth again. The sword light crisscrossed, and a gate of heaven connected the heaven and earth to the human world. The sword light in his hand scattered, and one sword stabbed out a heavenly river. The 4 poles of the heavens and earth appeared, and they used the way of the sword to write and paint. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise ancient gods, the 4 emperors, stood at the 4 poles of the heavenly river. He executed one move after another to express his feelings, unable to hide his excitement. Founding Emperor walked out of the world of heavenly Yin. Yin Yunxi and Li Yuran walked over and followed behind him. Founding Emperor turned back to look and saw sword path crossing the sky and the void. It was extremely eye-catching. Over there, Qin had transformed his knowledge and foundation into sword path and advanced by leaps and bounds. His cultivation of sword path had leaped 1,000 miles in a single leap, and he couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. The people of Qin family's sword path is imprinted in their bones. He revealed a smile and turned around to continue forward. At that moment an old man blocked his path. The old man was timid and cowardly, not daring to look him in the eye. Human Emperor Su Muza. Founding Emperor stopped and sized up the old man. He saw village chief Su Muza looking at him with evasive eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. Founding Emperor said, "You stopped me and tried to break my spirit, but you didn't dare to draw your sword. Don't you have the courage to hold your sword?" Yin Yunxi and Li Yuran stopped in their tracks and looked at village chief. Village chief's palm slowly reached for the sword by his waist, but it trembled. It didn't seem like the hand holding the sword. The hand holding the sword was as steady as Founding Emperor's. Because the hand of a strong practitioner of sword path reflected the cultivation of their Tao heart. The hand holding the sword had to be as steady as their Tao heart, unperturbed by any waves. One sword to stabilize the country, and one sword to conquer the world all required attainments in Tao heart. Village Chief Su Mucha was the second person to comprehend sword domain. His attainments in sword path were extremely high, and the reason why so many sword path experts could appear in eternal peace could be said to have a great relationship with him. It was because of his meticulous teaching and training. It was because of this that eternal peace's sword path could advance by leaps and bounds. However, after he comprehended sword domain, it was difficult for him to advance another step, and even his cultivation realm couldn't advance another step. This was because his cultivation in sword path was simply too high. It was so high that when he used sword path, he would see an incomparably powerful giant standing in front of him, as if he couldn't climb to the peak that couldn't be surpassed. That person was Founding Emperor Qin Yi. Founding Emperor Qin Yi was the number one person in the way of the sword. His way of the sword was imprinted in the 35 void spaces. Anyone who stepped into the way of the sword and comprehended the sword domain would see his back and feel the vast and profound power and cultivation of the way of the sword. They would feel as if they were looking up from a lofty mountain. Founding Emperor was the heart of almost all the experts in the way of the sword. It was a heart that could not be broken. This was especially so for village chief Su Muchu. This god was pressing down on him until he could not breathe. You want to attack and break the god in your heart, but you don't dare to attack because you think that as long as you attack, any sword move will be wrong. Founding Emperor looked at village chief's hand. That hand was still trembling, but he was still unable to hold his sword. He said in a deep voice, "But have you ever thought that Celestial Master Mu wasn't taught by me? His sword Tao was taught by you. You are his teacher. In his heart, there's no god in his heart. There's no god like me blocking his path." Village Chief Su Muji's voice was hoarse and aged as he hissed. His sword path hasn't cultivated to a profound realm, so it's hard to see a great god like you blocking in front. Wrong. Founding Emperor's gaze landed on his face and looked straight into his eyes. His sword path has already reached 29 heavens. Village Chief was astonished and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw Qin Mu's boundless sword path transforming into primordial qi and executing the great divine art of one qi, primordial qi path traveling together. It wasn't just Qin Mu's understanding of the great Tao. It was also his understanding of sword path. The 29th heavens of sword path was executed in Qin Mu's hands just like that. Using sword path to explain the path of absolute beginning was actually so perfect and harmonious. This kind of genius of sword path was taught by you. I can't teach you what you have nurtured. Founding Emperor's palm pressed down on the hilt of Carefree sword. You can teach such a peerless disciple, but you don't even dare to use a sword in front of me? He asked in a deep voice. You were the one who told him that he was an overlord body. You were the one who nurtured his confidence to be invincible. You were the one who taught him how to conduct himself. He didn't have a god in his heart, so you were the one who nurtured him. Could it be that you, his teacher, can't do it? Draw your sword. Village Chief's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his palm became more and more stable. Suddenly, with a clang, his divine sword was unsheathed, and sword light filled the sky. Founding Emperor's Carefree sword was unsheathed, and the sword light collided. The two figures charged at each other and crossed each other. Founding Emperor stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Village Chief Su Mu's white hair was covered. He returned his sword to its sheath, and his body stood there steadily. Chi. Thousands of sword wounds appeared on Village Chief's body. The exuberant chi and blood caused these wounds to crack, making it difficult for him to suppress them. He revealed a smile, and his body swayed as he suddenly fell to the ground. Founding Emperor put the Carefree sword back into its sheath. A strand of hair slowly fell from his temples. He turned his head and said, Su Mu, you've walked out of my shadow. You can be my Tao friend in the way of the sword. The village chief's lungs were injured by his sword. He was panting like a broken bellows, but he was laughing very happily. He was rolling around in the blood like a child as he hugged his divine sword and rolled around in his arms. The founding emperor shook his head and walked out of the shady firmament world. Yin Yunqi and Di Shitian quickly followed him. Yin Yunqi whispered, Did His Majesty give in to him? He cut off your hair. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to do it. The founding emperor shook his head and said indifferently, I gave in to him in terms of cultivation base, but I didn't give in terms of sword Dao. Sword Dao is an offensive Dao, so he has the right to cut off a strand of my hair. His expression was calm as he said, I don't want to become the 10th heavenly venerate of sword Dao. I don't want to do it now, and I don't want to do it in the future. The 10th heavenly venerate of sword Dao? Yin Yunxi was stunned. She understood what he meant. Wasn't he the 10th heavenly venerate? He had imprisoned the latecomers, firmly grasped power, controlled resources, and controlled everything so that the latecomers would have no hope of surpassing him? Yin Yunxi could not tell if the founding emperor had allowed village chief Su Mu to block a move. Both the founding emperor and village chief's attainments in the path of the sword had far surpassed hers. However, she could sense the state of mind of the founding emperor, the state of mind of a person who had achieved Tao. This kind of realm was something that the 10th heavenly venerate could not attain. Di Shirtian, Li Yuran, turned around and looked at the shady sky world. In the ancestral land of the shady sky world's Tao fire, a majestic figure stood amidst layers of Tao fire. His Tao realm was getting deeper and deeper. He could feel that the Tao of casting was constantly advancing and improving. He was no longer the first day of work. There were others who had surpassed him, but his heart was filled with endless joy. Qin Mu sheathed his sword and descended. He thanked the 4 emperors who had come to help him one by one, and when he thanked East Emperor Azure Dragon, East Emperor smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you owe me a favor. Without the help of my qi and blood, you won't be able to refine this sword. The power of your treasure sword is even greater than that of Heavenly Venerate's treasure. This is a huge favor, so you'll have to return it to me in the future. Qin Mu nodded and asked, do you want an IOU? Just as East Emperor was about to agree, Consort Tianyin tugged at him. Don't want it. The last person who asked for an IOU was Heavenly Venerate Hong. I saw with my own eyes that Heavenly Venerate Hong couldn't take out an IOU, so he refused to admit it. He killed Heavenly Venerate Hong and his soul scattered. East Emperor Azure Dragon shuddered and forced a smile. It's fine as long as Heavenly Venerate remembers it. As for the IOU, forget it. Qin Mu sighed. That's a pity. East Emperor didn't know what he meant, so he bade farewell and left. Qin Mu watched him leave. He said with regret in his heart, write an IOU to him. If he can't take it out in the future, I can just not acknowledge it. We are doing things according to the rules. But if I don't write an IOU, I won't be able to return him a favor if he makes a fuss. I've always paid attention to promises. He thanked Black Tortoise and Black Tortoise while Black Tortoise smiled. We have an alliance with Great Mage long ago, so it's only right for us to come and help him. What's there to thank? We, husband and wife, have never thanked Heavenly Venerate for taking care of my son. Qin Mu said with a straight face. All these years the Azure Heaven stronghold had fallen into my hands and I took it without warning. I have let down the couple in my heart. Martial Emperor smiled. An ordinary man is not guilty, but it's his fault for having a treasure. Heavenly Venerate taking the Azure Heaven stronghold is to take the calamity for my son. The couple left together. Qin Mu came to the front of West Emperor White Tiger and smiled. Elder sister blowing the horn just now to stimulate East Emperor's qi and blood was indeed a stroke of God. West Emperor giggled. That East Emperor is calculative and a stingy person. I don't know how Elder sister South Emperor was blind to fall in love with him. I also saw that he didn't put in any effort, so I helped you. You don't have to thank me, you saved me last time. She turned into a golden light and vanished without a trace. Qin Mu bowed to all the heavenly craftsmen, formation masters, and sword masters who had come to help him. Tens of thousands of people returned the bow, and the person in the lead was Yuan Chuyu, Imperial Preceptor. We have also benefited greatly from refining swords for you. If our sword path can improve even further in the future, it will definitely be the technique of refining swords this time. They left one after another. Qin Mu saw Jiang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng also getting up and planning to leave. Your Majesty, junior brother, after you guys go to Jade Platform, go to Heaven's Sea first and comprehend Heaven's Heart there. As for God Execution Platform, it fell into the hands of Qi Tianfei, who took it away. Even founding emperor didn't have the time to ascend it. All of you stay calm and let me think of a way. Jiang Baigui said, Senior brother, aren't you going to cultivate the innate and postnatal technique that teacher Woodcutter taught you? This kind of technique has the highest possibility of cultivating to great heavenly court realm. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. He was very curious about the cultivation method of Saint Woodcutter's 72 treasure palaces and 36 heavenly palaces, and he also wanted to cultivate it. However, cultivating this kind of technique clearly consumed a lot of time and energy. Otherwise, Jiang Baigui wouldn't still be on Jade Lake realm. Saint Woodcutter cultivated 360 heavenly palaces and 360 types of acquired great Tao, so the amount of time needed was even more. With his lifetime of wisdom, he might not even be able to cultivate to heaven's will, let alone God execution platform. Jiang Baigui saw that he didn't really want to learn, so he didn't force him. He immediately left with Emperor Yanfeng. Qin Mu sent King Yama away and bade farewell to Southern Emperor. Sister, I need to borrow Dao Fire ancestral land for a period of time. Take it as you wish, Southern Emperor said. This ancestral land is no longer mine. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. I died once and got rid of my relationship with Dao Fire ancestral land. This ancestral land was snatched away by Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Moon. Now that it has fallen into your hands and was refined by heavenly works, it has nothing to do with me anymore. It wasn't easy for me to get rid of my identity as an ancient god, so how could I be in love with the old house? She had always been a generous and straightforward person, but now that she had come back from the dead, she was even more open-minded than before. Qin Mu laughed loudly. Sister is still so carefree. Since sister has even abandoned Dao Fire ancestral land like it's nothing, why must she take back her divine soul? The vermilion bird's expression sank. Bai Yuqiong said she's not me, but she's still me, she said indifferently. Brother Mu, even though you're the imperishable great mage and can revive souls, your perception of the two souls of heaven and earth and my soul is still shallow. After I revive, I can clearly sense the other me, Bai Yuqiong. And she can also sense me. I have a feeling that in the future, we will become one again. She smiled. Brother Mu, as the vermilion bird of South Emperor, I have only lived for one life, and this is my second life. As White Jade, she is still 2 lifetimes away from 200 lifetimes. When we return to one, I will be both South Emperor and White Jade. Until then, when we recall the tribulations that we have experienced in these 200 lifetimes, and have a perfect Tao heart, we will probably smile. Qin Mu thought about it and didn't force her. He said to Yen take good care of your mother. Also, feed her less, she's already fat. Southern Emperor was furious and acted like he was going to hit him. Qin Mu laughed and dodged. He bade farewell to Southern Emperor and consort Heavenly Yin and brought Dao Fire ancestral land to leave Heavenly Yin world with Blind, Granny C, and Crown Prince Yuming to return to the ancestral land. Mute was still in Dao Fire ancestral land, still standing there, comprehending the path. Heaven's work creates things and the great Tao is formed. Perhaps by refining the sword for Qin Mu this time, Mute would enter a brand new Tao realm in the path of forging, pushing the great Tao of forging to an unprecedented height. Mu'er, aren't you going back to Sacred Mountain? When they reached the 100,000 sacred mountains of the ancestral court, Qin Mu handed Dao Fire ancestral land to Granny C. Granny Si couldn't help frowning and guessed his thoughts. She asked, You plan to go to Jade Capital City? Qin Mu nodded his head. It's too easy to get lost in Jade Capital City, so he asked me to follow the map to save him. However, I still don't understand what he meant by follow the map. I need to personally go to the ancestral court to check it out. Moreover, I also want to see with my own eyes what the relationship between Jade Capital and the Jade Capital realm is. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I will never feel at ease. He paused. He explained to them, I have already cultivated to the 9 prisons platform realm. If I continue to cultivate, I must step into the Jade Capital's trap. Otherwise, I will never be able to catch up to the 10th Heavenly Venerate in terms of mana. Even if I cultivated to Tao Realm 36 heavens, I wouldn't be stronger than 10 Heavenly Venerables in terms of magic power. I have to go to Jade Capital City. Granny Si was slightly worried. If you leave Dao Fire ancestral land in Sacred Mountain, What if heavenly venerate fire comes out of Jade Capital City and comes to seize Dao Fire ancestral land? Qinmu smiled slightly. Don't worry, Granny. If I meet him in Jade Capital City, I'll make him realize that Dao Fire ancestral land no longer belongs to him, and the Great Black Mountain of the Ancestral Court is also a forbidden land that he cannot step into. His words revealed an incomparably strong confidence, and he seemed to have returned to the old him. In that case, you should at least bring along the Great Change walking stick, right? Granny Si stuffed the Great Change walking stick into his hand and said, even though you have Calamity Sword, the walking stick of Great Change is after all a Dao soldier of a Dao practitioner, so there's no harm in bringing it with you. Qinmu thought for a moment and kept the walking stick. He waved his hand and watched Granny Si and the rest walk into the sacred mountain and the world tree. He thought to himself, Granny, I won't let the matter of Grandpa Cripple reappear on you guys. I've already grown up and you guys protected me in the past. Now it's my turn to protect you guys. He spread his cloak and turned around to leave. Junior brother. Wei Suifeng quickly chased after him and raised a huge cauldron while shouting, Junior brother, wait for me. Qinmu stopped and frowned. Big senior brother, I can't bring you along. Jade Capital City is too dangerous. I can't divert my attention to protect you. Page Pa. Wei Suifeng was flustered and exasperated, he said angrily. I, the dignified Emperor Yun Luo, have been dominating for 1,000,000 years. Do I still need you to protect me? What I meant was that I had gone to Jade Capital City and followed great ease to cross 16 rivers of chaos, leaving behind a geographical map. If you go there, using this map of mine will save you a lot of trouble. Qinmu expressed his gratitude. Wei Suifeng put down the huge cauldron, and the star sand flew up into the sky, forming the geographical map of Jade Capital City. However, the places marked on this geographical map were only places Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun had walked before, but the places they hadn't walked before were still blank. Qinmu looked at it carefully and memorized it in his heart. At this moment, the star sand suddenly changed and revealed another geographical map. This geographical map was completely different from the previous one. There were thousands of paths which were incomparably complicated. Qinmu was astonished and looked at this geographical map carefully. He had never seen the geography in this map before. He looked at Wei Suifeng, who was also at a loss. He muttered, This isn't the geographical map drawn by my divine art. That's right. Great Change had once said that he only knew the location of me and uncles when he saw the geographical map that I had left outside the city, which was why he could find us. Could it be that Great Change knew that he might not be able to return, so he tampered with my cauldron and used it to record his footsteps? It's possible. Qinmu memorized it carefully and said, Daoist brother Great Change said to save him by following the map, so this map must be related to him. Is this map the geographical map of Jade Capital City? He compared it with Wei Suifeng's geographical map, and saw that there wasn't the slightest similarity between the two maps. Clearly, the geographical map that Great Change had left behind wasn't Jade Capital City. Wei Suifeng took out 2 more mirrors and said, Uncle Jun and I went to the deepest part of Jade Capital City, Miluo Palace. We imprinted a Dao pattern imprint of the master of Miluo Palace on the palace wall. Take a look on the way and more or less understand him. Qinmu put away the 2 mirrors and sized them up. His expression couldn't help changing drastically. Wei Suifeng hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind and turning around to leave. He shook his head and said, Even though I really want to go with you and enter Jade Capital City again, after thinking about it, I might really be a burden to you. That damned place is really too dangerous. Qinmu shouted out, Senior brother, cultivate hard. I know. Wei Suifeng waved his hand unhappily. Qinmu laughed loudly and executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. With Carry Extreme Heaven Palace as the main body, he crossed mountains and rivers in one step and rushed toward the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. A day later he finally came to the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. He stopped outside the city and looked into the city. The entire ancient divine city was revealed at this moment. It was majestic, ancient, and dilapidated. This divine city gave people a feeling that it was both real and unreal. It was as if it stood in the depths of ancient time and space. It wasn't in this universe. It was also as if it had descended into this universe, and gave off a feeling that it could suppress all the great Tao of heaven and earth. The heavy aura of death that pervaded the surroundings and the city made Qinmu feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the city was still shrouded in the great calamity of the destruction of the universe and had yet to escape. It was as if as long as one entered the city, they would be entangled by the great calamity of destruction. It was extremely dangerous. Qinmu composed himself, and with the sword sheath of Calamity sword in his left hand, he walked into the city. The moment he entered the city, Qinmu instantly felt that his lifespan, which had been the same as heaven and earth, had come to an end. Divine arts practitioners who had cultivated to the realm of life and death divine treasures could already feel when their lifespan had come to an end. However, after cultivating to the God realm, the gods would feel that their lifespan was endless and was the same as heaven and earth. However, this jade capital city was probably due to the destruction of the great calamity, which had caused the great Tao to have its lifespan end. Thus, the cultivators also had their lifespan end. Qinmu muttered to himself for a moment and executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. His vital qi flowed through the world tree, and the feeling that his lifespan had an end immediately disappeared. The world tree was like a material that wasn't easy to traverse through the universes. It allowed the destruction of the universes to be born, but the world tree had never changed. Even though Qinmu's world tree was a sapling and wasn't strong, it still had this special quality. In addition, the aura of destruction in Yujing City wasn't too strong. It wasn't really stepping into destruction, so the world tree and his divine treasure could block it. Of course, if it was truly destruction, the sapling of the world tree wouldn't be able to block it. The sapling was still small. Qinmu walked into the city and carefully avoided some dangerous places. The cold and heat wind here was the strangest. The temperature of the heat wind was enough to burn the Tao chains and domains of the great Tao, while the cold wind froze everything. If the Tao chains were broken, all divine arts would be useless. It was extremely dangerous. This wind of cold solitude is like the ultimate void. Qinmu stood under a withered Tao tree and observed the wind of cold solitude blowing around it. He revealed an astonished expression. The wind of cold solitude was somewhat similar to his divine art of gathering together in great overarching heaven, but it was even more powerful. He caught up to the tail of the wind of cold solitude and carefully followed it. He observed it carefully and tried to figure out the profoundness contained within. After an unknown amount of time, the wind of cold solitude drilled into a patch of chaotic qi. Qinmu suddenly raised his head and looked around. Only then did he realize that he had already deviated from Wei Suifeng's geographical map. He didn't know where he had run to in Jade Capital City. This place was even more dilapidated. There were withered Tao trees everywhere, and Tao trees had turned into forests. There were also withered Tao fruits hanging on the trees, and some even fell under the trees. On the ground were withered Tao tree leaves and branches. Stepping on them, the branches broke and the leaves rustled. He stepped on a hard object and pushed aside the withered leaves. What he saw was a withered skeleton buried under the leaves. This should be the skeleton of a Tao practitioner who had died here for some unknown reason. In the great calamity of the universe's destruction, Tao practitioners are also ants. Qinmu looked around and suddenly raised his hand. The withered leaves danced in the air and flew off the ground. He saw the skeletons of Tao practitioners everywhere in the withered Tao forest. It was a shocking sight. Qinmu raised his eyebrows and checked them one by one. After a moment, he let out a turbid breath. These Tao practitioners didn't die of natural causes, but were killed by someone. On the bones of each skeleton, there were scars caused by all kinds of sharp weapons. Who killed all of you? He paused in front of a skeleton and knocked on it in an attempt to wake it up. However, the skeleton didn't move and there was no spirit in it. He stood up and frowned as he looked around. This forest was like a skeleton tomb, burying 200 to 300 Tao practitioners. Do the Tao practitioners in Jade Capital also have grudges? Could it be that they are killing each other here? He was about to put down the withered leaves and branches when his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked into the forest and saw a deep well in the withered Tao forest. It was originally buried by the withered leaves and branches, but now it was revealed. Qinmu came to the side of the well and looked inside. He saw chaos in the well, and it was unfathomable. What is this well used for? Just as he was thinking about it, He saw chaotic qi surging in the well and something was crawling out from it. He opened the vertical eye between his brows and looked carefully. He saw a huge creature climbing up the wall of the well with all 4 limbs. He looked for a moment and only then did he see that it was a strange creature, and not the huge creature he had imagined. The strange creature was carrying a Dao tree on its back, and it was trying its best to climb up the wall of the well, trying to climb out. However, there were ripples of destruction all around it, knocking him down time and time again. His corporeal body was also obliterated until only his bones were left, but he still continued to climb out. Qin Mu looked at it for a long time, but that Dao practitioner still couldn't climb out of the well. Qin Mu pulled out his sword and stabbed 100 swords around the well before floating away. A few days later, a tattered Dao tree emerged from the well. The Dao practitioners in the well had almost lost all their magic power after being wiped out by the great calamity of destruction, and the great Dao they had cultivated had also been wiped out. However, the well was right in front of them. This chaos well was the universe he was in, and countless experts had exhausted their wisdom to gather the qi of chaos to open a path that led to Ilua Palace. As long as he crawled out, as long as he climbed into Jade Capital, he would be able to borrow the power of the master of the Miluo Palace to avoid the catastrophe of destruction. In the future, he would be able to have a place in the new universe. Even if all of his own Dao was destroyed, even if his physical body was destroyed, as long as he preserved the Dao fruit and the Dao tree, he would be able to make a comeback. He climbed up the wall of the well and used all his strength to summon his Dao tree. He allowed the Dao tree to move first and rise up from the well. At this moment, the sword light at the mouth of the well suddenly flashed. The Dao cultivator raised his head and saw that the sword light contained extremely terrifying power, stabbing his Dao tree Dao fruit. The Dao cultivator had been obliterated until only his bones were left. In the past, he could easily block the sword light, but now, he could only watch helplessly as the sword light stabbed his Dao fruit. Who is plotting against me, Heavenly Lord Fuda? He only had time to shout before his Dao fruit was cut off by the sword lights. It fell off the Dao tree and into the chaotic gas in the well, which was then swallowed by the apocalypse. The Dao fruit was destroyed, and the Dao-achieving cultivator lost all his strength. He fell off the wall of the well and fell into the apocalypse together with the Dao tree. There's something strange about that chaos well. The bottom of the well should be connected to the previous universe. Strange. Shouldn't that Dao practitioner have entered Jade Capital City to avoid the calamity of destruction? Why did he have to dig out a well to sneak into Jade Capital City? Qin Mu came to the front of a hall. He pondered over it and said, "The Dao trees outside the well are also dead Dao practitioners. Could they have also sneaked in from that well? Then who killed them? Could it be the Dao practitioners in Jade Capital City?" He looked at the Great Hall and stopped thinking. This Great Hall gave him the feeling that it was not inferior to the incense-wearing hall. It should be an important divine hall in Jade Capital. There was a Dao tree in front of the divine hall, which had been cut down by someone. There were traces of a battle here. From the traces, it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here half a year ago, which caused the Dao tree to be cut down. He examined it carefully and saw heavenly venerate vast heaven's divine art. Apart from that, there were also traces of heavenly venerate fire, ancestral god king, and other heavenly venerate divine arts. They came here before and encountered a strange incident here. They fought with each other and chopped down the other's Dao tree. Qin Mu walked around the Dao tree and into the hall. There were different runes and Dao markings imprinted on the interior of the hall, which were extremely complicated. He examined them one by one and suddenly noticed a few prayer mats here. There was also the remnant aura of heavenly venerate vast heaven, heavenly venerate fire, and the rest. After they came here, they stopped here to comprehend the great Dao contained in this hall. Qin Mu's heart trembled. Heavenly venerate vast heaven, fire, ancestor, palace, and the rest were all extremely intelligent people. The reason why they had stayed in Jade Capital City for so long wasn't because they were trapped here, but because they had discovered the profoundness of Jade Capital City. They were using their wisdom to comprehend the great Dao of Jade Capital City, and use it to perfect their own Jade Capital City. In the past, Qin Mu had also thought that Jade Capital City was the same as Four Heavens Gate, Jade Lake Jade Platform, God Execution Platform, and other realms. It was also the natural Tao ground formed by the ancestral court and contained the knowledge of the great Tao, allowing them to comprehend even more wonderful Tao from Jade Capital City. It allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. But now that he knew about the traps of Jade Capital City, he no longer thought that way. This Jade Capital City was a man-made sacred ground created by the masters of Mycroft Palace and other prehistoric Tao practitioners. Their goal was to use the later generations of gods to cultivate and comprehend their Jade Capital City, to help them escape from the calamity of destruction as soon as possible. The stronger the people cultivating Jade Capital City were, the more stable their ancestral court would be, and the more likely it would be to completely escape the calamity of destruction, allowing this resplendent divine city to descend from the great destruction of the universe to the ancestral court. The current Jade Capital City had yet to completely descend to the ancestral court, and the Tao practitioners in the city were either dead or injured. Qin Mu didn't see any living Tao practitioners along the way. At most, they were only Tao trees and withered Tao fruits. However, if there was someone among the 10 heavenly venerates who comprehended Jade Capital City, cultivated it, or even cultivated Tao realm, then the situation would be different. The Jade Capital City in the heavenly palace of the gods borrowed strength from the true ancestral court, Jade Capital City. The cultivation system of the heavenly palace focused on strength and did not focus on Tao realm. The fundamental reason was probably because of this ancestral court, Yujing City. Previously, the Reverent God, the South Heaven Gate, the Jade Lake, and the God-slaying platform all borrowed power from the heavenly court. At that time, the disadvantages were not big, but the Yujing realm was borrowing power from the ancestral court, Yujing City. Since it was borrowing power, it had to be returned in the future. When the Tao practitioners returned Jade Capital City to the ancestral court, the decline of their abilities would be a small matter, and Jade Capital City would become more stable and have even stronger strength to resist the destruction calamity. There might even be a prehistoric Tao practitioner who could escape the destruction calamity and enter the present universe from the prehistoric universe. What 10th Heavenly Venerate did was to seek the skin of the tiger, act as the accomplice of the tiger, and make the wedding dress for others. Qin Mu pressed down on the hilt of his sword and couldn't help wanting to pull out his sword to chop the Tao markings on the hall into pieces, but he forced himself to endure it. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest had already come here and comprehended the secrets of the great Tao contained in the hall. Even if Qin Mu could chop along with the Tao markings, it wouldn't be of much use. Furthermore, the Tao markings in the hall were indeed exquisite and profound, and they contained extremely profound principles. It wasn't a simple matter of borrowing strength. Qin Mu composed himself and sat down. He also quietly comprehended the Tao patterns on the divine hall and the profoundness within. He had to comprehend the profoundness within. As for whether he should cultivate or not, he would have to wait until he explored Jade Capital City before he could make a decision. After a moment, Qin Mu peacefully entered his dream. Layers upon layers of dreams opened up, and countless tiny Qin Mu flew out and walked around the 4 walls of the divine hall. Maha Maha cried out and calculated the profoundness of these runes. After more than 10 days, Qin Mu put away the dreamland and walked out of the hall. He followed the path Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest had taken and continued forward. Not long later he met another hall. There can't be 72 treasure halls here, right? Qin Mu's heart trembled. If it's 72 treasure halls, doesn't that correspond to the 72 halls of the heavenly court? Then what Heavenly Venerate Haotian wants to complete isn't Jade Capital Realm. It's 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls. What they want to complete is the great heavenly court. This kind of technique was created by Saint Woodcutter. So who taught Heavenly Venerate Haotian how to cultivate like this? His expression was solemn. If Heavenly Venerate Haotian had thought of it himself, then Heavenly Venerate Haotian's intelligence and comprehension would need to be re-evaluated. If Heavenly Venerate Haotian hadn't figured it out himself, then who had given him pointers? It's impossible for Woodcutter and junior brother Zhang Baigui to give him pointers. Taisu doesn't have such wisdom. The person behind Heavenly Venerate Haotian is definitely not Taisu, but someone else. This person's wisdom is not inferior to teacher Woodcutter's. However, in today's world, there is no such a wise person other than teacher Woodcutter. Unless he came from the previous universe. A Tao-achieving person who has transmigrated here. His expression was solemn as the figure of Heavenly Lord appeared in his mind. Behind Heavenly Lord Haotian's figure, there was a huge shadow looming over him. Taisu is just a little sheep that fell into the wolf's mouth. She's dead. Qin Mu walked along the palaces of those who had achieved Tao. Every time he came across a palace, he would stop to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao contained in these treasured palaces, and his harvest was plentiful. Compared to Woodcutter's 36 heavenly palaces and the great heavenly court of the 72 treasured palaces, the treasured palaces in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City didn't walk the path of innate Tao to defend the path of acquired Tao, but the path of innate Tao to defend innate Tao. If Teacher Woodcutter's method can work, it might be able to jump out of the control of the master of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu muttered to himself. Woodcutter's method was that the 72 treasure palaces were the path of postnatal Tao, while the 36 heavenly palaces were the path of postnatal Tao. Postnatal Tao guarded postnatal Tao so that they could cultivate to the true heavenly court realm and have a stable foundation. The two of them seemed to have only the difference of the 36 heavenly palaces, but there was a fundamental difference. Woodcutter's method was to use postnatal Tao as the lead while the path of postnatal Tao was only to assist. The woodcutter himself didn't cultivate this method, but imparted it to Zhang Baigui. Back then, Supreme Emperor Heaven imparted the Tao, and the former Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor ascended the altar. Saint Woodcutter asked a few questions, and Zhang Baigui answered them. He obtained the woodcutter's expectations and allowed him to ascend the altar. After that, Zhang Baigui used a few years to choose the 36 great Tao that was most suitable for him out of the 360 great Tao of acquired heaven, and chose his own path of cultivation. Saint Woodcutter had only deduced that such a method could cultivate a true heaven court, and create a great expert that surpassed 10 heavenly venerables. However, as for whether he could cultivate the heaven court, he couldn't help and could only rely on Zhang Baigui's own wisdom. Third Junior Brother's postnatal heaven palace has already been opened and the 72 treasure palaces have been cultivated using his own methods, so he doesn't need to come to Jade Capital City anymore. The realm of Jade Capital is no longer a trap for him. Qin Mu continued to move forward and couldn't help sighing ruefully in his heart. His path of cultivation was full of setbacks, but Zhang Baigui's path of cultivation was already a smooth one. If Zhang Baigui cultivated to Emperor's throne realm, he would be the one who had completed the gathering of civilizations in the past million years. Strange, 10 heavenly venerates have split into 2 groups. He stopped in front of another treasure hall and looked at the traces of battle. He discovered that the ones who had made a move weren't Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest, but Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Concubine Yen, and the rest. The 10 heavenly venerates were divided into 2 groups, each fighting on their own. From the footprints they had left behind, one group was led by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and the other group was led by Heavenly Venerate Dawn. The 10 heavenly venerates are split. Strange, from the footprints, there's only 9 heavenly venerates, and Heavenly Concubine Chong isn't among them. Qin Mu made his own judgment. The 10 heavenly venerates were circling around the treasure halls on the outside, trying to figure out the great Tao contained in them. Clearly, apart from Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven receiving the guidance of an expert and understanding the functions of the 72 treasure halls, Heavenly Venerate Dawn also had the guidance of an expert. What was strange was that Qing Tianfei didn't seek refuge with Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven, nor did she seek refuge with Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven. Qing Tianfei was Supreme Emperor, so in terms of emotions and logic, Supreme Emperor wouldn't seek refuge with anyone. However, Supreme Emperor was also a fickle person who was very flexible. If he was excluded from these 2 groups of people, he would be isolated and helpless, which would be very disadvantageous. Hence, the oddity lay in Supreme Emperor's decision to fight one-on-one. This was in keeping with his personality. They are all trying to sort out the great Tao markings of the 72 treasure halls before each other and cultivate them into the 72 treasure halls. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he said in a low voice, "If it were me, I would take away a few treasure halls while comprehending them so that the other party wouldn't be able to obtain the Tao markings of the 72 treasure halls and sever their path to heaven." Not long after, Qin Mu stood outside a ruin with a livid expression. There were only ruins and broken walls, and there was also a huge pit. 10 heavenly venerates had taken away the treasure hall just as he had expected. It was just that he didn't know if it was Heavenly Venerate Vast or Heavenly Venerate Shao. It's also possible that Consort Changtian took away a treasure hall as the capital to negotiate with other heavenly venerates. However, just by herself, Consort Changtian shouldn't have the ability. She's too unscrupulous. Qin Mu said angrily and continued forward. Not long after, he came to the ruins of another hall. That hall had also been taken away by someone and wasn't here. Green veins popped up on Qin Mu's forehead. It was understandable for 10 celestial venerables to do such a thing. If one party discovered that the other party had taken away a hall, their intention was obvious. It would be a bargaining chip. They also wanted to take away a treasure hall that the other party didn't have time to comprehend. With that, both sides would hold a treasure hall each, making it impossible for the other party to complete the transaction. In that case, neither side would be at a disadvantage. Qin Mu composed himself. He sneered. If I were the 10th heavenly venerate, taking a treasure hall and bargaining with the other party, not being able to take advantage would be a disadvantage. Therefore, I might as well take a few more treasure halls. That way, I would have more capital, and the other party would have to pay a huge price to exchange with other benefits. Not long after, he stood in front of the ruins of another palace with a black face. Apparently, someone among the 10 celestial masters had the same idea as him, and took the second palace as capital. Shameless. But then again, if I were the 10 celestial masters, I would try to take all the other palaces that I haven't comprehended. He walked forward, his face getting darker and darker, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Sure enough, the treasured palaces had all disappeared, and it was obvious that they had been taken away by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and the rest. These treasured palaces would become the capital for them to force each other to make deals, and 10th Heavenly Venerate would be more adept at doing such things than Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't have anything to comprehend on the way, so he could only continue on the path of 10th Heavenly Venerate. As for the geographical map that Wei Suifeng had given him, he threw it to the back of his mind. Jade Capital City was extremely huge, so it was impossible to tell where the place that Wei Suifeng had marked was. Suddenly, the sound of surging water came from the front, and Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Chaos River? In that case, I've reached the core of Jade Capital City. The ancestral court of Jade Capital City was extremely dangerous. Back in the immemorial era, Supreme Emperor had gathered the strongest experts of that time, and even powerful ancient gods such as Heavenly Emperor, Supreme Beginning, to explore this place. However, they had retreated after knowing the difficulty. However, even though Qin Mu had barged all the way here, he had never encountered any fatal dangers. This was because 10th Heavenly Venerate had been scouting the path in front of him, and he had swept away all the dangers. It could be said that everything was calm as he barged in. However, from this point, it could be seen that the current 10th Heavenly Venerate was much stronger than the existences like Supreme Emperor and Supreme Beginning. Finally, Qin Mu saw the river of chaos in front of him. He looked across the river and couldn't see anything on the other side. He sized up the geography nearby and compared it to the map left behind by Wei Suifeng. He couldn't find anything similar. This river should have changed its course and isn't at the location on the map. The map given to me by Big Senior Brother is completely useless. Qin Mu shook his head and gave up on looking for the markings on the map. He opened the vertical eye between his brows and sized up the river while thinking to himself, how did 10 celestial venerables cross the river? He looked at the river of chaos, and the vertical eye at the center of his brows instantly saw the scene in the river clearly. It was a scene of the destruction of the universe. Countless living beings struggled in the great calamity of destruction, wanting to escape, but they were all reduced to ashes in the great calamity of destruction. Even existences like 10th Heavenly Venerate didn't have the slightest ability to resist in the great calamity of destruction. They were directly annihilated and turned into a state of pure energy, shapeless and corporeal. In the chaos, there were countless powerful beings fighting to cross the river of chaos, in an attempt to enter Jade Capital City. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly, and he put himself in their shoes. If he were to be in the great calamity of destruction, he would definitely see an extremely spectacular scene when he raised his head. When the entire universe was collapsing, being crushed and being stretched, there was chaos all around him. It was a world in destruction and people who were powerless to struggle. When everyone raised their heads, they would see an ancient and powerful divine city standing in the chaos. No matter how fierce and terrifying the great calamity of destruction was, it wouldn't be able to shake this divine city in the slightest. And that divine city was the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, under Qin Mu's feet. Thinking about it, this was what the people of the universe in the midst of destruction saw. From Qin Mu's point of view, these powerful beings were just struggling in the river of chaos in an attempt to get to the shore. Only in this way could he explain why the strong practitioners in the destroyed universe were all trying their best to swim up the river. The master of Miluo Palace is amazing, to actually be able to forge such a divine city and survive the great calamity of destruction. However, where is the world tree? He swept his gaze across the chaotic river. The eye in the heart of his brows had used Tai Yi's eggshell, which could see through the chi of chaos. After searching for a while, Qin Mu finally found the world tree of the ancestral court. The roots of the world tree were vast and boundless, floating in the destroyed universe like a huge octopus with countless tentacles swimming in the chaos. There were also many people struggling in the destruction, trying to swim towards the roots of the world tree, trying to grab hold of the roots. There were already many powerful existences climbing onto the roots of the world tree. Those powerful existences tried to split the roots apart and merge themselves into the roots, using this to avoid the destruction. They hid in the roots, using the world tree to save their lives. As long as the quality of the stowaways could be changed and the quality and energy of the future universe could be stolen, they could use this opportunity to escape from the calamity of destruction and obtain a new life. However, from Qin Mu's point of view, the world tree was on the verge of collapse and couldn't even protect itself. He also saw a giant with a tall and sturdy body swinging his axe at the world tree. The giant's body was hazy and looked like a phantom. It should be Tai Yi from the future universe who was cutting down this precious tree that had existed for 16 universe eras, cutting it down and cutting off the hope of the stowaways. The strong practitioners from the prehistoric times who had climbed onto the roots of the precious tree cried out and cursed at the phantom of the giant. Tai Yi must have gathered all kinds of vicious curses into one body. Tai Yi is truly fierce. Qin Mu couldn't help praising it and looked away. He didn't have full confidence in crossing this river of chaos. He saw many powerful existences in the river. Only bones, souls, or Dao fruits left. They were stirring restlessly in the river. They were trying to grab the person who had crossed the river and drag him into the water to get him onto the shore. If he fell into the river, he would definitely die. Then how did 10th Heavenly Venerate cross the river? Qin Mu looked into the river and suddenly saw the figure of Heavenly Venerate Shao in the chi of chaos. He saw Heavenly Venerate Shao stepping on a Dao tree and using the Dao tree as a boat to sail to the other side of the river. His gaze looked into the distance and his heart jumped. The 10 celestial masters were all in the river. On the surface of the river, the 10 heavenly venerates, including Heaven Consort Chang, had actually cut down a Dao tree and were crossing the river using the Dao tree as a boat. The Dao trees in Jade Capital City were all Dao trees of Dao practitioners who had experienced the great calamity of destruction. However, they had actually been cut down by the 10 heavenly venerates and used as a ferry. Even Qin Mu couldn't help praising the 10 heavenly venerates for their thoughts and boldness. However, as the strongest person in the universe, the 10 heavenly venerates all had their own magnanimity and ambition. They often had actions that others found inconceivable. For example, Divine Emperor Lang Xian had snatched the Dao fruit of a prehistoric Dao practitioner, so his bearing was extraordinary. It was reasonable for 10th heavenly venerate to do such a thing. Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw Dao trees emerging in the chi of chaos. From time to time, huge bones would rise from the river of chaos, trying to drag 10th heavenly venerate into it. The 10 heavenly venerates used their own methods to push back the strong practitioners one by one. The river of chaos was much more dangerous than Qin Mu had imagined, and even 10 heavenly venerates were in grave danger in the river. 10 heavenly venerates had already entered Jade Capital City for 2 years, and the dangers along the way could be imagined. However, their cultivation and abilities had also improved by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. It was clear that they had obtained great benefits in Jade Capital City. Qin Mu had only spent more than a month to come here. It was mainly because 10th Heavenly Venerate had been scouting ahead, and had already gotten rid of the dangers on this path, which was why he had been able to come here so quickly. As the Forerunner, the dangers that 10th Heavenly Venerate had encountered here were much more than his. They had paid a lot and gained a lot, so it was only natural for their abilities to improve. Qin Mu muttered to himself for a moment and took out Great Change Crutch. He tossed it into the river, and it grew longer and longer until it was 30 yards long before it stopped changing. The crutch was like a small boat with the bow raised. He took a step forward and landed on the bow of the small boat, which sailed forward. The speed of this small boat was much faster than the Dao tree under the feet of 10th Heavenly Venerate. After all, it was a treasure that Great Change had refined from the World Tree, so it was even stronger than those Dao trees. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the boat and looked ahead. He could see the shadow of a towering figure rising slowly from the river in the chaotic qi, blocking the small boat. The shadow asked in the chaotic qi in Dao language, which was a very strange question. He asked why Qin Mu was blocking him from going ashore. Qin Mu pressed down on the hilt of his sword and answered. He also used Dao language to tell the shadow that this universe didn't belong to them, and that their arrival would cause this universe to collapse and be destroyed in an instant. Suddenly, the shadow became agitated and a huge head popped out from the chaotic qi. It was like a mountain that pushed the chaotic qi aside and appeared in front of the small boat. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the head that was only left with white bones. This head wasn't regular when compared to a human's head, and there were many sharp bone spikes growing on it. What made people envious was that this person had Dao bones all over his body. His bones were like they were forged from the great Dao and were extremely powerful, which was why he couldn't die or be destroyed in the destruction tribulation. The path he cultivated was clearly another path. It was similar to what Divine Emperor Lang Xian had said about branding the ultimate void with his corporeal body. Divine Emperor Lang Xian had yet to achieve this step, but this person had already done it. The white skull opened its mouth and roared furiously at Qin Mu. From the meaning of its words, it was scolding Qin Mu for being selfish and watching the people of their universe die. It was unwilling to accept refugees like them. He held the righteousness and used the deaths of the people of his universe to scold Qin Mu and kill his Dao heart. Words didn't have any offensive power, but when used together with Dao words, it was truly killing people and killing their hearts. Qin Mu pulled out his sword, and the instant the sword light came out of its sheath, it chopped off the neck of the white skull. The bright sword light pierced through the layers of chaotic qi. Please come and be our masters? After you come ashore, enslave us and make us work hard. You enjoy your happiness until the universe is destroyed, and you leave us behind to run to the next universe. Qin Mu's gaze was strange as he raised his foot and stomped down heavily, causing the skeleton to sink into the river of chaos. The Dao words in his mouth rumbled. You are no different from 10 heavenly venerables, and you are even worse. All of you are even worse than 10 heavenly venerables. The skull fell into the river of chaos, and the headless body swam over. It hugged its skull and placed it on its neck. Qin Mu sheathed his sword and took a look at the river of chaos. The small boat sailed forward, and the skeleton swam in the river of chaos, following closely behind the small boat. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows, and the domain of his divine treasure spread out. His palm gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to strike. In the river of chaos, the body of the white skeleton god swam, and huge shadows appeared under the small boat, swimming with it. At the same time, huge shadows appeared around the small boat. Some were Dao trees in the chaos, and some were souls that were entrusted to the fragments of great overarching heaven. Qin Mu sneered and executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to the extreme. His palms became more and more stable, and the power of Calamity sword in his hands became more and more restrained. Behind him, the world tree stood tall and took root in the ancestral court, but it was also absorbing the chi of chaos in the river of chaos below. Boom! The river of chaos exploded, and 2 huge hands stretched out from the water, one on the left and one on the right. They grabbed the 2 sides of the small boat and pulled it into the chaos. Clang! Sword cries sounded out, and incomparably bright sword lights flashed past. Broken fingers flew up. Qin Mu brandished his sword, and the sword nodded. He held the hilt upside down as if he was bowing, and his 10 fingers exploded, turning into chaos. Behind the small boat, the surface of the river of chaos burst open, and a huge skeleton rushed into the sky. It spoke thick and heavy Tao language as if it was reciting, about to unleash a world-shaking divine art. However, at the instant the skeleton god opened his mouth, Qin Mu's upside-down calamity sword stabbed backwards like lightning, and brilliant sword light stabbed into the mouth of the skeleton god. The back of the skeleton god's head exploded, and Qin Mu raised his sword. The head of the skeleton god was sliced into two. The skeleton fell into the water, and the river of chaos boiled. A Tao tree lifted the boat up and floated in the sky above the river. Gusts of cold wind blew, and the souls that had been entrusted to the fragments of great overarching heaven flew out from the river and pounced on the boat. Another Tao fruit flew out from the river, and as it spun, Tao patterns interweaved with each other. The chains interweaved and locked the boat. Qin Mu executed his sword path, and Calamity Sword was like light and lightning. It interweaved in the sky and cut off the souls, splitting the Tao fruit apart. He then threw out Calamity Sword, and the sword light swirled around the Tao tree below, cutting the Tao tree in half. The wind and rain of the Dragon Emperor have turned gray and yellow. Calamity Fate has suppressed the vast river. His killing intent rose, and he raised his hand to grab it. Calamity Sword fell into his hand, and he stabbed forward with it. The white-bone divine being that had just reconstituted his body rose from the water. He saw countless sword lights wrapping around him, and he was stunned. Suddenly, the white bones collapsed, and the Tao chains that had formed his body were cut off one after another, turning into Tao markings. The Tao markings were then cut off and turned into great Tao runes. In the sword lights, the great Tao runes were also broken down by the sword lights and shattered one after another. The white skeleton god gave a loud cry and collapsed on the surface of the river. It was completely shattered and there was nothing left. Qin Mu waved his sword and inserted Calamity Sword into its scabbard. He then stood upright on the bow of the small boat. Behind him, layers of Tao realm were like layers of heavens that stretched out layer by layer, turning into 29 layers of heavens. Sword lights interweaved in the sky above the 29th layer of heavens, forming the 30th layer of heavens. In the surroundings, the Tao trees in the chaotic qi vanished and retreated into the depths of the chaotic qi. The wandering souls in the fragments of great overarching heaven went far away and dived into the river of chaos. The Tao fruits rotated and disappeared one after another. This move is called Calamity Destruction. Qin Mu raised his right leg and stepped on the bow of the small boat formed by the crutches. He turned a blind eye to the strangeness in the surroundings and looked forward. This calamity-cleaving sword was truly suppressing the great river, and the river of chaos. It made the strange existences that tried to drag him into the water and bring him ashore no longer move against the small boat. Calamity-cleaving sword was aimed at the constitution of the great Tao. It came from the reverse direction of the constitution of the great Tao and deconstructed the great Tao. From the domain it was deconstructed into a Tao chain. From the Tao chain it was decomposed into Tao markings, and from the Tao markings it was decomposed into great Tao runes. It then annihilated the great Tao runes. The others, such as the 10 heavenly venerables, would usually rely on their abilities to beat the existences of the past universe into the river of chaos. Even though they would be injured, they wouldn't be fatal. Once Qin Mu's calamity-cleaving sword was completed, it would be able to break the other party's great Tao and threaten their lives. Therefore, the existences in the river of chaos weren't willing to provoke them. Behind Qin Mu, the 30th layer of heavens was formed. This was the 30th layer of heavenly Tao realm. Once this layer of Tao realm was formed, his great Tao would be imprinted in Calamity Sword, and the power of Calamity Sword would increase by a little. Grandpa Mute has refined this sword too miraculously. Qin Mu couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. When he had rushed over, Mute was still comprehending Tao in Tao Fire Ancestors' land. He reckoned that refining Calamity Sword this time would allow his path of forging to have another astonishing improvement. The number 1 craftsman in the world deserved its name. Without the strangeness in the river of chaos, the canoe formed from crutches sped forward and gradually entered deep into the river of chaos. Qin Mu didn't know how wide the river of chaos was, but it seemed like he would never be able to reach the other side. Gradually, Qin Mu sensed the fluctuations of the divine arts in front of him, and his heart couldn't help moving slightly. He looked forward with the vertical eye between his brows. Suddenly, 2 knife lights came slashing over without a sound. Qin Mu lowered his head, and the 2 knife lights crossed swords above his head. Even though they didn't cut him, they left a knife scar on his neck, and fresh blood flowed out. After the 2 knife lights cut past him, they disappeared from the chaotic qi. Qin Mu raised his head and pulled out Calamity Sword to stab forward. When this sword stabbed forward, the chaotic qi was disturbed, and the sword lights disappeared into the chaotic qi. Suddenly, a pleasant scream came from the front. "Founding Emperor Qin Yi? You plotted against me." "Not Founding Emperor," Qin Mu said. "Supreme Emperor, you also call yourself me?" The voice in front fell silent for a moment, and concubine Changtian's voice came over. She giggled. "So it's Heavenly Venerate Mu. You brat, your abilities have grown. This sword actually caught me off guard and injured me." Whoosh! The roots of a Dao tree danced and appeared in front of Qin Mu. The tree waved its roots on the surface of the river of chaos like an octopus walking on the surface of the water. Chang Tianfei stood on the withered Dao tree with a tattered Dao fruit hanging beside her. There was a woman in the Dao fruit who looked at Qin Mu through the hole in the Dao fruit. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and couldn't help taking a few more glances at the woman in the Dao fruit. The woman also looked at him and revealed an astonished expression. She was also a little nervous. "Not bad looking," Qin Mu praised in his heart. His gaze moved away from the woman's chest and landed on concubine Qi Tian's body. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty." "Call me His Majesty the Great Emperor," concubine Qi Tian said unhappily. Qin Mu laughed loudly. "His Majesty even called himself this palace just now, so why is he addressing me as His Majesty now?" Qi Tian consort snorted. Her gaze landed on the sword on his waist. "Where did you get this sword? Your magic power has yet to reach the level of Heavenly Venerate, so the reason why you were able to injure me just now should be because of this sword, right? Is this sword the weapon of a Dao practitioner?" "That's right." Qin Mu pulled out Calamity Sword and was in high spirits. His eyebrows danced with joy as he said, "After I entered the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, I found this Dao sword from a divine hall. After giving it a try, its power was boundless." Qi Tianfei let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Cultivating by using fake external objects, Heavenly Venerate Mu, your path has gone astray. You should hand this sword to this palace. Hand it over to me." 2 murderous qi and blood knives suddenly flew out from the river of chaos and slashed at Qin Mu. The power of these 2 god-slaying mysterious knives was unparalleled, and even Heavenly Duke's corporeal body couldn't withstand them. Just now, they had only slashed past Qin Mu's head, but they had already injured him. Qing Tianfei had deliberately hidden these 2 divine knives in the river of chaos. She wanted to sneak attack and kill him in one strike. She also knew that Qin Mu wasn't holding back. If he escaped, she might not be able to keep him, so she had used a sneak attack. But what she didn't know was that her 2 divine knives of killing aura couldn't hide from Qin Mu's eyes at all. If it was anyone else, they might have been able to see through the river of chaos, but the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows could even see through the river of chaos and see the scene of the past universe. The 2 God-Slayer mysterious knives that she had laid in ambush had long been seen clearly by Qin Mu. In fact, any movement of the mysterious knives couldn't escape Qin Mu's eyes. Qin Mu pulled out his sword, and the sword light flickered, turning into a formless object of Taiji. His sword light collided with the 2 God-Slayer mysterious knives, and in an instant, the 2 divine knives were like blood-red dragons that connected together under his sword skills. They were like a dragon-shaped Taiji diagram that had been unfolded. One dragon was Yin and the other was Yang. Yin and Yang intertwined, forming a whole. Princess Changtian was caught off guard and wanted to take back the 2 divine knives. However, Qin Mu stepped on a small boat and passed through the dragon-shaped Taiji diagram, his sword pointing at the heart of her brows on the Dao tree. Phantom Bin Tai Chi was the 9th heaven of Qin Mu's Dao realm. However, when his sword path had reached great success and fused with his divine arts in Dao realm, he had gained the 3rd heaven of Calamity Sword. This move had turned into the 12th heaven of his sword path. This move changed the form of God-slaying mysterious knife and turned its body into the form of Yin and Yang, causing concubine Changtian to temporarily lose control of the 2 divine knives, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it. This was both sword path and divine art. When executed in his hands, it could be said to be at the pinnacle of perfection. Even concubine Chang Tian had never seen such a mysterious absolute art before. Qin Mu's sword came extremely fast. The speed of the small boat that was originally formed by the walking stick was much faster than the speed of the Dao tree. In addition, the absolute art of sword path that Qin Mu had used was the absolute beginning to question Qing Ming. It was known for its speed. Just as concubine Gao Tian tried to recall the two divine knives, Qin Mu's sword light came in front of her. The sword light touched Qing Ming, and it grew bigger and bigger in front of concubine Gao Tian's eyes, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Different from Founding Emperor's sword path, Founding Emperor's sword path was based on Founding Emperor's celestial heavens. One layer of sword path, one layer of heavens, elaborated his ideals and aspirations. Every layer of sword path was majestic, and it transformed into layers of heavens. The moment his sword path appeared, 35 layers of heavens appeared. 35 different worlds had their own Dao charms. On the other hand, Qin Mu's sword path was born from his own divine arts and Dao realm. His divine arts and Dao realm didn't only talk about his ideals and aspirations, but also the various comprehensions and feelings he had during the process of comprehending the path. Founding Emperor's sword path was brilliant and grand, but there were traces that could be followed. On the other hand, Qin Mu's divine arts were agile and unpredictable. Concubine Chang Tian didn't dodge or evade Qin Mu's sword. With a shout, a god execution stage suddenly appeared under her feet, and the blood light on it shone brightly. It instantly suppressed the changes of yin and yang of the two divine knives. The two divine knives came from behind and charged at Qin Mu. Her decision was also ruthless. She didn't dodge Qin Mu's sword moves and only executed the two divine knives to kill him. If Qin Mu didn't dodge or evade, the two of them would be struck. She relied on her vast divine consciousness. Even if her corporeal body was damaged, as long as her divine consciousness was still present, she could visualize her corporeal body. Even though Qin Mu was proficient in the path of creation, the two divine knives were formed from the most evil baleful qi in the world. They devoured the cultivation and qi and blood, so as long as Qin Mu was struck by the two divine knives, in that instant all of Qin Mu's qi and blood would be absorbed by the two divine knives, turning him into a dried corpse that had been chopped into 3 pieces. Without cultivation and without any qi and blood, even if Qin Mu had divine arts that reached the heavens, he wouldn't be able to recover. Her two divine knives, Dao felling tree, Dao beheading fruit, were all indestructible. As long as Qin Mu dared to fight, she would definitely be willing to accompany him. At the heart of her brows, the surging of the green nether formed by the sword light hadn't even touched her skin when it caused her forehead to undergo a qualitative change. The skin, bones, blood, and flesh on her forehead all started to turn into energy forms. Qin Mu's sword intent went straight to the center of her brows, and brilliant sword light had already begun to stab into the heavenly court at the center of her brows. It was about to pass through South Heaven Gate and sweep through the heavenly court. The corners of Qing Tianfei's eyes twitched. The power of Qin Mu's sword had exceeded her expectations and imagination. She had mistakenly thought that Founding Emperor Qin Yi was the one who had attacked, but from the looks of it now, even though Qin Mu's cultivation was inferior to Founding Emperor Qin Yi, his attainments in sword path weren't inferior. At that moment, Qin Mu suddenly sheathed his sword. The tip of the sword trembled and split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, pointing at the 2 dragon heads of God slaying mysterious knives. His sword skills were exquisite, and Founding Emperor praised him as the #1 sword skill in 1,000,000 years. The 2 swords were just right, cutting off the power of the 2 divine knives. However, Qing Tianfei revealed a smile. The instant Qin Mu sheathed his sword and stabbed the 2 divine knives, the 2 divine knives became incomparably soft. They wrapped around the body of Calamity Sword like twining twigs. They whistled along the blade and swept towards Qin Mu's hand that was holding the sword. Qin Mu cried out in shock and hurriedly threw Calamity's sword along with the 2 divine knives. The small boat under his feet rushed forward diagonally to avoid the 2 divine knives. Heavenly Venerate Mu, thank you for coming all the way here to give me your treasure. Qing Tianfei giggled and stretched out her hand to beckon. The 2 divine knives swept Calamity's sword over and the hilt of the sword fell into her hand. On the Dao tree under her feet, the expression of the beautiful woman in the tattered Dao fruit suddenly changed slightly. She immediately saw the clues and shouted, "Juyu clan, there's a trap. That's not the Dao sword of a Dao practitioner, but his own treasure." Just as Qing Tianfei's palm was placed on the hilt of the sword, she saw Qin Mu rushing forward with his back facing her. With his hands behind his back, he wasn't in such a sorry state as she had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be calm and unhurried. Qing Tianfei's heart jumped, and she hurriedly let go. She executed the two divine knives to disrupt Calamity Sword. But at that moment, Qin Mu's hands behind his back were clasped together. One up, one down, both hands were forming sword skills. His hands moved slightly behind his back, and the sword skills changed at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. When Qing Tianfei let go of the hilt, she saw Calamity Sword escape from the entanglement of her two divine knives. It was as if the sword had entered a formless state in an instant, passing through the two divine knives. There was no true body. There was only light. 1. Qi. The sword light rotated and circled around a sword flower. Just as she released her hand, she saw her 5 fingers jump down from her palm, jumping in the air like a spirit that possessed life. At that instant, the expression on Qing Tianfei's face was a little strange. The instant her 5 fingers were slashed down by the sword light, they gained life. Flesh and blood squirmed and bones grew, turning into 5 small and delicate Qin Mu. They all bowed and bowed to her. The hilt of Calamity Sword hung upside down as though it was held upside down by 5 small and exquisite Qin Mu. They cupped their hands and pushed it forward. One Qi primordial chaos path traveling together. Empress Qitian's chest exploded, and the divine sword that was hanging upside down pierced through her chest. It flew out from her back, and wherever it passed, her body turned into Qi of chaos, blasting through her corporeal body. Qi Tianfei gave a loud shout, and layers of heavenly palaces appeared behind her. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and she stretched out her hand to grab the 2 divine knives. With a swing of the divine knives and the tail of the dragon, she shattered the tiny Qin Mu that had turned into 5 fingers. The power of the 2 divine knives burst forth, but they were incomparably soft as they slashed toward the divine sword behind her. At the same time, Qin Mu's back was still facing her, and the small boat was still flying forward. However, the sword skills of the 2 hands behind his back became faster and faster, making it difficult to see them clearly. Qi qi qi. Calamity Sword flew up and down under his control. All kinds of sword moves kept changing, and in a corporeal state, it avoided the strangulation of the 2 divine knives time and time again. This divine sword wasn't going to attack Qing Tianfei, but the Dao tree under her feet. Sword lights flew between the withered branches of the Dao tree, chopping them off. Qi Tianfei became anxious and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She flew up from God Execution platform and controlled her divine knives to chase after the Calamity Sword. Calamity Sword had no scruples, but she had to avoid chopping off the branches of the Dao tree. Because the power of these 2 God Execution profound knives was too strong, as long as they touched the branches, the Dao tree wouldn't be able to block the strikes of the 2 knives. Suddenly, Calamity Sword circled around the tree, and the Dao tree collapsed. Qi Tianfei's anger surged into the sky as her body fell down. That sword light suddenly stabbed God Execution stage that was falling like lightning and flew over, chasing after Qin Mu's small boat on the surface of the River of Chaos. Qin Mu stood on the small boat and lifted his left hand up. He saw Calamity Sword leap up from the surface of the River of Chaos and break away from God Execution stage. It fell down and landed in his hand. Qin Mu hid God Execution stage in his ancestral hall of God's treasure, and unsheathed his sword sheath with his right hand. The speed of Calamity Sword became slower and slower, and the sword light became fainter and fainter. It slowly descended and inserted into the sword sheath. Qin Mu placed the sword sheath on the left side of his waist and turned his head to smile at Qi Tianfei. At that moment, Qi Tianfei and the woman in the tattered Dao fruit fell into the River of Chaos. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Qi Tianfei grabbed 2 divine knives and tried her best to stabilize her body, so that she wouldn't fall into the River of Chaos. However, there was nowhere to borrow strength from in the chaos, so her body couldn't stop falling. She could not help but turn pale. She hurriedly landed on a wooden stake. However, white bones rose up from the River of Chaos below. The souls in the chaos struggled, and their faces were twisted. They all tried to grab her on the wooden stake, Lady Changtian's two sabers flew around, cutting off countless broken limbs. The tattered Dao fruit flew over through the saber light. Suddenly, the Dao light in the Dao fruit shone in all directions. The strange existences in the river of chaos all retreated from the Dao light in the Dao fruit. The aura of the woman in the Dao fruit became weaker and she shouted, "I can't hold on for long, cross the river quickly. Otherwise, both of us will fall into the past universe." Qin Mu turned his head back and saw this scene. His gaze was strange. What's the background of this woman? Her abilities are very strong. I wonder how she's compared to the primordial saint of Miro Palace. He took out the teaching whip given to him by the primordial saint of Miro Palace and executed it to fly towards Qing Tianfei. Qing Tian consort was hit on the head and couldn't help becoming furious. Qin Mu immediately put away the teaching whip and thought to himself, I forgot that Qing Tian consort doesn't have primordial spirit, so it's useless to be hit by the teaching whip. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit had been trapped in Heavenly Emperor Ling's not easy divine art and had yet to escape. Thus, there was no primordial spirit in concubine Chang Tian's body. And Primordial Saint's teaching whip was aimed at the primordial spirit, hitting it with a single strike. After hitting it, those whose Dao heart couldn't match it would be controlled by the spellcaster. However, this teaching whip was useless against a freak like concubine Chang Tian, who didn't have primordial spirit and only relied on her divine consciousness. Qin Mu looked at Qi Tianfei and saw her standing on a wooden stake of a Dao tree. She was relying on the woman in the Dao fruit to cross the great river of chaos and came charging over with an imposing manner. Earlier, the woman in the Dao fruit hadn't blocked Primordial Saint's teaching whip, which meant that her cultivation wasn't as strong as Primordial Saint's. However, he could be sure that she was a person who had achieved Dao in prehistoric times. Qin Mu muttered to himself for a moment and executed the small boat transformed from his walking stick to avoid Qi Tianfei. He didn't continue to pester her. With his current abilities, it wasn't easy for him to kill Qi Tianfei. Furthermore, killing Qi Tianfei wasn't the same as killing Supreme Emperor. If he wanted to truly get rid of Supreme Emperor, he had to kill his way up to great overarching heaven and get rid of his Dao tree and Dao fruit. Previously, Qi Tianfei had the weakness of Dao tree. So when she attacked, her hands and feet were tied. She needed to avoid the Dao tree. In addition, Qin Mu had calculated without thinking, which made Qi Tianfei think that Calamity Sword was Qin Mu's luck and the Dao weapon he had obtained from Jade Capital City. As a result, she wanted to snatch it away. So she fell into Qin Mu's scheme and lost the initiative. However, this method could be executed once, but it would definitely not work the second time. If they were to clash head-on, Qin Mu would have to face the two god-slaying black knives. They were simply too fierce, and even the corporeal body of the Heavenly Duke couldn't block them. They could be said to be the most ferocious weapons in the world. Facing these two divine knives, Qin Mu had to be like the person who had achieved Dao in Great Black Mountain. He had to lay down dozens of difficult divine arts in advance and activate them the moment he was injured by god-slaying black knives. Only then would he be able to avoid death. On the long river of chaos, this kind of strange place was obviously not suitable for laying down not easy divine arts. If he was careless and fell into it, he would definitely die and his Dao would vanish. His purpose for coming here wasn't to fight to the death with concubine Qing Tian, but to search for the whereabouts of great change and to explore Jade Capital Realm. Supreme Emperor's path is still too narrow. He actually joined hands with a prehistoric existence. He's going to cut himself off from the world. Qin Mu took out God Execution Platform and tried to execute it to see if he could take away Qing Tianfei's two God Execution black knives. Even though Qing Tianfei was a heavenly venerate, her cultivation was relatively weak among the 10 heavenly venerates. She didn't have primordial spirit, so even if she had fused with the head of Supreme Emperor, her cultivation could only be ranked at the bottom of the 10 heavenly venerates. However, the two divine knives were truly formidable. The reason why Qing Tianfei wanted to bring the God Execution Platform of the Ancestral Court was to prevent someone among the 10 heavenly venerates from taking them away with their great magic power. When Qin Mu had trapped the two divine knives with his formless object Taiji, it was she who had used the God Execution stage to retrieve the divine knives and counterattack Qin Mu. It could be seen that the God Execution stage had a control effect on the two God Execution mysterious knives. When Qin Mu had just taken out the god execution stage of the ancestral court, Qing Tianfei had already noticed it. She couldn't help feeling anxious and couldn't help bursting out her divine consciousness to charge at Qin Mu. At the same time, Qin Mu executed the god execution platform of the ancestral court to mobilize the power of the great Tao contained in it. The two divine knives in the hands of the heaven concubine immediately went out of control, making it difficult for her to control them. Huge hands grabbed at the tree stumps under the feet of the heaven concubine and pulled them toward the river of chaos. The feet of the heaven concubine sank into the water, and her 2 feet were instantly immersed in the destruction of the previous universe, turning into ashes. At the same time, Qin Mu was struck by Qing Tianfei's divine consciousness and his mind was muddled. His control over Great Change's crutch instantly became ineffective, and the small boat transformed from the crutch was about to carry him into the river of chaos. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Qin Mu hurriedly put away his god execution platform and stabilized the small boat. The small boat had already sunk to the bottom of the river, and destruction calamity surged over, corroding his feet. Before Qin Mu's corporeal body melted, he rushed out of the river of chaos, only to see that his 2 calves had completely rotted away. He turned his head back to take a look, and the 2 calves of concubine Qi Tian had also been completely destroyed. The two of them looked at each other from afar, and their hearts were still filled with fear. Qin Mu turned his head around and drove the small boat away, disappearing into the boundless qi of chaos. Concubine Qi Tian didn't chase after him anymore. They both had the ability to destroy each other, so they could only muddle through and avoid each other to avoid losing their lives at the same time. The river of chaos was truly vast. The small boat sailed on the river, but it couldn't determine the direction. The qi of chaos was everywhere, and it was hard to see the end. Qin Mu stopped the small boat and executed profound creation technique. His 2 calves gradually grew back, and he felt some lingering fear in his heart. This destruction tribulation is too tyrannical. Without attaining Tao, even 10 heavenly venerates wouldn't be able to block it. After his legs recovered, he continued forward. Even though he couldn't tell the direction here, the vertical eye between his brows could see through the chaos. As long as he was close to the shore, his gaze would be able to pierce through the chaos and see the opposite shore. However, after searching in this long river for a long time, Qin Mu still couldn't find the opposite shore. Time passed by bit, and he couldn't help becoming anxious. Not only did he not find the opposite shore, he couldn't even find the way he came from. This is bad. He began to worry. If he could not find the other side and his way back, he might be trapped in this place forever. There was no difference between north and south in the chaos. There was no difference between up and down. If he got lost, he could only rely on luck. No geographical map was useful here because there was nothing that could be used as a coordinate. If I can be trapped here with 10 heavenly venerates, it would be a great blessing for the human world. His mood calmed down again. 10 heavenly venerates had done many evil deeds. If he was trapped with them and there were no 10 heavenly venerates in the world, eternal peace would have enough time to develop and overthrow heavenly court sooner or later. He didn't give up hope and continued to search. However, day after day, he still couldn't find the other side of the river of chaos. Not only did he not find the other side, he didn't even meet the other heavenly venerates. The river was too vast, so it was very difficult to meet the other heavenly venerates. Suddenly, Qin Mu's gaze landed on the river and revealed a strange expression. He saw a strange scene in the universe that was being destroyed. He saw the shadow of a giant holding a chaos axe walking toward the world tree under the majestic world tree. The scene he had seen before was that the giant was wielding an axe and hacking at the world tree. However, it was as if he had gone back in time and was on the eve of hacking at the world tree. This was very strange. His heart stirred slightly, and he urged the small boat to sail in a random direction. After a moment, Qin Mu looked at the world tree again and saw that Tai Yi had already come under the tree with his axe. He stopped the small boat and changed the direction. When the small boat sailed away, he saw that Tai Yi was actually retreating and was getting farther and farther away from the world tree. Qin Mu was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He couldn't tell the direction of this river of chaos, but there were coordinates he could refer to. These coordinates were the process of the previous universe's destruction. He urged the small boat forward and saw Tai Yi's shadow getting farther and farther away from the world tree before it finally disappeared. The destruction tribulation in the universe below seemed to be flowing back, and the great Tao that had been destroyed was recovering. The shattered heavens. The shattered worlds were being spat out from the chaos, recovering. All the living beings that had died in the destruction tribulation had their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits reconstructed from the chaotic chi, returning to the moment before the destruction. The stars recovered from their deaths, and the starlight shone once more. Qinmu continued to move forward. The galaxy appeared, and the ancestral court appeared. The destruction tribulation that had happened in the previous universe seemed to have been retraced in front of his eyes. He saw the beginning of the destruction of the previous universe again. The world there had already reached a very high level of civilization. He saw many kinds of civilizations. For example, there were civilizations that were similar to sacrifices, civilizations that were similar to beliefs, and there were also civilizations of cultivators and machines. There were countless types of civilizations. These worlds were ruled by those who had attained Tao. They had their own unique civilizations. The world order was peaceful before the destruction arrived. The imposing bodies of those who had achieved Tao covered all the worlds, giving people an incomparably majestic feeling. Those who had achieved Tao were the rulers of these worlds, and they used their own will to change the worlds they ruled. Qinmu only took a quick glance, so he couldn't say that the worlds ruled by those who had achieved Tao weren't good. However, wherever his gaze went, he discovered that the previous universe was many times smaller than he had expected. This universe was too small, and the ancestral court was also many times smaller than the current one. The 10,000 worlds in the heavens were also not as shocking as the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. The size of the entire universe was only 1,000th of the current universe, or even smaller. Qinmu continued to look, searching for the source of destruction. In the end, his gaze landed on the ultimate void. The Tao trees there were like forests, and there were too many of them. The energy of the great Tao was highly condensed, and the Tao trees shone brilliantly. They were majestic, and the light emitted by the Tao fruits was even more dazzling than the stars and galaxies in the sky. However, in the great overarching heaven, the apocalypse had already erupted and engulfed everything in the ultimate void space. The spring river was warm like a duck. Many Tao practitioners had already sensed the drastic change, and were splitting up the great overarching heaven, cutting it into pieces and accelerating the apocalypse. The apocalypse came from the ultimate void space, destroying layers of void space along the way, and engulfing the real universe. The Tao practitioners who controlled the worlds also flew toward the world tree at this moment. Some of them flew toward the river of chaos. They should be flying toward the jade capital city of Miluo Palace. When Qinmu saw this scene, he subconsciously made the small boat slow down. He looked back bit by bit and finally made time freeze on the eve of the destruction of the previous universe. At this moment, the small boat under his feet paused slightly and finally touched the opposite bank of the river of chaos. However, he did not go ashore. Instead, he stared intently at the chaos in the river. There, he saw the last Tao practitioner of the previous universe. In order for him to cultivate the great Tao and entrust it to the void, he chose to cultivate the killing Tao. That Tao practitioner destroyed one world after another, massacring countless living beings. Those worlds were destroyed, and the stars returned to the chaos. He absorbed those powers and finally cultivated the killing Tao. His great Tao condensed in the ultimate void, turning into a Tao tree and forming a Tao fruit. In the end, it became the final straw that crushed the ultimate void. The moment his Tao fruit formed, the destructive tribulation that swept through the entire universe finally erupted in the ultimate void. Actually, before that, the ultimate void was no longer stable. There were often violent tremors that caused the Tao-achieving cultivators' Tao trees to shake. Not only did the Tao trees shake, even the major worlds of the entire universe were shaking non-stop. The energy is highly condensed, causing a collapse, and the source of this collapse is the ultimate void. Qinmu composed himself and walked back to the shore. If 10th Heavenly Venerate doesn't have such a strong gaze like mine, he shouldn't be able to find the opposite shore, right? Perhaps with the guidance of the woman in the Tao fruit, Qing Tianfei might be able to find the opposite shore, but the other Heavenly Venerates can't. His footsteps had just landed when the expression on his face froze. Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and the other 10 Heavenly Venerates were actually standing in front of him while Qi Tian Consort was sandwiched in the middle by the other 9 Heavenly Venerates. Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to jump onto the small boat. Qin Mu had just retreated to the small boat when the 10 Heavenly Venerates immediately discovered him. They all sighed in pity. This fellow is crafty. Heavenly Venerate Mu, since you're here, why do you have to leave? Heavenly Venerate Zhao's voice sounded out, and Qin Mu's feet landed on the small boat. Only then did he relax. I saw all of you acting like wolves and tigers, trapping a flower-like young woman, so my heart was uneasy. I didn't want to act bravely, so I could only retreat. The Ancestor God King snorted. Flower-like young woman? Even Supreme Emperor can be considered a flower-like young woman? What a joke. A father-murdering son of Ebi *Tej, how can he be qualified to comment on Supreme Emperor? Qin Mu scolded angrily. Concubine Chong Tian couldn't help having a good impression of Qin Mu, and she thought to herself, this scoundrel actually has the time to uphold justice for me. Pooey. This be *Tej is stirring up trouble. The Ancestor God King was furious. He suddenly burst into laughter. Heavenly Duke? Heavenly Duke Mu. Don't forget that crusading against Heavenly Duke is an order you gave in front of everyone in the world. Furthermore, I'm the Heavenly Duke now. Who dares to criticize me? Aren't you afraid that you won't see the sun all year round? If you offend me, I'll stop the sun and starlight of the entire world. Qin Mu smiled. Ancestor Heavenly Duke is really magnanimous and isn't as petty as Heavenly Duke. Who said that Qing Tianfei is the Supreme Emperor? He changed the topic. 10 Heavenly Venerates have to pay attention to evidence when killing people, right? He said angrily. Let alone a Heavenly Venerate who has rendered meritorious service to the world. Qing Tianfei was the imperial consort of the Heavenly Emperor, and also a Heavenly Venerate. If you wanted to kill her without concrete evidence, it would be unreasonable. Qing Tianfei looked at him and thought to herself, when did this fellow's words become so moving? Heavenly Venerate Gong suddenly said, could it be that Heavenly Venerate Mu is an object that hurts its kind? Are you afraid that after we get rid of Supreme Emperor, we'll turn around and get rid of you? Her words exposed Qin Mu's true thoughts. Qin Mu was indeed worried that they would attack him after getting rid of Qing Tian Consort. So he spoke up to protect Qing Tian Consort. Protecting Qing Tian Consort was protecting himself. If 10 Heavenly Venerates could tolerate Supreme Emperor, then tolerating a mere Heavenly Venerate Mu wasn't a big deal. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said indifferently, Heavenly Venerate Mu, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong. We blocked Qi Tian Consort to let her lead the way and explore the secrets of Jade Capital City, not to kill her. Qin Mu's heart jumped and he understood what he meant. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and the rest split into 2 groups and entered the River of Chaos in an attempt to reach the other side. However, they had all lost their way in the river. They should have met Fairy Chongtian by chance, which was why they had followed Fairy Chongtian to find this place. The reason why they had surrounded Fairy Chongtian was naturally not to kill her, but because they had seen a river of chaos blocking their way, so they had blocked Fairy Chongtian and forced her to lead the way. As expected. Heavenly Venerate Shao said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Empress Qi Tian has colluded with the strong practitioners of the past universe, so her crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. It's only right for us to execute her. However, she's also useful. We still need to borrow her strength to cross this river of chaos and explore the secrets of Jade Capital City to save the people of the world from fire and water. If I don't catch the fox, I'll end up provoking trouble instead. Qin Mu felt regret in his heart. Shi Chilua's bearded face revealed a smile and stuck out his tongue at him, but Qin Mu turned a blind eye to it. He thought to himself, I've fallen this time, but it can't be considered to be too ruthless. As long as I retreat into the river of chaos, they won't be able to do anything to me. Heavenly Venerate Fire sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you spoke out to protect Heaven Consort Chong. Could it be that you've also colluded with the Tao practitioners of the past universe? I knew you were such an ungrateful person, but I just hate that I didn't see through your true colors earlier and get rid of you. Qin Mu smiled slightly, and the small boat under his feet was about to float backward. Suddenly Heavenly Venerate Clear said indifferently, Brother Fire, there's no need to say that. Heavenly Venerate Mu is the chief of the Heaven Alliance after all, so how could he betray the Heaven Alliance? Betray the world? If that was the case, wouldn't he be betraying himself? Betraying the Heaven Alliance that he created? Qin Mu was stunned. He hadn't expected Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to actually speak up for him. Heavenly Venerate Fire hadn't expected this either, so he bowed slightly. Dao brother taught me well. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said warmly. Heavenly Venerate Mu, for you to be able to come here, it shows that your abilities have improved by leaps and bounds. We 10 Heavenly Venerates have charged into the ancestral court of Jade Capital City together. And the time we have spent is extremely long. The more people we have, the more power we have. Since you are our Alliance Master, then please lead us to explore Jade Capital City together. Qin Mu muttered to himself. Heavenly Venerate Vast suddenly shouted out in Dao language. Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you going to betray yourself in Heaven Alliance? His shout came out of nowhere, and Dao language bombarded into Qin Mu's Dao heart, forming a question of great Dao in it. At that instant, the great Dao rumbled and trembled in Qin Mu's Dao heart. It was as if all the great Dao that had been refined in his body were asking him questions at the same time, pointing straight at his Dao heart. Qin Mu was astonished and raised his head to look at Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, as if it was the first time he knew him. There weren't many people who could use Dao language to communicate, so they needed to have a profound understanding of the Dao. Innate 5 sons could communicate with Dao language, but that was the innate ability of Tai Yi, Absolute Beginning, and the rest. Founding Emperor had cultivated to 35 heavens of Sword Path, and now he could communicate with Dao language. Qin Mu could communicate with Dao language because his Dao realm cultivation was extremely high, and he had also studied the great Dao of innate 5 sons. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven suddenly asked in Dao language, and it formed a great Dao question in his Dao heart. It pointed directly at his Dao heart, forcing him to not reject it. If Qin Mu rejected it and went against his Dao heart, the damage to his Dao heart would definitely be huge. It might even cause him to form self-doubt. Self-doubt and self-doubt were extremely terrifying to cultivators, especially those who had made some achievements in the Dao realm. On the path of cultivation, self-doubt would not advance but retreat instead. If Qin Mu didn't agree to travel with them, his cultivation would probably continue to decline in the future. The great Dao that he had cultivated would gradually be stripped away from his body, and he would lose his abilities. This was Dao Inquiry Divine Art. Dao Inquiry Divine Art and 9 Prison Stage Divine Art had the same effect, and it wasn't as strange as Qin Mu's 9 Prison Heart-locking Dao. If Qin Mu had been on guard, he wouldn't have been blasted into Dao Heart by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven with Dao Inquiry. But the crucial point was that he hadn't been on guard. Does Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven really have a powerful existence from the past guiding him, or did he comprehend to this step by himself? Qin Mu's gaze moved away from Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's face, and he smiled slightly before walking ashore. If it's the latter, then I've underestimated him. His talent, aptitude, and comprehension are definitely not inferior to Founding Emperor. His feet landed on the ground, and only then did the tremors and waves caused by Dao Query Divine Art in his Dao heart slowly subside. Behind him, the small boat flew up and drew an arc above Qin Mu's head before landing in front of him. Qin Mu raised his hand, and the small boat turned into a walking stick, which he grabbed by the handle. Heavenly Venerate Vast is right. Qin Mu's expression was indifferent as he smiled. Since that's the case, then as the chief of Heavenly Alliance, I'll lead everyone to explore this dangerous place. The gazes of the 10 Heavenly Venerates landed on the walking stick in his hand. Ancestor God King Lang Xian and the rest cried out, "It's you!" Qin Mu was slightly stunned. He followed their gazes and landed on the walking stick. He instantly knew what they were astonished about. He couldn't help laughing. "It's not me, I'm just borrowing his crutches. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cross this river of chaos." Ancestral God King Lang Xian, Heavenly Concubine Yan, and Heavenly Venerate Shao surrounded Supreme Emperor and slaughtered their way into the 35th layer of void, killing Supreme Emperor's true body until only his head was left. After that, Qin Mu was blocked by the 4 Heavenly Venerates on the Sea of Chaos of the Ancestral Court. At that time it was this crutches that had suddenly risen from the sea. With a single strike, It had sent the 4 heavenly venerates flying, forcing them to retreat. Previously, the crutch had been a small boat with a strange design, so they hadn't been able to see it. But now that it had returned to its original form, it made the 4 heavenly venerates immediately recall the grievous past and their hearts trembled. Heavenly Venerate Xiao asked politely, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, is that Tao brother all right?" Qin Mu sighed ruefully. "He's very good. He had always been in my sacred ground, eating and drinking well, like an ancestor. When I went out this time, he told me that there were many bad people outside and asked me to use his walking stick to defend myself. I said, how could there be bad people in this world? In the end I met." He took a deep glance at the 10th Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Xiao didn't mind. He smiled and said, "That Taoist brother has great powers and is in existence who has attained Tao. There is no distinction between good and evil in his heart. Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't joke about it. If he had a distinction between good and evil, the universe would no longer be the same as it is now. Since that fellow Taoist is a guest in Black Mountain, after this matter is settled, can you allow me to pay a visit?" Qin Mu's heart jumped again and he cried out bitterly in his heart. Where could he find someone so easy now? However, if he didn't agree, he would reveal his weakness and be seen through by old foxes like Heavenly Venerate Xiao. "I can't decide whether old Tao brother wants to see you or not." Qin Mu pondered for a moment and said, "Heavenly Venerate Xiao is also his Tao friend. After all, he's the Heavenly Emperor of Primordial Heaven, so I still have to give him face. Don't worry, I'll definitely put in a few good words for you in front of old Tao brother when we return." Just as he said this, the 2 ancient gods of Taiji behind Imperial Concubine Yen suddenly looked at each other. The male ancient god said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, can you also put in a few good words for us? We also wish to see that Tao brother." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest's hearts trembled violently, and they all looked at the walking stick in Qin Mu's hand. They were puzzled. Who exactly is this Tao brother? Even ancient god Taiji wishes to meet him. Qin Mu said with difficulty, "It's not that I don't want to give face to the 2 of you, but that old Tao brother isn't someone that anyone can meet just because they want to fine. The 2 of you are also my acquaintances, and your friendship is like iron. I'll give up this face to speak on your behalf." Suddenly, Tai Su's voice came from behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and said indifferently, "Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, if you can introduce me, I can spare your life." Qin Mu looked behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and saw Tai Su changing into a huge cauldron, a divine sword, and a huge bell. All kinds of treasures changed their forms, and then Bai Chuer and then Lang Zi. Then she changed into Ling Yuxiu and then she changed back into a treasure. Tai Su sensed his thoughts and couldn't help becoming furious. Is this fellow's robe turning into a spirit? His thoughts are so messy and his thoughts are all over the place. He doesn't have the grace of a Tao practitioner. Qin Mu smiled and said, "Since fellow Taoist Tai Su has the thought of turning war into friendship, how can I not fulfill it? When this matter comes to an end, I'll go ask him. As for whether I can meet him, I don't dare to make a promise." So her name is Tai Su. The other Heavenly Venerates looked behind Heavenly Venerate Hao. What they saw was different and reflected their own thoughts. Tai Su gave a cold snort. "I'm not trying to turn war into friendship with you. You caused me to come into this world early, so even if you are willing to recommend me, I won't let you off so easily. I'll just spare your life." Qin Mu didn't mind and came to the 2nd Great River of Chaos with his cane. He had a headache. Who should I find to pretend to be Tai Yi? Lan Yutian, I'm afraid it won't work. And neither will Founding Emperor. How about I give up my old face and pretend to be Tai Yi, then take advantage of Tai Su's unprepared state to get rid of this little girl. Tomorrow was the weekend, and the otaku pig could finally sleep soundly. He didn't need to wake up early to send his daughter to school. These days are 5 or 6 o'clock to get up. Tired to death that I in the 2nd River of Chaos, everyone used their own methods. These Heavenly Venerates all had Tao trees in their hands, and used them to cross the river. However, Qi Tianfei didn't have a Tao tree. Luckily, Qin Mu invited Qi Tianfei out of goodwill, and the 2 of them stood on the small boat. However, it didn't seem crowded. There were also all sorts of strange phenomena in the River of Chaos. Qin Mu let Qi Tianfei take action to block the withered souls of those who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times. He was happy to be free. He looked around and saw Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and Heavenly Venerate Dawn didn't take action either. Instead, they let the other Heavenly Venerates block the strange phenomena. The gazes of these Heavenly Venerates fell on the small boat under Qin Mu's feet from the beginning to the end. This small boat was formed from Great Change's walking stick, and Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Ancient God Taiji, and Tai Su all respected the owner of this walking stick. They couldn't help being curious. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. Great Change has fallen to the fourth universe in prehistoric times, and now that Great Black Mountain doesn't have a backer, I definitely can't let them know about this. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall me. It's also good for them to think that I have a great backer. Heavenly Venerate Mu, this sword of yours is the treasured sword of a Tao practitioner, right? Qing Tianfei blocked the withered bones of a Tao practitioner and knocked him into the river, she suddenly said. Looks like you have gained a lot in Jade Capital City as well. Your luck is very good. Heavenly Venerate has obtained the Tao weapon of a Tao practitioner. Why don't you take it out and let us have an eye-opening experience? Qin Mu's gaze landed on her while Qing Tian Consort's gaze landed on Calamity's sword. Qin Mu understood and secretly covered the hilt of the sword while laughing out loud. What Tao weapon of a Tao practitioner? This sword of mine was personally refined by me. It's a simple object and it's hard for it to be refined. I'd better not take it out to embarrass myself. Heavenly Venerate Hao, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and the rest's gazes landed on the Calamity sword in Qin Mu's hand, and their gazes flickered. From the outside they couldn't see anything profound about this sword, but the sheath made them have no choice but to pay more attention to it. This was because this sheath was made of ordinary wood, unlike the sheath of other treasured swords, which was extremely luxurious. Using wood as a sheath was more like a disguise. Even if you have a small boat that can ferry boats, you still don't have the ability to deal with the strangeness in the river. Without this Tao weapon of a Tao practitioner, you would have died in the river long ago. Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed worthy of being the chief of Heaven Alliance. We didn't even find a Tao weapon and only you obtained one. This sword of mine is really not a Tao weapon, Qin Mu said with a straight face. If I lie, the heavens will strike 5 thunderbolts. When he said that, the corners of his eyes couldn't help lifting up as he glanced at the chaotic sky. Changtian Consort didn't speak anymore. Divine Emperor Lang Xian sighed. Heavenly Venerate Mu's luck is really very good when he obtained the Tao weapon, making others envious. Using the wooden sword sheath to cover it up, Heavenly Venerate Mu might be trying too hard to cover it up. Shi Chilua smiled. Self-defeating. Are you still worried that we will snatch yours? Qin Mu laughed loudly, but his expression turned gloomy. He was very happy in his heart. Supreme Emperor is really loyal. After suffering a loss in my hands, he even helped me plot against the other Heavenly Venerates. In the future, I'll definitely let him die a quick and painless death. The small boat approached the Tao tree under Heavenly Venerate Hao's feet. In the long river of chaos under the tree, a skeleton rose from the water and hugged the Tao tree in an attempt to drag it into the river. Suddenly, a beam of fire shot into the river. It was Heavenly Emperor Hua, who had helped Heavenly Emperor Hao knock the skeleton down. Qin Mu smiled. Heavenly Emperor Hua is truly a considerate and good man. Heavenly Emperor Hua gave a cold snort and didn't reply. If he did, Qin Mu wouldn't be able to stop himself from humiliating him. Qin Mu looked behind Heavenly Emperor Hao again. Goddess Taisu felt his gaze and felt slightly uncomfortable. Qin Mu smiled. Brother Vast Heaven's Tao Query Divine Art has reached perfection, catching me off guard. Your cultivation on Tao realm isn't any weaker than mine. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze landed on his face and suppressed the waves in his Tao heart. What does Alliance Master want to say? Qin Mu smiled at Goddess Taisu. Empress, do you feel that there's someone else behind Brother Vast Heaven? Goddess Taisu was slightly stunned and tried to sense his thoughts from his gaze. However, Qin Mu's thoughts were too complicated, making it impossible for her to catch his true thoughts. How many heavens has Brother Hao's Tao realm cultivated to? Qin Mu changed the topic. How many heavens do you think God execution stage is? Is it 30? Supreme Emperor has trapped your primordial spirit in his divine art and divine sense great overarching heaven, so you should have escaped, right? You are 20 years earlier than I expected. It's not an exaggeration to call you a peerless genius. Goddess Taisu's heart trembled as she carefully analyzed the meaning behind Qin Mu's words. Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky's recovery speed had indeed exceeded her expectations. The speed at which Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky's primordial spirit escaped from Supreme Emperor's divine art was also beyond her expectations. She had originally predicted that with her power, Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky would be able to heal his Tao injuries in 50 years. He would be able to break through divine sense great overarching heaven and retrieve his primordial spirit. However, even though Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's heavenly palace was still in ruins, and there were many heavenly palaces that needed her help to rebuild it with divine arts that granted her every request, his primordial spirit had already escaped from divine consciousness great overarching heaven. What was even more terrifying was that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's cultivation wasn't weaker than before he was injured. In fact, it was even stronger. This kind of power came from the improvement in his Tao realm. After Qin Mu's reminder, Taisu realized that she had underestimated Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Then, does the person behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven that Heavenly Venerate Mu spoke of really exist? Goddess Taisu recalled Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's divine art of Tao Query. Using Tao language to form a divine art of Tao Query heart required one to have outstanding attainments in Tao language. Was this divine art comprehended by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven himself, or had someone imparted it to him? However, Taisu had always been hiding behind Heavenly Venerate, and had never seen any Tao practitioners meet with Heavenly Venerate, Clearly, the first possibility was greater. In that case, there's only one source for his Tao language. Taisu felt her hair stand on end. That is, he comprehended it from me. Can I really control him with such heaven-defying aptitude and comprehension? Qin Mu was still looking at her when he suddenly smiled. Taisu could sense his thoughts from his gaze, but as an existence that was proficient in the path of Taisu, he could also observe her thoughts from the other side. Now Taisu was suspicious. His goal had been achieved. He could also see many things from Taisu's reaction. It seems that Taisu thinks that there are no Tao practitioners in the prehistoric universe behind Heavenly Venerate Hao. Then Heavenly Venerate Hao's Tao language divine arts and attainments in Tao realm were all comprehended by Heavenly Venerate Hao himself when he was injured. In the early years of Dragon Han, Heavenly Venerate had created all the realms that influenced the later generations. None of them should be underestimated. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze was cold as it landed on Qin Mu's face. The small boat under Qin Mu's feet suddenly sped up and sailed in front of him. Taisu, there are some people that you can't control. Qin Mu's voice came from the front. In the early years of Dragon Han, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's founding emperor saw Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and observed him for a long time. He said, I'll fight with this person for the world and have a showdown. Do you think you can control Founding Emperor? If you can't control Founding Emperor, how can you control Heavenly Venerate Haotian who is on par with Founding Emperor? You are too naive. Behind Heavenly Venerate Haotian, Taisu's chi was turbulent. After a moment it calmed down. Heavenly Venerate Haotian said lightly, Do you believe his words, Aunt? Have you forgotten? My life is in Aunt's hands. Everything I have now was given to me by Aunt. Without Aunt, my heavenly palace will collapse and my Taoist injuries will recur. Not only will I lose my position but I will also lose my life. Does Aunt doubt my loyalty to her just because of his words? Howard, turn around and look at me. Taisu suddenly said. Heavenly Venerate Hao turned around and looked at the ball of Taisu Chi with an infatuated look. Taisu immediately sensed that he was looking at Madame Yuanmu, so she was slightly relieved. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Shao urged the Tao tree to float past them. Heavenly Venerate Shao stood on the Tao tree. My son's methods are truly supreme, he said leisurely. Not only did he kill old father, he even managed to toy with Aunt. Sister Sue, take care of yourself. Killing intent couldn't be concealed in Heavenly Venerate Clear's eyes, and his gaze landed on the backs of Heavenly Venerate Shao and Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Shao didn't mind and followed behind Qin Mu's small boat. Qin Mu took a glance at him and returned a kind smile to Heavenly Venerate Xiao. When Heavenly Venerate Xiao saw his smile, he couldn't help thinking about how he had killed the two incarnations and how he had been exiled by Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate you, and the rest. A fire of unenlightened karma rose in his heart, but he suppressed it. Heavenly Emperor's eggshell, the two pieces have fallen into Heavenly Venerate Mu's hands, right? Heavenly Venerate Xiao asked. Heavenly Venerate Mu was also the one who had stolen the Heavenly Court's treasure twice, right? After you stole the Heavenly Court this time, you brought Incense Hall here and used the Dao fruits of Dao trees to break the seal of Incense Hall and save Heavenly Venerate Yu's soul. You also used Incense Hall to lure us here in an attempt to get rid of all the dangers in this place. Qin Mu asked in fear and trepidation. Why did your Majesty say that? Heavenly Venerate Xiao snorted and said, You stole the eggshell of the Heavenly Emperor to deal with Supreme Emperor who was trapped in the divine art of not easy, right? Heaven Consort Chang's heart tightened, and her gaze landed on Qin Mu's back. Heavenly Venerate Xiao's words weren't hidden from her, as if she didn't exist. However, her words also reminded her that if the two primordial eggshells had fallen into Qin Mu's hands, then Qin Mu's motive was obvious. Qin Mu laughed loudly. That's right. The reason why I stole the two primordial eggshells was to send the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor back to the eggshells to save Heavenly Venerate Ling. As for whose primordial spirit is in primordial beginning's body, it has nothing to do with me. No matter who it is. He shot a glance at Qing Tian Consort. His words revealed killing intent and a warning. As long as you stop me from saving Heavenly Venerate Ling, I don't mind sealing him in the primordial eggs as well. If that person is tactful and leaves on his own accord when I save Heavenly Venerate Ling, don't resist me. Even so, Qin Mu's heart was still twitching. The primordial egg shells no longer existed. When he had saved the world tree had shattered the two primordial eggshells into pieces and devoured them as energy. Looks like I still need to fake it and create two eggshells to scare Supreme Emperor. He thought to himself, Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit might not dare to clash head-on with me after being scared by me. Otherwise, saving Heavenly Venerate Ling would probably be a bloody battle. Supreme Emperor primordial spirit and absolute beginning corporeal body were simply an unsolvable situation. If he could scare Supreme Emperor primordial spirit back and win without a fight, it would naturally be for the best. However, the biggest variable wasn't concubine Chang Tian, but Heavenly Venerate Xiao. Heavenly Venerate Xiao had to take back absolute beginning corporeal body no matter what. Concubine Chang Tian didn't comment, and Heavenly Venerate Xiao didn't say anything either. Qin Mu was anxious, not knowing what the two of them were thinking. On the river, the 11 Heavenly Venerates each had their own ulterior motives. At that moment, dense chi of chaos surged over and drowned them, and everyone on the river immediately lost their bearings. Ah! Qin Mu let out a miserable cry that was incomparably mournful, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. All the Heavenly Venerates were astonished. Heavenly Venerate Mu was killed by Qing Tianfei? Thrown into the river of chaos. On the small boat, Qing Tian Consort looked at Qin Mu throwing a ball of divine gold into the river coldly. She sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu is truly an expert at swindling and swindling. However, your scream is a little too pitiful. If I wanted to kill you, my speed would be very fast. I wouldn't let you scream for such a long time before you die. Qin Mu took a glance at her and smiled. This ball of chaos chi came at the right time. We are being held hostage by them. Even if we charge all the way, they will still kill us when we reach our destination. It's better to take this opportunity to fake our deaths and escape. Humph. Chang Tianfei snorted and said indifferently, If we fake our deaths, we won't be able to hide from Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness. She's my woman, and her divine consciousness is incomparably strong. She's also absolute beginning's woman. Qin Mu reminded her out of kindness. She's Heavenly Venerate Hao's woman now. Chang Tianfei gritted her teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. She wanted nothing more than to immediately chop him into pieces. We are now on the same boat, so we naturally have to work together, right? Qin Mu said gently. Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness is naturally strong, and only one person can surpass her. And that person is precisely His Majesty. Concubine Chang Tian's expression softened slightly, and she sneered. At least you still know how to speak human language. This emperor won't bother with you about this. Suddenly the chaotic qi surged. A powerful spiritual sense passed through the layers of chaos and swept toward the direction of the small boat. Qing Tian concubine smiled faintly and said leisurely, Celestial Master Gong has indeed come to probe. It's been a long time since I played with her. Her spiritual sense exploded and resisted the spiritual sense that surged from the chaotic qi. When the two strong clashed, the male and female were immediately revealed. Although Celestial Master Gong's spiritual sense was strong, it was still much weaker than an existence like the Supreme Emperor. Fortunately, the Supreme Emperor loved his wife and couldn't bear to hurt her. Otherwise, the spiritual sense attack alone could mess up Celestial Master Gong's spiritual sense and make him muddle-headed. Qing Tian consort's spiritual sense fluctuated and giggled. My dear consort, I've killed Celestial Master Mu and seized the treasure of a Tao practitioner. You and I husband and wife. Just as she said this, another spiritual sense suddenly came whistling over. It was extremely tyrannical and smashed into Qing Tian consort's spiritual sense together with Celestial Master Gong's spiritual sense. Divine Emperor Lang Xian. Concubine Gao Tian flew into a rage. Little brat, you dare to go against me? She was really angry. Divine Emperor Lang Xian was the child of her favorite woman, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. How could she tolerate it? Concubine Gao Tian's soul consciousness, Great All Heaven, exploded. At this moment, another stream of vast soul consciousness came charging over. The three streams of soul consciousness combined and crushed Concubine Gao Tian's soul consciousness and pushed it over. Her divine sense, Great All Heaven, shook violently. It was almost pierced through by the three experts. Heavenly Venerate Xiao from the Absolute Beginning. Qi Tianfei grunted. Her forehead emitted a strong light and her head almost exploded. She was extremely shocked. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's divine sense was almost as strong as Divine Emperor Lang Xian's. Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning was proficient in the innate One Qi, and was not proficient in the divine sense. But now that Heavenly Venerate Zhao's divine sense was so strong as his reincarnation, there was only one possibility. It was that he had obtained a great opportunity and started to unify the innate One Qi and the divine sense into the Absolute Beginning Great Tao. Although Heavenly Monarch Absolute Beginning was called Absolute Beginning, he did not manage to master the Absolute Beginning Great Tao. He only managed to master the innate One Qi in time before he was ambushed by Heavenly Monarch Absolute Beginning and was born prematurely. If Celestial Master Xiao had mastered the divine sense Great Tao, then it meant that he was not far from mastering the Absolute Beginning Great Tao. Boom! The divine sense of Empress Chang Tian shattered under the attacks of the three divine sense experts. However, she was also powerful. Her supreme divine sense domain exploded and spread out with a buzz. Suddenly, everything in the surroundings seemed to slow down. Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heavenly Venerate Xiao, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian's divine sense entered the supreme divine sense domain at a slower and slower speed. Those divine senses changed and visualized all kinds of divine abilities at a pitifully slow speed. However, more and more divine senses rushed over and crashed into the supreme divine sense domain. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Gong's illusory realm divine sense domain erupted. Divine Emperor Lang Xian's Absolute Beginning divine sense domain erupted, and Heavenly Venerate Zhao's divine sense transformed into the innate qi. It was like a hot knife through butter as it headed straight for the forehead of Consort Chang Tian. When the three great Heavenly Venerates joined hands, Consort Chang Tian's divine sense domain actually showed signs of being broken. One had to know that Emperor Tai's supreme divine sense domain had always been an unbreakable existence. It was only when it was broken by Heavenly Venerate Ling's difficult divine ability that he finally stepped down from the invincible throne. But even so, the supreme divine sense domain was still the most top-notch domain. However, now that the three great divine sense experts used their divine sense to break the divine sense domain, they actually showed signs of breaking the supreme divine sense domain, causing cold sweat to roll down Empress Qi Tian's forehead. Boom! 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 All kinds of sounds surged in her mind. This was an illusion caused by her divine consciousness being crushed back by the three great Heavenly Venerates. However, if the divine consciousness of the three great heavenly venerates rushed into her mind, it wouldn't be as simple as an illusion. Her head might even explode because of this. Layers of Tao fire whistled over, forming layers of heavens. They spun crazily and cut into the supreme divine consciousness. Clearly, it was Heavenly Venerate Fire who had made a move. With Heavenly Venerate Fire's help, the supreme divine consciousness domain was broken even faster. Suddenly, Qi Tianfei's face flushed red and she vomited blood. Qin Mu finally relaxed when he saw her vomiting blood and urged the small boat to sail towards the chaos. If Qi Tianfei didn't vomit blood, he would have to wait a little longer before he could leave until she was beaten until she vomited blood by the heavenly venerates. Whoosh! Layers of heavens of Tao fire rose like flaming wheels from the great river of chaos in front of the small boat, blocking its path. The three heavenly venerates used their divine senses to resist and found Qing Tian Consort's position in the boundless chaotic qi. Heavenly venerates of fire and the other heavenly venerates would definitely take the opportunity to find her. Their concern for Qin Mu's life and death was far inferior to their concern for Qing Tian Consort. That was because there was a Tao fruit beside Qing Tian Consort, and there was a prehistoric Tao practitioner in the Tao fruit. Only this Tao practitioner could distinguish the direction in this chaos, and bring them deep into Jade Capital City, to explore the ultimate profoundness of this place. Of course, they were also very concerned about Qin Mu's life and death. However, they wanted to see if Qin Mu had really been killed by Qing Tian Consort. If Qing Tian Consort hadn't killed Qin Mu, they would be happy to help Qing Tian Consort kill Qin Mu to prevent future trouble. Even though Supreme Emperor's character wasn't good, Qin Mu's character wasn't that good either. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and controlled the small boat to avoid the layers of flame wheels. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows passed through the qi of chaos, and 10th Heavenly Venerate couldn't see him, but he could see 10th Heavenly Venerate. This was his greatest strength in the chaos. He could naturally grasp his strength and bring it to the extreme. At the back of the small boat, Qing Tianfei continued to defend against the attacks of Heavenly Venerate Shao, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian with all her might while feeling anxious in her heart. Even though this fog of chaos had come at the right time, Qin Mu's reaction seemed to be a little slow. As a result, she was entangled by the divine consciousness of the three heavenly venerates and couldn't escape. Instead, she was heavily injured by them. Juyu clan, he's borrowing the hands of the three heavenly venerates to weaken your abilities. The woman in the tattered Tao fruit beside Qing Tianfei suddenly said with her divine consciousness. When she had crossed the first river of chaos, she had expended too much energy, and her aura was getting weaker and weaker. Quang Tianfei's heart trembled. She blocked the divine consciousness attack of the three heavenly venerates while grabbing God-slaying mysterious knife. The blood fiend dragon coiled around Qin Mu's waist with a swoosh. Heavenly Venerate Mu, if you aren't faster, feed this divine knife to me. Quang Tianfei said fiercely. When she said this, she lowered her head to look at her chest. She didn't know when Qin Mu had pulled out his sword, but the tip of the sword was pressed against her chest. Qing Tianfei sneered. This corporeal body of mine can be abandoned at any time, but you won't be able to come back to life even if you die. My blood fiend God-slaying mysterious knife has swallowed the last Tao of Heavenly Tao, the Tao of Heavenly Fiend. As long as you break a little skin, even if you are a heavenly venerate, you will die. The divine senses of the three heavenly venerates bombarded one after another, and Qi Tianfei's delicate body swayed. It was difficult for her to hold on. Qin Mu laughed loudly. Supreme Emperor, do you think your God-beheading mysterious knife can break my not easy divine art? One of them stood at the bow of the ship while the other stood at the stern of the ship. They looked at each other ferociously, as if they were going to fight to the death at any moment. Suddenly, the sound of Heavenly Tao burst forth from the chaotic fog, and Heavenly Tao's supreme treasures gave off incomparably thick Tao sounds that swept over from all directions. The muscles on the faces of Qing Tianfei and Qin Mu twitched. Suddenly, Qin Mu put away his sword, and Qing Tianfei put away her divine knives as well. Both of them had pleasant expressions and were filled with a spring breeze. Qing Tianfei executed her two knives to block the attacks of the treasures of Heavenly Tao. Calamity Sword in Qin Mu's hand also went up to meet the treasures of Heavenly Tao. The two of them combined their strength and finally blocked the attack of the Ancestor God King. Over here. The ancestor god king's voice came from the chaotic fog, and the treasures of heavenly Tao suddenly gathered together, turning into a treasure in the fog. The ancestor god king stepped on the path tree and pounced over from the fog. However, when he reached there, he missed, and the small boat had already disappeared. The ancestor god king's gaze was like lightning as he swept his gaze around, but he couldn't find any traces of the small boat. At that moment, a ray of light flashed, and with a light slash behind him, great abyss of returning ruins appeared. The ancestor god king's body couldn't stop himself from falling into the great abyss. A divine light flashed in the ancestor god king's eyes. He brandished his heavenly Tao true treasure and smashed it down, piercing through the sinkhole great abyss. As he broke out of the great abyss, he saw two ancient gods of Taiji charging at him. The two ancient gods each raised one hand, and with the light slash of their second hands, they transformed into a Taiji diagram that charged at him. The ancestor god king's body trembled violently. He was sent flying backward, but the Tao tree beneath his feet did not follow him. He could not help but feel his mind go into chaos, and he could not stop himself from falling into the river of chaos. Oh no! Just as he was about to fall into the river of chaos, a hand suddenly grabbed his back and lifted him up. The ancestor god king turned around and saw Heavenly Lord Haoyan stepping on the Tao tree. Yin Tianfei and the two ancient gods of Taiji retreated and disappeared into the fog of chaos. Don't worry. Heavenly Lord Haoyan was still calm as he said, Heavenly Lord Mu wants to stir up trouble, but Supreme Emperor is not with him. These two are in the same boat. They will capsize sooner or later. The ancestor god king was still in shock. He lowered his head and said, what if those two people escape? They can't escape. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled faintly. They have already been locked onto by Heavenly Venerate Gong. So don't even think about escaping. Don't you agree, Heavenly Venerate Gong? A Tao tree floated over, and Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness surged, locking onto the position of Heavenly Consort Chang. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, don't worry. Supreme Emperor can't escape from my hands. At that moment, Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei were standing on the small boat while Qing Tianfei was still blocking the attacks of the divine consciousness of the three heavenly venerates. She cried out bitterly in her heart. These three people are chasing me relentlessly. Sooner or later, my divine consciousness will be exhausted by them. When that brat Qin Mu kills me, I'll definitely be incomparably happy. She looked at Qin Mu and saw that he was like a leopard that was staring at its prey, bleeding. He was waiting for her to bleed out before starting to feast. This little brat. Qing Tianfei executed two god-slaying knives with a smile on her face, calculating when she would give this little brat a fatal blow. On this small boat, the space was narrow, so she still had a chance. Qin Mu gripped the hilt of Calamity sword tightly with a smile on his face. The two of them stared at each other, not moving at all. Whoosh! The small boat suddenly sailed past Heavenly Venerate Void, and only then did Heavenly Venerate Void notice the boat. He hurriedly chased after it, and cold sweat instantly broke out on Qing Tianfei's forehead. Heavenly Master Su was chasing after the boat while she was standing at the back of the boat, trying to block the divine senses of the three heavenly masters. Now, another Heavenly Master Su was chasing after her. Was the heaven trying to kill her? Just as Heavenly Master Su was about to catch up, a divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal, suddenly rushed out from the side and attacked Heavenly Master Su. Heavenly Master Su had no choice but to block that divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal. The small boat had already sailed out of her sight. Shurchila. Heavenly Venerate Void was furious. After a few rounds, he gently placed a seal between the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate's brows, sealing all his senses and sending them into the river of primal chaos. On the small boat, concubine Chang Tian had just heaved a sigh of relief when she saw a Tao tree appear behind the boat. The 5 big and 3 thick Shurchilua carried a treasure chest and chased after them in high spirits. Qing Tianfei giggled. Madame Yuan Mu is my ally, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Your plan is wrong. Qin Mu's face was full of smiles. What a coincidence, Madame Yuan Mu is also my ally. Qing Tianfei's heart tightened, and she heard Shurchilua's bold and rough laughter. The 100 treasure chest of the big man opened, and divine weapons Heavenly Venerate Royal flew out. He giggled. I like to kill my allies the most. Qing Tianfei and Qin Mu looked at each other and smiled. They no longer faced each other, and they joined hands to attack Shiqilua. Even though Shiqilua had divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal, two of them had killed two of them in just a few moves. God-slaying mysterious knife had even sucked all of Heavenly Venerate Royal's chi and blood, and his body had been struck by several swords. He hurriedly turned around and rushed away. Heavenly Venerate Mu, stop playing tricks. Qitian concubine saw Shiqilua retreat and suddenly became furious. She waved two divine sabers and shouted, "If you dare to play dirty tricks again, I will drag you down with me even if I have to die." Qin Mu was also afraid of falling out with her completely. The two of them were currently on a small boat which was too small and couldn't be moved. If Qitian consort was determined to drag him into the water, he would also be unable to avoid it and would definitely fall into the water. At that time no one would be able to save him. "What your majesty has taught me is that I was rash." Qin Mu readily admitted his mistake and said with sincerity, "When we are in danger, you and I should unite as one to fight against the 9 heavenly venerates. As for what happens in the future, we will talk about it in the future." He stabbed out with his sword and met with the divine consciousness of the 3 heavenly venerates. Sword lights flashed and intercepted the divine consciousness attacks of heavenly venerates Xiao, Langxian and Gong. It was difficult to break his divine consciousness, but his sword skills were extremely exquisite. Wherever the sword lights passed, chaos would open up and layers of lotus-shaped void would appear, breaking the divine consciousness of the 3 heavenly venerates and preventing them from connecting to the divine consciousness that had attacked Qing Tianfei's mind. The sword flowers bloomed in the void like flower buds rotating their petals outwards. Layers upon layers of them made the divine consciousness of the 3 heavenly venerates dance around the petals, making it difficult for them to break through his sword light in an instant. This was the embodiment of Tai Su's great divine art that had entered the path of Tao when he suddenly opened the chaotic bud. Qing Tianfei took this opportunity to immediately use her divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, to destroy and refine the divine consciousness of the 3 heavenly venerates. At the same time, Qin Mu's feet stopped, and the small boat flew away. By the time the 3 great heavenly venerates rushed out of the void formed by his sword light, the small boat was no longer where it was. The divine consciousness of the 3 great heavenly venerates searched around and sensed the fluctuations of the small boat on the surface of the river. They chased after it closely. Heavenly Venerate Mu is a bad seed. When he apologizes, he's incomparably quick. It's also extremely straightforward to admit his mistakes, making it hard for people to express their hatred. Qing Tianfei broke out of the predicament and couldn't help sighing ruefully in her heart. This bad seed must have practiced many times. If apologizing can also enter the path, then he must be about to attain the path. The small boat flew forward and suddenly flames surged. Qing Tian consort's heart jumped, and she saw the blazing flames distort the chaotic qi on the river surface, turning it into a huge oval-shaped wheel. Fire Heavenly Venerate's figure appeared on the right side of the small boat, and he stood on the path tree in the flame wheel. When the 3 of them met, both Fire Heavenly Venerate and Qing Tian consort revealed astonished expressions. Only Qin Mu's expression remained the same as he unsheathed Calamity sword in his hand and charged at Heavenly Venerate Fire. That's right, Heavenly Venerate Mu's eyes can definitely see through chaos and see that Heavenly Venerate Fire is here. Chang Tianfei immediately guessed that Qin Mu could see through chaos and intentionally let the small boat sail to the vicinity of Heavenly Venerate Fire. Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Mu had always been at odds with each other, and the two of them were incompatible with each other. As long as Fire Heavenly Venerate had the chance, he would try to get rid of Qin Mu. And now, Qin Mu's chance to counterattack had come. This fellow has a stomach full of bad water that's rotten to the bone. He's planning to use my strength to get rid of Fire Heavenly Venerate in one go. However, this was also a rare opportunity for Qing Tianfei to severely injure Fire Heavenly Venerate. Opportunities were fleeting, and those who achieved great things had to seize every fleeting opportunity. Just as Qin Mu drew his sword, her divine consciousness burst forth and rushed toward Fire Heavenly Venerate. Her divine consciousness was the first to arrive, and before Qin Mu's sword light reached Fire Heavenly Venerate, it crashed into the heart of Fire Heavenly Venerate's brows. Fire Heavenly Venerate's reaction speed couldn't be said to be slow. The layers of flame wheels around him immediately spun forward, and the heavens in them blossomed to slightly block the divine consciousness of heavenly consort Gao. It slowed down the time for his divine consciousness to attack his brain. Under the impact of concubine Liao Tian's divine consciousness, his layers of flame wheels collapsed one after another. At the same time, heavenly venerate fire immediately retreated, and new flame wheels spun and expanded at the back of his head. They whizzed forward from the surroundings of his body. However, Qin Mu's sword light passed through concubine Liao Tian's divine consciousness, and incomparably sharp light pierced through the layers of flame wheels. Heavenly venerate fire gave a cold snort. His cultivation of Dao fire had already reached the 24th heaven of Dao realm, and it could transform and burn anything. Even without Dao fire ancestral land, he was still the strongest person with the attainments in Dao fire. Even if Qin Mu obtained the Dao weapon of a Dao practitioner, he was still confident that he could burn this Dao weapon to ashes. Qin Mu's calamity sword passed through the 20 layers of flame wheels in an instant, and the divine sword was burned red by the Dao fire. In the next instant, it passed through the Dao fire of the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd layers of Dao wheels. Heavenly venerate fire revealed a look of astonishment. When the tip of the divine sword burst forth with incomparably bright light and passed through the 24th layer of the flaming wheels to the center of his brows, the astonishment on his face didn't disappear. Dao weapon can actually block my world-burning sacred flame? He raised his palm, and his 2 fingers clamped on the tip of the sword in an attempt to break the divine sword. However, when he tried to break it, he discovered that the hardness of the divine sword was beyond imagination. Even when it was burned to such a state, it didn't show any signs of softening. Under the high temperature of the raging fire, any divine weapon would be melted even if it wasn't melted down. However, Qin Mu's sword showed no signs of softening. What he didn't know was that this sword wasn't the Dao weapon of a Dao practitioner, but the supreme treasure of a prehistorical heavenly venerate that Qin Mu had refined after melting it down. And the great furnace that had forged this sword was Dao fire ancestral land. This sword had been refined in the 9th heaven of Dao fire ancestral land. When it was refined to the end, even Dao fire ancestral land wouldn't be able to melt it or soften it. Qin Mu spun the sword, and the 2 fingers on heavenly venerate fire's right hand flew up, turning into fine powder under the sword light that made sizzling sounds. Heavenly venerate fire felt the pain, and the tip of the sword moved again. Yin and Yang Qi were like dragons, and the sword light fused with Yin and Yang Qi, forming a huge circle around him. The fire heavenly venerate's heart skipped a beat. Countless sword lights flew out of the big circle and gathered from the outer circle to the inner circle. Soon more than half of the big circle was spread out. It was still spreading toward him in the center of the big circle. Not only that, a strange change happened in the Tai Chi diagram that was forming. The sword light was divided into Yin and Yang. A pure white sword light ball appeared in the black sword light. A pure black sword light ball appeared in the pure white sword light. The 2 sword balls seemed to have a mysterious pulling force in the Taiji diagram. They pulled each other and revolved around him. As the 2 sword balls revolved, the dragon pattern lines of the Taiji diagram appeared. It was a supreme sword chi that combined the Yin and Yang paths and turned into the Taiji path. It was indestructible and cut the Dao tree under his feet with a swoosh. Heavenly venerate of fire's heart jumped, and he ascended step by step to the top of the Dao tree to avoid the incomparably astonishing Dao of Taiji's sword. He couldn't see through the depth of this move for a moment, so he could only avoid it. However, his pair of fire eyes were closely observing the profoundness of this sword, and looking for a way to break it. Even though 2 of his fingers had been chopped off and the Dao tree had been chopped off, he was still calm and unhurried. Even though Qin Mu's sword Dao was so tyrannical, it didn't make him panic in the slightest. On the small boat, Qin Mu's feet came to a heavy stop, and the small boat instantly accelerated and rushed into the layers of flame wheels. Heavenly venerate Mu, are you crazy? The layers of flame wheels were heavenly venerate fire's great divine arts of Dao realm. Passing through here was the shortest path to attack heavenly venerate fire, but it was also the most dangerous path. Not only was heavenly venerate fire the existence with the strongest attainments in Dao fire in the world, he was also one of the existences with the strongest magic power. He had practically devoured and refined all of the cultivation and great Dao of Southern Emperor. His magic power was tyrannical beyond compare. And as the seventh heavenly venerate of Dragon and Han, his foundation was also unfathomable. Qin Mu had actually tried to pass through his great divine arts of Dao realm. He was practically risking his life. This was perhaps the biggest difference between Supreme Emperor and Qin Mu. In the immemorial era, even though Supreme Emperor was invincible in the world, he rarely risked his life. This was naturally because his status was too high and he had too few opponents, but it was also because of his nature. When the immemorial era ended, the creator declined. In the fierce battle between the ancient gods of the Blood Rust region and the creator, Supreme Emperor had never risked his life. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he retreated, leaving the creator and the other races to die. He had rarely fought with his life in the million years of Long Han, so he would be killed by celestial venerables Yun, Yu and Ling. He would be trapped in the supreme divine consciousness domain of Great Void Land. Because of that, his primordial spirit would be sealed to death by celestial venerables Ling in the divine art of Not Easy. He had never truly fought with his life on the line. However, now that Qi Tianfei was in the same boat as Qin Mu, she couldn't afford not to fight with her life on the line. Qi Tianfei executed 2 divine knives of murderous aura and slashed towards the layers of flame wheels, splitting open the 24th heaven of heavenly venerate fire's Dao realm. The blazing flames burned the blood-red god execution black knife until it was filled with a charred smell. Heavenly venerate fire's magic power was too strong, making the power of the Dao fire terrifying. By the time the 24th flame wheel was split open, Qi Tianfei's arms were already numb from the tremors and her hands were charred black by the heat from the god execution black knife. Celestial Master Mu likes to play with his life too much. Before Qi Tian consort could heave a sigh of relief, the sound of the Dao reverberated in the air. Celestial Master Hu stood on the top of the Dao tree, and heavenly palaces appeared behind his head. Inside the heavenly palaces, the palaces were shining brightly. Qi Tian consort sighed, and she could not help but feel jealous. They had been in Jade Capital for more than 2 years. The 10th Celestial Master had been meditating on the palaces in Jade Capital, trying to find a more profound reason to stabilize his heavenly court realm. However, concubine Chang Tian did not gain much. She had only meditated on 20.5 palaces in the past 2 years, while the Fire Heavenly Venerate had revealed 34 palaces. Basically, one heavenly palace corresponded to one palace, which made his cultivation base increase tremendously. The Fire Heavenly Venerate was now very close to the Heavenly Court, a supreme realm. If he improved one step further, even the Supreme Emperor in his prime would be slightly inferior to him. Heavenly Venerate Fire's aptitude is too high. No matter what, I have to heavily injure him. When Qi Tianfei thought of this, Heavenly Venerate Fire made a bold move, and used his supreme magic power to directly stop the spinning Taiji diagram, shattering it into pieces. He didn't use brute force to attack, but he saw that Qin Mu's path of Taiji hadn't reached the perfect realm. He struck the strongest point and started to crack the dragon markings. Just from this point, one could see the shrewdness of his foresight, which was admirable. The evolution of Taiji collapsed, and Calamity's sword whistled out. The next moment, it was held in Qin Mu's hand, who had passed through 24 layers of Dao fire, and he stabbed out with his sword. This sword met with Heavenly Venerate Fire's palm that had broken through the evolution of Taiji. Heavenly Venerate Fire executed all the tricks of his body, and the path of fire surged out. Between his 5 fingers, the Dao fire was like a wheel that whizzed around, and the great Dao flourished. His fingerprints were like worlds, and his palm prints were like the mountains of the earth. This was his strongest strike, and even after breaking through the evolution of Taiji, its power still surged to the heavens. However, when Qin Mu's sword stabbed into his palm, his sword skill became incomparably exquisite. The sword light and fire Heavenly Venerate's palm became incomparably fine as it slashed through the path chains, broke the path markings, and disintegrated the runes. In an instant, Fire Heavenly Venerate's palm turned into white bones. Heavenly Venerate Fire was astonished and hurriedly retracted his palm. He saw the sword light wrapping around his wrist. Chi 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 chi. The sword light revolved around his arm and rapidly climbed up. When it reached his shoulder, there wasn't even a trace of flesh on his arm. What was even more terrifying was that his great Dao was directly severed and turned into pure energy, no longer existing. The 30th heaven of Tao realm tribulation breakthrough. When Heavenly Venerate Fire saw that the situation wasn't good, the fire in his eyes turned into 2 fire dragons that flew out and slashed at each other. Qin Mu returned his sword to slash at the fire dragon, while the 2 God Slayer mysterious knives of Qing Tian Consort slashed at Heavenly Venerate Fire's other arm. This arm immediately dried up and the qi and blood in his arm was quickly absorbed by the God Slayer mysterious knives. Heavenly Venerate Fire didn't say a word. He raised his left arm, which was only left with white bones, and used his hand as a knife. With a slash, he chopped off his right arm to prevent his qi and blood from being sucked dry by the God-slaying black knives. Behind him, Primordial Spirit leaped up from the heavenly court and punched out. Even the qi of chaos on the river surface was burned red, and it seemed to have assimilated into the path of fire. Qin Mu moved his feet and turned the bow of the ship, and Qing Tianfei, who was at the back of the ship, immediately faced Heavenly Venerate Fire's attack. Qing Tianfei cursed in her heart, but she had no choice but to muster all her magic power. The Heavenly Palace turned into the Heavenly Court, and faced Heavenly Venerate Fire's heaven-overflowing attack. Boom! Qing Tianfei was blasted away from the small boat, but her divine consciousness flew out from the center of her brows and turned into long ropes that coiled around Qin Mu's body. Qin Mu held the hilt of the sword upside down and bowed. Heavenly Venerate Fire's face exploded, and the flesh on his face turned into chaotic qi that flowed in all directions. He couldn't help flying up from the Dao tree. Qin Mu was pulled back by Qing Tianfei, and the small boat couldn't help retreating. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and stood firmly on the small boat that was retreating. He cupped his hands and pushed at Heavenly Venerate Fire, who held the divine sword upside down once more. Heavenly Venerate Fire's face exploded once more. His scalp was still there, but there wasn't a single bit of flesh on his face, revealing his ghastly white bones. His body couldn't stop flying into the fog of chaos and was about to disappear. Qin Mu gave another bow of primordial chaos, one qi path traveling together, and the bones on Heavenly Venerate Fire's face shattered into pieces. His body fell into the river of chaos, and at that moment, a huge hand stretched out from the fog of chaos to grab Heavenly Venerate Fire's falling body. Qin Mu stared at the owner of the huge hand with his vertical eyes. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven stood on a Dao tree and looked at him. Heavenly Venerate Fire, the injuries I've left on you are injuries that will last your whole life. No one can treat them, and neither can they be too simple. Qin Mu let out a clang and inserted Calamity Sword into the wooden scabbard. He relaxed his body and pulled the boat back with him. Under Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze, his face disappeared into the fog of chaos. The Ancestor God King rushed over and waved his heavenly Dao treasure to sweep through the fog, but he couldn't find any trace of Qin Mu. He was secretly astonished. Ancestor God King, you are next. Qin Mu's voice came from somewhere. The Ancestor God King snorted coldly. Come if you have the guts. Having said that, he could not help but feel a lingering fear when he saw Fire Heavenly Venerate's miserable state. He rushed to Heavenly Venerate House side and did not dare to act alone. On the Dao tree, Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was completely destroyed, and more than half of his facial bones were shattered. Wisps of chaotic energy were still falling from the shattered bones. The Ancestor God King could even see Fire Heavenly Venerate's protruding eyeballs, the internal structure of his nasal cavity, and even his brain. What was even more terrifying was that Fire Heavenly Venerate's teeth had melted away. Only 3 to 5 of them remained, but his tongue remained. His mouth could no longer hide his tongue, and half of his tongue was exposed. The Fire Heavenly Venerate of the past was handsome and had a dignified appearance. He also had a righteous aura that made people revere him, but now he had turned into an ugly person that no one dared to look at. He was in an extremely miserable state. One of his arms was broken, and the other was reduced to bone, covered with sword slashes, even with flashes of sword light. Heo Tianzin carefully examined the wound of the Fire Celestial Master, and suddenly raised his hand to chop off the arm of the Fire Celestial Master. He said in a deep voice, "Can you recover your arms with the Xiangong of creation?" The Fire Lord is silent. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan smiled and said leisurely, "Eternal Peace Reform. You also hid a reincarnation in Eternal Peace and secretly learned the results of the reform. Don't tell me you haven't studied Eternal Peace's profound skill of creation. Fire Tianzuan voice hoarse said. Cannot hide from Brother Hao. He urged the magic of creation. 2 broken arms where flesh grew, broken bones grew, soon grew 2 small arms, like the arms of a baby. Hands and arms are very short. The techniques that were passed down in Eternal Peace were all built on the foundation of the reform. Without Heavenly River Divine Treasure, it would be very difficult to cultivate the techniques of Eternal Peace. Heavenly Venerate Fire didn't open up Heavenly River Divine Treasure, so it was too risky for him to open up Heavenly River. That was why his reincarnation cultivated the techniques of Eternal Peace, and the path his main body took was still the traditional Divine Bridge Divine Treasure. His profound skill of creation could only be deduced once according to his own comprehension. However, it was clear that the profound skill of creation that he had deduced couldn't allow his corporeal body and primordial spirit to grow out perfectly. It wasn't as nimble and fast as Qin Mu's. He had to wait for his 2 short arms and hands to grow continuously before he could recover, but it would take a few days. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu boasted that no one could cure the injuries caused by his divine arts. Now it seems like he was just boasting. Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice became increasingly hoarse. The injuries on my face cannot be cured by profound skill of creation. Heavenly Venerate Hao was slightly taken aback. He carefully examined his face, only to see that Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was still the same as before. Not a single bit of flesh had grown out. The profound creation technique was completely useless. Heavenly Venerate Hao pondered for a moment and took 2 steps back. Godly Monarch, cut off all the injuries on his face. The Ancestor God King went forward and came in front of Fire Heavenly Venerate. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Fire, the wounds on your face contain the remnants of the shepherd's divine power. It's not easy to crack his divine power, so he had no choice but to cut off your flesh along with the remnants of his divine power. However, the wound is very deep. I'm afraid that I'll cut off your eyes and tongue as well. I might even need half of your brain. Do you really want me to do it? Fire Heavenly Venerate stood there unmoving. Godly Monarch, do it. The Ancestor God King used the Heavenly Tao treasure to transform into a heavenly blade. He slashed down and completely cut off Fire Heavenly Venerate's face. His tongue, eyes, and half of his brain were also cut off. It was a terrifying thing to lose half a person's head. Even the remaining half of his brain would probably fall out of his skull. However, Fire Heavenly Venerate still stood there calmly. He was extremely calm. It left the Ancestor God King in deep admiration. However, the next moment a miraculous thing happened. Fire Heavenly Venerate used the profound creation technique, but the face he grew still had no skin. It was flesh and blood. It only had broken bones, a tongue, and exposed eyeballs. Heavenly Venerate Fire finally couldn't remain calm. The 2 short arms that had grown out trembled, and he raised them with great difficulty in an attempt to touch his face. However, the arms were too short, and he couldn't touch it. Furthermore, even if he could touch it, he would probably collapse even more. The Ancestor God King took a step back and frowned deeply. Logically speaking, once the wound was cut off, it would be cut off along with Qin Mu's remaining divine art. Without Qin Mu's divine art, Heavenly Venerate Fire's new face would recover to its original state, and it would never grow out a face that was exactly the same as the wound. This couldn't be called a face at all. What was strange was that the face that Heavenly Venerate Fire had grown out of when he executed profound creation technique was still an injured face. It wasn't the face he had in the past. Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice was hoarse as he said in a trembling voice, God King, cut it again. The Ancestor God King frowned and cut down once more. The ugly face fell to the ground, and Heavenly Venerate Fire executed profound creation technique once more. A new face grew out and it was the same as before. It was incomparably ugly. One more time. Heavenly Venerate Fire was on the verge of collapse, and his voice and expression were stern. The Ancestor God King shook his head. Useless fellow Taoist Fire. When Heavenly Venerate Mu injured you, he must have used some kind of strange divine art. If you don't crack this divine art, you can forget about restoring your appearance. No matter how many times I slice off your face, it's useless. Heavenly Venerate Fire roared in anger, and suddenly executed his incomparably vigorous magic power to rush toward his tattered face. Flames burned fiercely on his face. He tried to find the traces of Qin Mu's divine art and completely wipe it away. As long as he wiped away Qin Mu's divine art, he would be able to recover. However, no matter how fierce his path fire was, he still couldn't find any traces of Qin Mu's divine art. It was as if such traces didn't exist at all. Heavenly Venerate Fire cried out loudly. His path fire drilled around his tattered face, but he didn't encounter any resistance. Without enemies or resistance, his martial strength was completely useless. I can't treat this kind of injury. Tai Su's voice came from behind Heavenly Venerate Haotian. This isn't Sword Tao, nor is it a pure Tao of Tai Su. It's the Tao of Absolute Beginning, the Tao of Absolute Beginning, but there are all kinds of great Tao divine abilities. Among them are the Tao of Bu-Yi, the Tao of Creation, and the Tao of Reincarnation that Yin Tianzi seems to have comprehended. Fire Heavenly Venerate's body trembled as he crazily activated his Tao fire. Tai Su continued, when his sword Tao attacked your face, he probably already activated his great Tao divine ability to invade your body. Fire Heavenly Venerate forced himself to calm down. His eyes were blood-red as he looked behind Heavenly Venerate Hao. He hissed, "Please tell me, Your Majesty. I want to know how his divine ability entered my body." It is very difficult to enter Heavenly Venerate's body. It will encounter Heavenly Venerate's own defense, but it is not so difficult for ancient gods like me in Absolute Beginning. Behind Heavenly Venerate Hao, a shadow shook and Goddess Tai Su's voice came from there. The Tao of Absolute Beginning is divided into Divine Sense and Innate Qi. Tai Di only learned Divine Sense, but he can run amok in the world. His Divine Sense entered your bodies, but you can't resist it, right? Heavenly Venerate Hao and the Ancestor God King nodded. Heavenly Venerate Mu is very proficient in my Tai Su Tao, Heavenly Monarch's Absolute Beginning Tao, and the Tai Chi Tao of the Absolute Beginning Tao. When he attacked your face, he must have used one of the four great Tao. Tai Su asked, "Am I right?" Heavenly Venerate Hua nodded and said, "His sword technique is very strange." He held the sword and bowed. I felt a sword attack from the chaos and there was no way to avoid it. When the sword stabbed into my face, all I could see was chaos chi. This is a divine ability evolved from the great way of the Absolute Beginning. Goddess Tai Su said, "This divine ability turns everything that the sword light passes through into the chaotic energy. It's called the Hunyuan Ichi. When he attacked your face, the great way of the Absolute Beginning had already invaded your body and injected another divine ability into your body. How many attacks did your face take?" A glimmer of hope rose in Fire Heavenly Venerate's heart. He quickly said. He bowed 3 times and was dragged away by Empress Tian. That means he got hit 3 times. The shadow behind Haotian Venerate floated out and came in front of Fire Heavenly Venerate. It scanned up and down and suddenly drilled into Fire Heavenly Venerate's body. It swam out from his back and floated back behind Haotian Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Mu's first move, the Hunyuan Ichi, injected the Tao of Tai Su and the Tao of Tai Chi into your body. It allowed your physical body to be in a state where it was tangible and intangible. It was convenient for him to modify it. After the first move, even though you didn't feel anything strange, your corporeal body has already gone through 3 stages. Goddess Tai Su's voice came from behind Heavenly Venerate Hao, and it was erratic. The voices that everyone heard were also different. The first stage is the stage of Taisher, which is corporeal and formless. The second stage is the stage of Tai Su, which is corporeal and formless. The third stage is the stage of Tai Chi, which is corporeal and corporeal. There are no changes to your own Tao in cultivation of the Great Tao, so you didn't notice it. If you didn't notice it, it would be difficult for you to resist his second move. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the Ancestor God King both felt a chill when they heard her disassembling Qin Mu's attack. The chill rose from their hearts and climbed up their spines until it reached the back of their heads and entered their brains. The second move is still the primordial Qi. When this move entered your face, it was the second stage when it erupted. He injected the path of reincarnation of Son of Yin Tian into your body along the primordial Qi. And when the path of reincarnation combined with the path of Tai Su, your corporeal body's form changed completely. The more Tai Su spoke, the more terrifying everyone felt. At the same time, he planted the Tao of creation in your body. This is his second move. His third move is still the Hunyuan Ichi. When it entered your face, this move was already amazing. He injected the Bai move into your body, and this is precisely the third stage. Taisu could not help but show admiration in his words. She praised. When his Bai move entered your body, it was at the moment when the Tao of creation fused with your body. At the same time, the third stage of the Taiji move exploded, allowing your body to return to the past. However, this past is not the real past. The admiration in her words grew stronger and stronger, and she almost moaned in admiration. She said, "In the past, you were the past after your face was attacked 3 times by him. He fixed your face forever on your current appearance." She could not help but laugh out loud. Fire Heavenly Venerate, you should be glad that Heavenly Venerate Mu's cultivation is far inferior to yours. You should also be glad that concubine Chi Tian pulled him away. His magic power is inferior to yours, so these 3 moves could not spread throughout your entire body. They only had time to change the structure of your head. If these 3 moves invade every part of your body, then you won't be able to grow 2 arms. Fire Heavenly Venerate's anger soared to the sky and scattered the chaotic fog above his head. He was seriously injured, but this woman could still laugh. It was hard for him to tolerate. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Hao's voice came at the right time. He said indifferently, "Fortunately, Heavenly Venerate Mu's cultivation base is weak, so he didn't hurt his life. It's a great fortune out of misfortune." When Heavenly Venerate Fire heard his voice, his anger gradually subsided and was suppressed. Heavenly Venerate Hao continued, "Aunt, can you cure Heavenly Venerate Fire's injuries?" "I can't," Goddess Taisu said. "I don't have the means to crack the difficult divine ability that was deeply planted in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body, nor can I crack the Tao of reincarnation and the Tao of creation in his body. Unless Heavenly Monarch Absolute Beginning returns to his peak state and merges his divine sense Tao into a complete Absolute Beginning Tao, only then will it be possible to cure Heavenly Venerate Fire's injuries." Heavenly Venerate Haotian raised his eyebrows. At that time, the Heavenly Monarch of the Absolute Beginning would need to use the Tao of the Absolute Beginning to beat Heavenly Venerate Hua into the Absolute Beginning form and turn him into the innate One Qi, which was shapeless and shapeless. Then the Absolute Beginning would need to make a move and turn the innate One Qi into the Absolute Beginning form, shapeless and shapeless. Then I would need to make a move and turn him into a shapeless and shapeless state. At that time, I would need Prince Yin to break the reincarnation Tao left behind by Heavenly Venerate Mu, and Heavenly Venerate Ling to break the difficult divine ability left behind by Heavenly Venerate Mu. Goddess Taisu said, "Then I'll need 2 ancient Taiji gods to rebuild his body." "So," she said indifferently, "there's no hope." Fire Celestial Master's heart gradually sank into the ice valley, and it was extremely cold. Yin Tianzi and Tai Su were still fine, but the others wouldn't be able to save him at all. Heavenly Master Hao frowned and said, "Then will Fire Celestial Master's injuries affect his strength?" "Yes, but not much." Heavenly Lord Haotian let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it doesn't affect his strength much." Fellow Taoist Fire, a man's ambition is everywhere. Whether he is handsome or not is nothing. You can refine a mask and wear it on your face. Heavenly Lord Fire agreed. Heavenly Lord Haotian said to the Ancestor God King, "You can't go to find Heavenly Lord Mu alone. He has concubine Chang Tian by his side. You are no match for them." The Ancestor God King laughed and said, "Why would I be afraid of him? However, this guy's supernatural power is indeed very strange. Where is Heavenly Lord Gong?" Happy birthday to 2017. Otaku Pig might have been too tired in the past few days, and his heart rate was a little irregular. At night, when he was lying in bed, his heartbeat would occasionally be a little slower. "Madam asked me to go to the hospital tomorrow to check. Noon update as punctual as possible." Just as he finished speaking, Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness turned into a voice. "Don't worry, Divine King, I won't go look for the 2 of them alone. I've already met up with Heavenly Venerate Void, so there's no danger. Furthermore, even if I go look for Heaven Consort Qing and Heavenly Venerate Mu, Heaven Consort Qing won't make a move on me. Just Heavenly Venerate Mu won't be able to do anything to me." The Ancestor God King's heart stirred slightly. Heavenly Venerate Gong was a more cautious person, so if she joined hands with Heavenly Venerate Su, Qin Mu and Heaven Consort Qi wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Her divine consciousness was connected to the Tao tree under Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's feet, and she was constantly monitoring everyone's movements. At the same time, her divine consciousness searched for the whereabouts of Heaven Consort Qi and Qin Mu. They could attack or retreat, but they could also defend. In the chaotic Qi, Qin Mu and the small boat were pulled back by Heaven Consort Qi's divine consciousness. After a moment, Heaven Consort Qi landed on the small boat, and her expression didn't look too good. Qin Mu took a glance at her, and Qing Tianfei snorted. Qin Mu didn't say a word and directly turned the bow of the boat to use her to face fire Heavenly Venerate's full-strength attack. This matter made her hold a grudge. Your Majesty, Fire Heavenly Venerate was crippled by us, and Shi Qilua was beaten so badly that he didn't dare to show his face. Qin Mu's brows danced with joy as he smiled. Have you realized that when you and I join hands, we are invincible in the world? As long as we two work together, we will definitely be able to sweep away the other Heavenly Venerates. Even though Qing Tianfei was a little bothered by the word siblings, she took his words seriously. Joining hands with a scoundrel like Qin Mu was indeed successful in every case. When the two of them worked together, it was as if they had practiced it many times. Regardless of Shi Qilua or Fire Heavenly Venerate, they didn't have much power to resist when they joined hands. You know that I can see through the fog of chaos, and it's as if it's daytime here. Even though there are many other Heavenly Venerates, as long as we cooperate well, we can break them one by one and clear the obstacles. Qin Mu said. Qing Tianfei was greatly moved and said with a smile, with my knife and your sword, the combination of knife and sword will make us invincible. Qin Mu's spirit was roused and he said with a smile, we aren't weak. If we join hands, we can wash 10 Heavenly Venerates on this river of chaos and make them unable to return. From now on, I will divide the universe equally with His Majesty. The corners of Qing Tianfei's eyes trembled as she thought to herself, divide the world equally? Dream on. After I get rid of 10 Heavenly Venerates, I will get rid of you as well to prevent future trouble. Your growth speed is really too fast. Qin Mu opened the vertical eye between his brows and looked around. He urged the small boat forward and said, I've met another lonely Heavenly Venerate. Your Majesty, it's time for us to display our prowess. There was a layer of chaotic fog in front of them. Qing Tian Concubine stood at the end of the small boat and tried her best to look forward. After a moment, a Tao tree appeared in her sight. On that tree, Heavenly Venerate Shao stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the strange wind in the chaotic fog to caress his clothes. Qi Tianfei's heart jumped and her expression changed slightly. Qin Mu was full of confidence and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Shao, where in life do we not meet? Heavenly Venerate Shao looked at them and smiled slightly. Heavenly Venerate Mu is very proud? She asked leisurely. You are very proud after joining hands with Supreme Emperor and defeating a few Heavenly Venerates. Seems like there are still too few setbacks. I still have to thank you, Heavenly Venerate you, and Heavenly Venerate you for banishing me. If you hadn't banished me, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. His temperament was elegant and indifferent, and he was unhurried even when facing Qin Mu and Heaven Consort Gao. Qin Mu slowly pulled out his calamity sword. Your Majesty has benefited from misfortune, and your cultivation has improved. It's indeed something to celebrate, he said faintly. However, your Majesty's luck is really bad and you have met us again. Your Majesty, your godfather Great Emperor is here. I'm 8 sworn brothers with Great Emperor. In terms of seniority, you still have to call me uncle. Heavenly Venerate Shao couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, the 3 of us have sworn brothers before. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you won't be able to take advantage of me. He was talking about the matter of the 3 of them becoming sworn brothers with Creator Luo Shao in the early years of Dragon Han. Back then, Great Emperor had borrowed the birth of Da Hong and was ranked on the position of Big Brother. Heavenly Venerate Absolute Beginning had reincarnated as Gu Shao and was ranked 2nd and 3rd. Qin Mu was ranked 4th because of his youngest age, so he was called the youngest and youngest brother. Qin Mu laughed loudly. 3rd brother Luo Shao has been dead for 1,000,000 years, and he's still waiting for us to go down and accompany him. The last time I met him he was still angry. He said that we didn't keep our promises and that we would die on the same day, the same month, the same year. In the end he died and we never went to see him. I said that I would send big brother and second brother down to accompany him. Only then did his anger turn into joy. From then on I kept it in my heart. I wanted to send my 2 brothers on their way. Concubine Chang Tian said angrily. That time we became sworn brothers, it doesn't count. Celestial Master Zhao's gaze fell on her and said, little brother is still useful. I still want to borrow little brother's face to see Taoist brother Tai. But big brother is useless. I'd better send big brother to see third brother first. Gui Tianfei snorted and executed 2 god-slaying mysterious knives. You want to see great change, so you have to spare little brother's life. But little brother and I have no need to spare your life. When you make a move, you will definitely be restrained and be buried in the hands of us brothers. The 2 of them called each other little brother, and Qin Mu felt very uncomfortable listening to it. Little brother and demon emperor sounded alike. He always felt that the 2 of them were pointing at mulberry trees and scolding locusts, taking the opportunity to scold him. Heavenly Venerate Xiao couldn't help laughing. You really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Back then, when I fought in the 10,000 miles peach forest, I could fight against Heavenly Venerate You, and Earth Count. Now that my abilities are stronger, let alone the 2 of you joining hands, even if there are 1 or 2 Heavenly Venerates, what do I have to fear? Just as his words fell, Heaven Consort Chang had already attacked before Qin Mu. 2 god-slaying mysterious knives slashed at Heavenly Venerate Xiao on the Dao tree on both sides and said sternly, youngest brother, I'll deal with him. You take the opportunity to chop down his Dao tree. Qin Mu's sword lights flashed and rushed straight for the Dao tree. Heavenly Venerate Xiao laughed loudly, and a heavenly palace appeared behind him. The pearls joined together to form a great heavenly court formed by 35 heavenly palaces. After that, the palaces were scattered all over the great heavenly court, making his aura rise again and again. Qin Mu and concubine Gao Tian were astonished when they saw this scene. They saw that the number of palaces in Heavenly Venerate Zhao's heavenly court was more than 10 times that of Heavenly Venerate Fire. The 47 treasure halls sat down, and another heavenly palace flew up and landed in the great heavenly court. Qin Mu and Heaven Imperial concubine Qing's hair stood on end, and they shouted out in unison, Great Heavenly Court! Heavenly Venerate Zhao's aura rose explosively, and he flicked his fingers twice. The 2 blood-fiend evil dragons let out sorrowful cries and were sent flying by his 2 fingers. They couldn't get close to him. Qin Mu's calamity sword came to the bottom of the tree, and Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled faintly. He raised his palm and pressed it down slowly. Qin Mu instantly felt that the magic power he was controlling was almost out of control, and Calamity Sword couldn't stop falling into the river of chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiao stepped on the path tree, and the path tree actually rose into the sky above the river of chaos and whizzed to the sky above the small boat. Qin Mu's expression changed drastically, and a sword light rose from the river. It exploded like a blooming flower in spring. The sword light split into 2, then 4, then 8. When it met Heavenly Venerate Xiao, it had already transformed into sword light that filled the sky. On the other side, concubine Shuangtian controlled 2 god-slaying mysterious knives to slash at Heavenly Venerate Zhao's back. Both of them had the battle prowess of Heavenly Venerate, and when they attacked with all their might was monstrous. Even if they met in existence like Heavenly Venerate Fire, it was enough to heavily injure them. Heavenly Venerate Xiao laughed loudly, and the Dao tree under his feet seemed to come to life all of a sudden. There were thousands of branches on the Dao tree, blocking Qin Mu's sword lights. After that, his 2 fingers tapped on God-slaying mysterious knives and the 2 divine knives. They actually couldn't cut through his fingers. Instead, their power poured out, and all of it was negated by the path of absolute beginning that he had hidden in his 2 fingers. The Dao tree pressed down on the small boat, and Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei both vomited blood. The magic power of the complete heavenly court was simply too tyrannical. It was so tyrannical that even if the 2 of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and raised Primordial Saint's teaching whip, whipping it toward Heavenly Venerate Zhao's head. Heavenly Venerate Xiao stretched out his hand to grab it, but he didn't manage to grab it. He was struck by the whip and lost his consciousness for a split second. By the time he woke up, Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei had already executed the small boat and vanished into the chaotic fog. Can you guys escape? Heavenly Venerate Zhao's divine consciousness burst forth and attacked the two of them. Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei each executed their divine consciousness to block his attack, but in a short instant, Heavenly Venerate Zhao had already charged over. He smiled and said, "The true path of absolute beginning has gathered divine consciousness and innately won qi, and I was born to be the ruler of the path of absolute beginning. You guys can take a look." He struck out with his palm, and 10,000 paths cried out in unison. Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei executed Calamity Sword and God-slaying Mysterious Knife to meet his palm. Boom! The river of chaos trembled violently, and blood spurted out of Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The small boat was almost sunk into the river by the violent tremors. His heavenly court hasn't reached the true meaning of perfection, and the 72 treasure halls haven't reached perfection. Qin Mu took a deep breath and executed Calamity Sword with all his might to resist Heavenly Venerate Zhao's follow-up attack. He shouted, "He can't stay on this realm for too long." Qing Tian Consort also fought with all her might, and the two of them were crushed by Heavenly Venerate Zhao's incomparably terrifying divine art until their bones were almost broken. Their skin exploded, and their bodies were torn and tattered, looking miserable. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Finally, Heavenly Venerate Zhao's cultivation suddenly fell by a thread. Counterattack! Qin Mu was overjoyed. Counterattack your head! Qing Tianfei was furious, and 2 divine knives of murderous aura were placed on the sides of Qin Mu's neck. Qin Mu executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique and drove the small boat away. Heavenly Venerate Zhao controlled the Dao tree to land on the long river, and executed it to chase after them. However, the speed of the small boat was extremely fast, and it soon left him far behind. Without the 72 treasure palaces, I still can't stand on Heavenly Court for long. Heavenly Venerate Zhao sighed and continued to use his divine consciousness to lock onto Qing Tianfei and Qin Mu, giving chase at a steady pace. On the small boat, Qin Mu executed profound skill of creation to quickly repair his corporeal body. Qing Tianfei also kept 2 divine knives and visualized her corporeal body to avoid leaving any wounds. The two of them looked at each other with lingering fear in their hearts. "I see Divine Emperor Lang Xian." Qin Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked into the distance with the vertical eye between his brows. "Lang Xian is definitely a soft persimmon. We can pinch him as we please. Let's go and kill him." Qi Tianfei couldn't contain her anger. She picked up the 2 divine knives and raised her hand to point at Qin Mu. She said fiercely, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, that's enough. I originally thought that your rotten idea was just to scam me, but I didn't expect that your rotten idea would even scam yourself. The two of us are on the same boat. If you continue to mess around, this small boat could capsize at any time. If you continue to mess around, I'll chop you to death." Qin Mu carefully pushed away the divine knife and smiled. Divine Emperor Lang Xian is definitely not as strong as Heavenly Venerate Zhao. He's a straightforward man, so it's easy for me to plot against him. The knife in Qing Tianfei's hand didn't move at all. The doctor said to pay attention to rest and train more, but the examination report would still take a few days to come down. Qin Mu sighed in pity. Even though Divine Emperor Lang Xian's abilities were extremely high, his abilities had only improved by leaps and bounds after obtaining the prehistoric Dao fruit. The Dao fruit was very strange, allowing Divine Emperor Lang Xian's attainments in Dao realm to rise extremely quickly, while Lang Xian's attainments in Dao heart didn't advance but instead retreated. Hence, Qin Mu felt that with his and Qing Tian Consort's abilities, they would definitely be able to plot against Divine Emperor Lang Xian. As long as they targeted Lang Xian's Dao heart, Divine Emperor Lang Xian would definitely lose. However, Qing Tian Consort had already become a frightened bird. She had been scared out of her wits by Heavenly Venerate Zhao and didn't dare to fight anymore. Qin Mu was also helpless. One of them stood at the bow of the ship while the other sat at the stern. Qing Tian Consort would speak from time to time and point him in the direction to advance. Not long later, they finally sailed out of the fog of chaos. Qin Mu felt regretful in his heart. This fog of chaos was the best opportunity for them to break 10 heavenly venerates one by one. However, Empress Qi Tian wasn't founding emperor. If it was founding emperor, 10 heavenly venerates would have suffered heavy casualties. Qin Mu had also obtained great benefits from traversing through the fog. He seemed to have delayed here for a period of time and didn't do anything other than sneak attack the few heavenly venerates. However, during this period of time, the world tree in his domain had grown a section. This world tree had been absorbing the chi of chaos in the long river of chaos. It had absorbed the energy from the destruction of the past universe and had actually started to grow, which made him overjoyed. However, the absorption was very slow and the growth speed wasn't too fast. What was strange was that after the world tree absorbed a portion of the chi of chaos in each long river of chaos, it would stop absorbing and come to the next long river. It would continue to absorb. Even Qin Mu couldn't figure out the reason behind it, so he simply didn't think about it. Heavenly Venerate Mu is still not on Jade Capital Realm? Qi Tianfei suddenly asked. Qin Mu nodded and sighed. My potential has been exhausted, so I guess I won't have the chance to enter Jade Capital Realm in this lifetime. His expression was gloomy as he sighed. Seeing you guys cultivate to Heaven Palace, I'm really envious and jealous, but there's nothing I can do. Empress Changtian sneered. Without cultivating to Jade Capital, your abilities are already so strong. If you cultivate to Jade Capital, how great would it be? Heavenly Venerate Mu. A wise man doesn't beat around the bush. Once your cultivation reaches Jade Capital Realm, let alone Jade Capital Realm, even Ling Xiao Realm and Emperor Throne's Realm wouldn't be a problem for you. Then why didn't you cultivate Jade Capital Realm? Qin Mu became serious for once and said solemnly, because Jade Capital Realm, Ling Xiao Realm and Emperor's Throne Realm are all traps. Qing Tianfei's expression changed slightly and she asked in a hoarse voice, why do you say that? All the realms of Heavenly Palace can find the natural treasures formed by the Great Tao in the Ancestral Court, including God Execution Stage. However, Jade Capital Realm isn't formed by the Great Tao, but created by the Master of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu said indifferently, the power of the Master of Miluo Palace is unfathomable. He created Jade Capital City while Supreme Emperor. You visualized Jade Capital City and imitated it to become the Jade Capital City of the Heavenly Court. The later generations who cultivated the Jade Capital City of the Heavenly Court would also fall into the trap of Jade Capital City. He explained his thoughts once more. The goal of the Master of Miluo Palace is probably to borrow the power of the gods in the world and borrow the Jade Capital City they cultivated to strengthen the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, until this Jade Capital City can carry him out of the great calamity of destruction and come to the present age. He said coldly, anyone who cultivates Jade Capital is making a wedding dress for Master of Ilua Palace, allowing him to descend to the present age even earlier. Supreme Emperor, from the beginning to the end, you were just a chess piece for Master of Ilua Palace. He used you to spread Jade Capital Realm. And now he's using 10th Heavenly Venerate. Qing Tianfei's expression changed drastically. Qin Mu continued, as long as 10 Heavenly Venerates cultivate Jade Capital Realm and cultivate into the Great Heavenly Court, they will become Tao, and this Jade Capital City will be reinforced once again. Who knows, he might even be able to escape from the universe in the past. This is the trap of Jade Capital, the trap that has captured all the strong practitioners in our universe. Cold sweat rolled down Qing Tian Concubine's forehead as beads of sweat fell onto the small boat. Her body stiffened as she turned her head with great difficulty and looked at the tattered Dao fruit on her shoulder. The lady in the Dao fruit was naked. She suddenly sneered, Jade Capital Trap? You are thinking too much. How powerful is the Master of the Muro Palace? How compassionate is he? Why would he set a trap for ants like you? Palace Master Miluo's goal is to save you. He is pulling you out of ignorance so that you can awaken your intelligence and comprehend the great Tao instead of living in a daze. Qin Mu's gaze landed on the woman in the Dao fruit and sneered. Palace Master Miluo is so kind? Could he be a great benefactor of 16 universe eras? He's more than just a great benefactor. The woman in the Dao fruit expressed her respect and admiration for Palace Master Miluo. If it wasn't for him in Jade Capital City, all of you would still be silly big guys who only know how to use primordial divine stones to execute divine consciousness. You would never have entered the era of civilization. Concubine Gao Tian's face turned black, and she was very unhappy with the word silly big guy. It is the Ijing city of the master of the Mycroft Palace that gave birth to your civilization. The woman in the Dao fruit continued. The reason why he built the Ijing city was not to rule you, but to save people. He hoped that he could save you from the apocalypse when your universe was destroyed. You think this Ijing city is a trap, but you don't know that he used his great Dao and the great Dao of thousands of Dao practitioners to create this city. A trap? She laughed coldly. This city contains his great Dao insights, and the great Dao insights of thousands of perfected Daoists. If you can cultivate Jade Capital and comprehend the mysteries of the great Dao contained in this city, you will be able to attain Dao and survive the apocalypse. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism. This city will become stronger and more indestructible because of you. It will carry us through the apocalypse one after another. If Jade Capital is really a trap, why would he spread out his great Dao? Why would he let tens of thousands of Dao practitioners use their great Dao to forge this divine city? Qin Mu and concubine Liao Tian were stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. This was especially so for Qin Mu. He had long known about the traps of Jade Capital, and was certain in his heart that they were the traps left behind by the master of Miluo Palace. They were used to kill the divine arts practitioners and gods of this era, and help them descend as soon as possible. It was precisely because of this preconceived idea that he had all sorts of prejudices when he looked at the ancestral court Jade Capital City. Hearing the words of the woman in the Dao fruit suddenly brought him another perspective, which made him have a hint of doubt about the traps in Jade Capital City. Indeed, if the master of Miluo Palace really wanted to lay down the traps in Jade Capital City, then why would he need to brand his great Dao on Jade Capital City? Why would he need to gather the power of tens of thousands of Dao practitioners and spend all his effort to build this divine city? Did the trap of Jade Capital really exist? Or was it because Palace Master Miluo had good intentions from the beginning to the end and wanted to help people? However, if the prehistoric Dao practitioners sneaked into our universe, it would cause our universe to age rapidly and wither away. The destruction of this universe would come earlier. Qin Mu sneered. How do you explain this? The woman in the tattered Dao fruit shook her head. This is because other Dao practitioners don't want to die and are just greedy for power. What does it have to do with the master of Miluo Palace? From the beginning to the end, the master of Miluo Palace had never tried to step into your universe. All he wanted to do was to build this divine city. As for the actions of others, it has nothing to do with him. Her admiration for the master of Miluo Palace had reached an extreme level, and her words were filled with respect. She didn't even allow Qin Mu to have any doubts about the master of Miluo Palace. You can doubt anyone, but you can never doubt him. Any suspicion you have towards him is an insult to him. The woman in the Dao fruit said resolutely, if all of you can truly comprehend the secrets of Jade Capital City, then all of you will discover the greatness of the master of Miluo Palace and his painstaking efforts. You think it's a trap that we purposely left for all of you. But you don't know that what we cultivate is also Jade Capital City. Qin Mu fell silent. After a long time, he then said slowly, no matter how flowery your words are, I still have my doubts. Because the fellow Daoist that I respect the most is the master of Miluo Palace who you praise so much and has been thrown into the river of chaos without a trace. I even suspect that even you Dao practitioners have fallen into his trap without realizing it. The woman in the Dao fruit sneered. Xiachong cannot speak ice. After saying that, she ignored him. Qin Mu muttered to himself, I've always had a suspicious attitude towards him. I must have a suspicious attitude. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came over. Qi Tian consort turned back and saw Heavenly Venerate Shao, Divine Emperor Lang Xian, and the rest rushing out of the dense fog of chaos to chase after them. Following that, a Dao tree flew out from the river of chaos. Heavenly Master Hao, Ancestral God King, Heavenly Master Fire, and the rest stood on it. Heavenly Master Mu, since you suspect the master of Miluo Palace, why don't you go and see him in Miluo Palace? Qi Tianfei said swiftly. Whether there's a trap in Jade Capital, we'll know once we see him. Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused, and he urged the small boat to speed up. He said solemnly, in that case let's go and see him. Even though Qi Tianfei treated Qin Mu as her most troublesome opponent, she couldn't help praising his heroism at this moment. Even though this little brat has a stomach full of evil water, his heroism is unparalleled. Qin Mu drove the small boat to speed up, leaving the other heavenly venerates behind. When heavenly venerates Xiao saw this, he immediately invited Shi Qilua, Yan Tianfei, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian to the Dao tree under his feet. All the heavenly venerates executed their magic power to chase after him. On the other side, heavenly venerables Hao also found heavenly venerables Gong and heavenly venerate Su. The 5 heavenly venerables stood on a Dao tree, and their speed increased greatly. Qin Mu tried for a long time, but he couldn't get rid of these heavenly venerables. Thus, he simply executed the small boat with all his strength and stopped trying to kill them. After an unknown amount of time, the land in front was in sight. Qin Mu and heavenly concubine Qing rose into the sky and landed on the ground. The small boat turned into a walking stick and fell into Qin Mu's hands. The two of them rushed towards the third river of chaos while Qin Mu's gaze flickered. The entire ancestral court is a huge sacrificial altar, seizing the flesh and blood of the living beings in the ancestral court in exchange for the arrival of the prehistoric Dao practitioners. I want to see how the master of Miluo Palace will explain the intention of such a huge move. In the third river of chaos, Qin Mu felt his world tree growing again. This world tree was strange because it could absorb chaotic qi from the destruction tribulation to strengthen itself. Even though he hadn't entered the realm of Jade Capital, Qin Mu could still feel the growth of his magic power. Even though it wasn't very fast, the increase in his cultivation was real. This was very strange. Jade Capital realm, is it a necessary realm? He couldn't help falling into deep thought. After his cultivation realm reached 9 Prisons platform, he would have to step into Jade Capital realm if he wanted to go any further. Only after stepping into Jade Capital could he cultivate Ling Xiao and Emperor's Throne realm and enter Heavenly Court realm. Different from the traditional cultivation system of Heavenly Palace, his realm had 3 more Heavenly Gates realm of 4 Heavenly Gates realm, as well as Heavenly Sea realm and 9 Prisons platform realm. From the perspective of the traditional cultivation system of Heavenly Palace, he was roughly between Heaven Soaring realm and Emperor's Throne realm. However, because he didn't want to cultivate to Jade Capital realm, it was extremely difficult for Qin Mu to continue to raise his cultivation. And now, because of the World Tree, his cultivation continued to rise. This also meant that other realms might exist apart from Jade Capital realm, Heaven Soaring realm, and Emperor's Throne realm. Could it be the innate 5th Tai realm? He channeled his mind to explore the reason for his cultivation base increase. If I can establish the 5th Tai realm because of this, it might be a matter of boundless merit. His divine sense followed the world tree to investigate, to observe where the increase in mana came from. Regarding the innate 5th Tai, although he really wanted to treat it as a realm, the 5 innate Great Tao that he cultivated all along had only been to comprehend the 5 Great Tao from comprehension, to comprehend the profoundness within, and to comprehend the Abhijna. Just comprehending the skills and the Great Tao was not a realm. It could only be a cultivation method. To be a realm, it needed to be opened up like the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure and the Heavenly Palace, as a cultivation path. This needed to establish standards. The 7 celestial venerables who opened up the 7 realms of the Divine Treasure in the early years of the Long Han Dynasty all established the standards of each realm. That was why they were called Celestial Venerables. Heavenly Venerate Royal had established the standards of Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure. Heavenly Venerate Vast had established the standards of 5 Elements Divine Treasure, and so on. The standards of each realm were also established for each realm in Heavenly Palace, which was why it was convenient for them to be passed down. Qin Mu had opened up the 5 major mineral veins in his Divine Treasure in the hopes of achieving this step. The World Tree has indeed transformed from the 5 major mineral veins by devouring the Qi of Chaos in the River of Chaos. Qin Mu observed carefully and saw the World Tree devouring the Qi of Chaos. First, it flowed through the mineral veins of chaos that represented the path of great change, and transformed into a kind of wondrous vital Qi, Primordial Chaos Vital Qi. Following that, Primordial Chaos Vital Qi flowed from the mineral veins into the mine of Primordial Chaos, and changed from the state of chaos to the state of primordial chaos, transforming into primordial vital qi. Then it flowed through the mine of primordial chaos and changed from the state of primordial chaos to the state of primordial chaos, transforming into primordial chaos vital qi. The egg of Supreme Incipient took the opportunity to obtain many benefits. Qin Mu could feel that Supreme Incipient was even stronger than before. Supreme Incipient Vital Qi passed through the Supreme Incipient Mine, and then flowed through the Supreme Element Mine, transforming into Supreme Element Vital Qi. After that, it flowed into the Supreme Incipient Mine and transformed into Supreme Incipient Vital Qi. Qin Mu focused his attention on observing and suddenly woke up. He took out the 2 heaven and earth mirrors that Wei Suifeng had given him. There was a Tao pattern hidden in these 2 mirrors that was imprinted by Wei Suifeng using Def's heaven and earth mirrors. On his way to Jade Capital City, Qin Mu had studied them in detail, but he hadn't gained much. Now that he was studying 5th Supreme Realm, he suddenly felt that the 5 kinds of strange vital qi were somewhat similar to the strange vital qi contained in the Tao patterns in these 2 mirrors. He carefully compared the Tao patterns of the Master of Mycroft Palace. The logic contained in the Tao patterns was simply too profound. However, with the primordial chaos vital qi in 5th Supreme as a reference, Qin Mu gradually comprehended some of the logic. He tried to use his own vital qi to condense the great Tao runes at the lowest layer of the Tao markings, but he couldn't succeed in the end. The vital qi contained in this kind of Tao markings looks like primordial chaos vital qi. Qin Mu was stunned. Primordial chaos vital qi corresponded to Great Change mineral vein. The vital qi of the Miluo Palace Master was primordial chaos vital qi, which meant that he could be Great Change, the first Great Change of the universe era. I'm imagining things again. He could not help but shake his head. Primordial chaos yuan qi was also a form of yuan qi, which corresponded to the Tai Yi load. However, it was likely that other people could cultivate it too. Perhaps it had little to do with Tai Yi. If the innate 5th master can enter the realm, then this cultivation method is the cultivation method of the 5 forms of yuan qi. He did as he thought and immediately began to try to convert his own yuan qi into Tai Chi yuan qi. 5 great realms are 5 different vital qi realms. Since Yujing realm isn't so safe, I'll transform my own vital qi into Tai Chi vital qi, and then from Tai Chi vital qi to Tai element vital qi. I'll improve step by step and finally transform it into primordial chaos vital qi. If I can cultivate these 5 realms, then achieving Tao should be incomparably simple. He was in high spirits and used his own vital qi to feed back the Tai Chi load. He tried to add the Tai Chi load into the vital qi circulation system of his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. Qing Tianfei was fighting at the stern of the small boat and looked nervously at 9th Heavenly Venerate who was chasing after her. Compared to Qin Mu, she was much busier. Apart from being on guard against 9th Heavenly Venerate's attack, she also had to deal with the strange things that were surging out of the river. Fortunately, God Execution Black Knife's power was extraordinary, and she could block the strange things in the river. However, the consumption of her cultivation was also very huge. If it continued like this, she might not be able to persevere until she reached the other side of the river of chaos. Heavenly Venerate Mu has snatched away my God Execution platform. Without it, the power of God Execution Black Knife cannot be unleashed to the extreme. Qing Tianfei's gaze flickered and she glanced at Qin Mu who was sitting at the bow of the ship with his eyes closed. She didn't know if he was cultivating or doing something, but she saw Qin Mu holding 2 mirrors. One of them was on her left cheek, the other was on her right cheek. This fellow didn't turn into a woman, but he's much more smug than me. I still need him to execute Great Change's walking stick to cross the river, so I can't kill him. I'll have to feign civility with him first and let him carry me across the river. When I reach Mycroft Palace, I'll see him dismembered into 10,000 pieces. I'll snatch the walking stick and take back God Execution stage. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Qin Mu exploded in front of her, and his entire body was blasted into a terrifying energy flow that expanded in all directions. Qing Tianfei was caught off guard and her face was covered in blood from the explosion. She was stunned for a moment before she remembered and hurriedly wiped away the blood on her face. At this moment, time seemed to have flowed back. The surging and expanding energy rapidly contracted and gathered at the bow of the small boat. Even the scattered fresh blood started to flow back. Qin Mu was sitting there perfectly fine. It was as if the terrifying explosion just now was just an illusion of Qing Tianfei. The 2 mirrors were still hanging on both sides of his face, and Qin Mu was also concentrating with his eyes closed. Concubine Qing Tian shook her head and was about to speak when Qin Mu's corporeal body at the bow of the ship suddenly twisted violently. Under her gaze, heads grew out from Qin Mu's neck soon. They turned into a huge monster with heads that expanded and exploded, dying an unnatural death. Qing Tianfei opened her eyes wide and saw that the divine art of not easy had been activated once again. Qin Mu had returned to his previous appearance. Bang! Qin Mu turned into a meat-shaped Taiji diagram, and the qi of yin and yang swirled around him, crushing his corporeal body into pieces. Bang! Qin Mu turned into a majestic dragon that coiled around the bow of the small boat, and bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Qing Tianfei. Bang! He turned into a stone mountain and stood there. Qing Tianfei composed herself and finally decided not to look at this fellow anymore. She would change however he wanted. After more than a month, Qing Tianfei looked at the opposite shore from afar, and finally let out a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Qin Mu had died countless times. In the past few days, Qin Mu had finally stopped dying and his body had stabilized. Qing Tianfei was still not used to it. In front should be the place where Palace Master of Ilua Palace lives, right? Qing Tianfei gasped for breath and said in a low voice. The master of the Palace of Ilua lives on the other side of the 16th River of Chaos, not here. The woman in the Dao fruit said. Supreme Emperor, if you want to see him, you still need to cross the 13 rivers. Lady Chang Tian was dejected. She did not have much magic power now. She had to rest and recover some strength. Otherwise, she would not be able to cross the next river of chaos. However, the 9 heavenly venerates had been following behind them steadily, so she didn't have the time to stop and recover her cultivation and abilities. Heavenly Venerate Mu has been working without putting in any effort, sitting at the bow of the ship every day and trying to court death with all sorts of tricks. If he still doesn't put in any effort, I'll mobilize my divine consciousness to borrow his life and turn back into a male body. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual change in Qin Mu's body and couldn't help being stunned. This change was very strange. When she looked at Qin Mu, she felt that he was actually as vast as the starry sky. In his body it was as if yin and yang had evolved into 10,000 paths, giving birth to all living things. This change seemed to be a fundamental change. She could sense that the source of the change should be Qin Mu's vital qi. What is this brat doing again? Qing Tianfei was puzzled. Different vital qi had different attributes. In the stage of divine arts practitioners, this was determined by the spirit body. Different spirit bodies had different vital qi attributes. Even after cultivating to God realm and trying to cultivate other paths, skills and divine arts, the vital qi that occupied the dominant position was still the same as the spirit body's attributes. But now, Qin Mu gave the feeling that he had changed his spirit body's attribute and turned into another spirit body that she had never seen before. This aura seems to be Taiji's spirit body. Could it be that Brat is the illegitimate child of 2 ancient gods of Taiji? Qing Tianfei blinked her eyes and thought to herself, but they have just been born, right? And they are even siblings. Qin Mu opened his eyes and let out a turbid breath. He was very happy in his heart. In this month he had finally found the edge of 5th Supreme Realm. He had initially found the method to transform his vital qi into Taiji vital qi. Regardless of whether I cultivate Jade Capital Realm or not, I won't be weaker than anyone. In fact, I might even be stronger than them. At this moment, his gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Zhao's body, and his aura instantly became lower. Yes, I still can't compare to an existence like Heavenly Venerate Zhao. On the 4th River of Chaos, Qing Tianfei was so tired that she couldn't breathe. She simply lay on the small boat and didn't resist the strangeness in the River of Chaos. She looked as if she had accepted her fate. Qin Mu pulled out Calamity Sword and waved it. After a moment, a dried-up bone in the river was directly crushed by him. The journey was instantly peaceful, and there were no more strange incidents. Qing Tianfei sat up and stared at him. She suddenly burst into laughter from extreme anger. You clearly have the means to suppress the strangeness in the river, so why do you have to make me take action and consume my magic power? Qin Mu was still comprehending the path of Taiji and cultivating Taiji vital qi. He raised his head and gave her a glance. I'll take the boat and you'll contribute. It's a fair trade, he said seriously. Furthermore, I'm doing this for your own good. Strange in the river is the Tao practitioners of the prehistoric universe. So fighting with them is a blessing that you and I can't find. If the Tao practitioners feed you moves, where would you find such a good opportunity? Supreme Emperor, you no longer have the heart of a strong practitioner. Qing Tianfei couldn't win against him. Strange in the river was the Tao practitioners who couldn't transcend. They had been stuck in the great calamity of destruction, and were eager to pull them into the water. If they could fight against these Tao practitioners, it would indeed be a rare opportunity, but such an opportunity required them to risk their lives. Furthermore, these Tao practitioners couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried. At most, they would be beaten back into the great calamity of destruction. She wasn't like Qin Mu, who was proficient in calamity-cleaving sword, and could even break the Tao bones of the other party, threatening their foundation. If they faced such dangers again and again, they would sooner or later fail miserably. After another month, the small boat finally crossed the River of Chaos. Qin Mu's world tree absorbed a portion of the Qi of Chaos from the river, and stopped absorbing it. Qin Mu only felt that after crossing the River of Chaos, his cultivation had improved again. If I crossed the River of Chaos, why would the world tree grow? Could it be that the world tree uses calamity cleaving as nourishment to absorb the energy of calamity cleaving to grow? He was even more curious. If he passed through the 16 rivers of chaos, how much would his cultivation level rise? Would he be able to catch up to the heavenly venerates? Perhaps not. He thought carefully. The current 10 heavenly venerates had already started cultivating the treasure hall. They were using the treasure hall to deepen their cultivation and consolidate their heavenly court realm. Their progress was also very fast. He should only be able to keep up with them and not lag too far behind. But if I enter the apocalypse personally, the world tree will surely be able to absorb more nutrients, right? An extremely bold idea suddenly emerged in his heart. It was so bold that he was a little afraid himself. If I can cross the 16 long rivers instead of walking on the river surface, will my world tree grow into a big tree? And how far will my cultivation advance? Even though he had this thought, he didn't dare to carry it out. The current him simply didn't have the ability to enter the river of chaos and enter the great calamity of destruction. Regardless of whether it was his corporeal body, primordial spirit, or great Tao, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On the 5th river of chaos, Consort Qi Tian looked at Qin Mu silently. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, why haven't you aged?" Qin Mu was stunned and woke up from his comprehension. He asked in astonishment, "Why is Consort Tian Consort asking this question? Why haven't you aged?" Qing Tian Consort stared at him and her voice was slightly hoarse. "I've been observing you all these days. My body has already entered middle age, but you are still the same as before you crossed the river. There isn't the slightest change in your appearance. Even if I can't avoid becoming old, how can you still maintain your youth?" Qin Mu's heart jumped and he looked at concubine Liao Tian. Only then did he realize that she was indeed becoming old. It had already been half a year since they crossed the river, and concubine Liao Tian's appearance was no longer the same as before. Her youth was gone, and her corporeal body had entered middle age. Qin Mu stood up and looked at the chaotic qi behind the ship. There, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven Divine Emperor Lang Xian, Ancestor God King, and all the other heavenly venerates were actually aging. Crossing 5 long rivers of chaos in a row had caused their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits to age continuously. Previously, the corporeal bodies and primordial spirits of these heavenly venerates had been maintained in their peak states, but now their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits had already reached old age. This was the effect of the great calamity of destruction. Jade Capital City itself stood on the 16 reincarnation cycles of the universe. It was filled with the aftermath of the destruction of the past 16 universes. Once they entered the city, they would find that their endless lifespan had come to an end. However, Heavenly Venerate's abilities were formidable, so they didn't seem to age much even after a year or two in the city. However, when they came to the river, their aging speed had increased greatly. "I can even feel the great Tao that I've refined in my body aging." Consort Gao Tian continued to stare at him. In the halo behind her head, heavenly palaces appeared one after another. They linked together to form a heavenly court. "Look at my heavenly palace, what do you see?" Qin Mu's gaze turned to the back of her head and saw that the heavenly palaces and heavenly courts were originally sacred and extraordinary. The divine light was heavy and solemn, but the divine light that enveloped them had dimmed down. The Tao sounds had also become dull and hoarse. Not only that, the buildings in the heavenly palaces were covered in rust, dust, and muddy jade pools. Heaven Gate seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes brought about by the passing of an era, and some of the palaces had even become dilapidated. This is the result of the aging of your great Tao. However, you didn't. Qi Tianfei stared into Qin Mu's eyes. I can feel that my muscles, blood, bones, skin, even hair, and even vital qi in my corporeal body are aging at all times. I can feel the domain in my body slowly disintegrating. I can hear the sound of the Tao chains breaking apart, and the minute ripples when the Tao patterns disintegrate. I could even feel that my great Tao runes were disintegrating and my divine consciousness was also collapsing. However, you didn't. You are still young and haven't changed at all. Why? Qin Mu touched his face and said resentfully, It's probably because I've taken good care of myself. Bullsh ****. Qing Tianfei flew into a rage and executed God-slaying black knife. 2 blood-colored dragons surrounded Qin Mu and danced around him, ready to slash down at any moment. Bullsh ****. Heavenly Venerate Mu. You must have some treasure that can allow you to avoid the invasion of destruction. Qing Tianfei's killing intent surged as she said viciously, Even my God-slaying mysterious knife is beginning to lose its aura in these few long rivers. I don't believe that you can rely on your cultivation to block such an invasion. Hand over your treasure. Qin Mu slowly pulled out his sword and said indifferently, Supreme Emperor, you aren't a woman, so why are you so concerned about your appearance? I can avoid death because of my ability, but you can't because you are useless. Qing Tianfei sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't think that I don't know your plans. You maintain your youth while I begin to age. If this continues, your cultivation will surpass mine sooner or later. At that time you will make a move on me. Qin Mu sneered. Don't think too highly of yourself. We are on the same boat, so aren't you waiting for my lifespan to deplete and grow old? My cultivation is inferior to yours, so you thought that I would grow old faster than you. Now that you see that I'm not growing old, you have the killing intent. Concubine Gao Tian took a step forward and 2 god-slaying black knives danced in the air, stirring up the qi of chaos in the surroundings. Take out the treasure that you used to avoid the invasion of destruction, and let me maintain my youth like you. I won't make things difficult for you and we will continue to sail together. Otherwise, this small boat will be your burial ground. I can't take it out. Qin Mu laughed loudly and held Calamity's sword even tighter. Supreme Emperor, you are worried that you are old and not my match, right? Concubine Changtian couldn't hold it in any longer and struck out brazenly. In the distance, on a Tao tree, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest followed the small boat unhurriedly. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had already turned into a middle-aged man and had grown a beard. He stroked his beard and smiled. The small boat of Heavenly Venerate Mu and Supreme Emperor really capsized just like that. Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice was deep, and he was clearly much older. However, he was wearing a mask, so it was impossible to tell how old he was. Brother Vast Heaven's eyes are matchless, so he knows that the friendship of these petty people won't last long. The eyes of the ancestor god king flickered. This is our chance. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Xiao and the rest were also watching the battle between Qin Mu and concubine Changtian on the small boat. Their gazes flickered. Beside him, concubine Yan had also aged. Shichilua and divine emperor Lang Xian had also entered middle age. They were like concubine Changtian, and they could feel the erosion of time on their bodies at all times. Why didn't Heavenly Venerate Mu age? Heavenly Venerate Zhao's gaze was strange. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji had also aged a little, and they frowned. This kind of aging couldn't be stopped by using the profound skill of creation. This kind of aging was the aging of the great Tao, and even ancient gods like them couldn't avoid it. On the small boat, Qin Mu and concubine Qi Tian had met on a narrow path, and they had used their killing moves the moment they made their move. Qin Mu directly used his spirit embryo divine treasure territory, and stabbed out the 30th layer of heavenly tribulation destruction sword of his sword path. At the same time, Qi Tianfei rushed into his territory, and the two blood fiend divine knives transformed into two furious dragons that swept through everything. The two of them were just inches away from each other, and at the instant they collided, they were both struck. Qin Mu's body was slashed by God's slaying black knife, and his qi and blood poured crazily into the knife. Qin Mu stabbed into the heart of Qi Tianfei's brows, and the sword light destroyed everything in her path. Suddenly, their gazes met and they stopped at the same time. Qin Mu kept his sword while Qing Tian consort kept her knife and took a step back. What's the need for this? Qing Tian consort sighed. Little brother, we are blood brothers from different fathers and different mothers after all. What's the need for this? Qin Mu's eyes turned red and he choked with sobs. Big brother is right, little brother was rash. Little brother didn't hurt big brother just now. Right? It's alright, it's alright. It's all thanks to little brother that you pulled back your sword in time. Song Tianfei wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She said earnestly, brothers in war, father and son fighting in battle. We are brothers from different fathers and different mothers, yet in front of outsiders we are actually brothers killing each other. Wouldn't we be laughed to death? This matter is also Big Brother's fault. It's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother will apologize to you. It's little brother's fault. Qin Mu wiped away his tears. Qing Tianfei sighed and said, we can't let outsiders laugh at us anymore. Little brother, calm down, let's calm down. Qin Mu acknowledged and the two of them took their seats. One was still sitting at the bow of the ship while the other sat at the stern. The corner of Qing Tianfei's eyes trembled. This ship is too small, I can't execute it. The ship is too small. The corner of Qin Mu's eyes also twitched. When I kill her, I'll be killed by her as well. Looks like I'll have to wait for her to become a little older. Moreover, my cultivation is getting stronger while hers is getting weaker, so my chances are getting more and more. A brilliant light flickered in Qing Tianfei's eyes as she recalled the situation when Qin Mu had attacked earlier. He was able to avoid the invasion of destruction tribulation by relying on that tree in his domain, right? Since he knows the reason, I'll look for an opportunity to get rid of him and bring that tree over. These two people are extremely shameless. On the Tao tree, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said to the four Heavenly Venerates who were traveling with him, the reason why Heavenly Venerate Mu isn't old is because of that strange tree in his domain. What do you all think? What on earth is this tree? It can actually resist the invasion of destruction. The 9 Heavenly Venerates' gazes flickered at this moment as they looked at Qin Mu on the small boat. They had their own guesses in their hearts. They didn't know that there was a world tree in the world. Long before they were born, Tai had already chopped it down and set fire to it, leaving only the Great Black Mountain behind. They had already been in Jade Capital City for 3 years, and didn't know that the world tree had already revived. It was in the Great Black Mountain, and they didn't know that the world tree that had just grown had been chopped down by Qin Mu and transplanted into their spirit embryo divine treasure. There were 2 world trees in the world, one growing in the Great Black Mountain and the other growing in Qin Mu's divine treasure. They had obtained a lot when they entered the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, but they had also missed out on a lot. On the small boat, Qing Tianfei and Qin Mu were on guard against each other. One of them had a profound cultivation while the other had profound attainments in sword path due to the sharpness of his treasure sword. In such a small place, killing each other would only result in mutual destruction. Qing Tianfei stared at Qin Mu and tried to use her divine consciousness to visualize and restore her aging corporeal body in heavenly palace and heavenly court, but the effect was minimal. Even if her divine consciousness was in the midst of destruction, how could she visualize with her divine consciousness? Qin Mu was just like before, maintaining the vitality of his corporeal body. His primordial spirit didn't weaken at all, and the great Tao didn't show any signs of disintegrating. Not only that, as time passed, his cultivation rose at a visible speed, making concubine Qing Tian's worries even deeper. From time to time, Qin Mu would reveal the world tree in his spirit embryo divine treasure, like a male peacock showing off its tail. If he had nothing to do, he would take it out and show it off. Qing Tianfei gnashed her teeth in hatred, but she also knew that Qin Mu was fishing. He was using the world tree to lure her to continue following Qin Mu until her corporeal body aged to the point where she couldn't beat him. At that time, Qin Mu would reveal his true intentions and kill her. Not only is he luring me, he's also luring the other heavenly venerates. Qing Tianfei was well aware that Qin Mu was ambitious. He wanted to use his world tree to lure the 10 heavenly venerates, so that he could use the destruction of the prehistoric universe to make them become extremely old. When their battle prowess was inferior to Qin Mu's, he would get rid of all 10 heavenly venerates in one go. He wanted to accomplish a feat that was normally impossible to accomplish. The 10 heavenly venerates were all intelligent people, so they could naturally see the intention behind Qin Mu's actions. However, no one retreated. Heavenly Venerate Clear didn't retreat, and neither did Heavenly Venerate Dawn. The temptation of the World Tree was very great, and the temptation of the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, was even greater. With Qin Mu and Qing Tianfei leading the way, it was their only chance to enter this ancient city and explore the secrets of Jade Capital City. To give up this chance was to give up their own future and future. If Qin Mu or Qi Tianfei came to the deepest part of Jade Capital City and grasped the secrets of Jade Capital City and cultivated to the true heavenly court realm, they would have no chance of turning the tables. Even if they might die on this road, they had to continue walking. They hung steadily behind Qin Mu's small boat and passed through the 6th and 7th rivers of chaos. The strangeness on the river surface became less and less, and it was no longer as dense as before. Qin Mu suddenly became alert and executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, while trying to convert more vital qi into Tai Chi vital qi. At the same time, he cautiously stared at the surface of the river. Concubine Chang Tian's heart trembled. She looked around and saw that the surface of the river was vast and chaotic. Everywhere she looked was filled with chaotic qi, so it was impossible to see what was inside. However, Qin Mu appeared to be much more cautious. He controlled the small boat to no longer walk in a straight line and instead meandered forward on the surface of the river, as if he was avoiding something in the chaos. Qing Tianfei's gaze wasn't as strong as his, and she asked in a low voice, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, what did you see?" Qin Mu said in a low voice, "There's someone in the chaos." Qing Tianfei's heart trembled and she asked, "Who's that?" "A living person. I plan to avoid him, but he's always in front." Just as Qin Mu said this, a cold wind suddenly blew over from the river of chaos. The wind rose into the river and blew the river of chaos into boiling water. Qing Tianfei's expression changed drastically. "Heavenly Venerate Mu." Qin Mu gritted his teeth and urged the small boat forward, no longer dodging the person in front of him. Behind the small boat, the cold wind was extremely fast. Wherever it passed by, everything became illusory, and even the qi of chaos floating on the surface of the river became illusory as well. Qin Mu didn't say a word and controlled the small boat to sail forward. Behind the small boat, Qing Tianfei was only less than 3 yards away from him, but her hair had already been pulled incomparably long and wide by the cold wind. Every strand of hair was infinitely wide and long, but at the same time it was also infinitely thin. This was the ultimate void. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, hurry up." Cold sweat broke out on Qing Tianfei's forehead as she urged, "If we don't hurry up, we'll all turn invisible." Qin Mu gritted his teeth and roused all his cultivation to charge forward. Suddenly, the small boat seemed to have crashed into something, and everything fell silent in an instant. There was no longer the river of chaos below. There was also no cold wind chasing after them, and there was no qi of chaos in the surroundings. The small boat seemed to be floating on an incomparably quiet azure lake, but it didn't land on the surface of the water. Instead, it sailed quietly in the sky above the surface of the water. Qing Tianfei was stunned and greedily breathed in the air. This place was like a pure land in the field of chaos, and wasn't polluted by the great calamity of destruction. Qin Mu became even more nervous and sprinted forward. At this moment, Qing Tianfei saw a huge tree standing on this tranquil lake. The branches and leaves of the tree were lush and lush. The branches were flourishing and the leaves were dense. It was a Dao tree, and there were a few Dao fruits hanging sporadically on it. A person who looked like an emperor was sitting under the tree with a scroll in one hand. His gaze landed on the scroll while his other hand was fiddling with the strings. The book in his hand should be a zither score, and it seemed that it was very difficult to play the tune, so he had to read the score while playing. There are powerful beings in the chaos who have survived the great calamity of destruction. The corners of concubine Gao Tian's eyes twitched non-stop, and she cried out bitterly in her heart. From the Dao tree of the emperor under the tree, this was an invincible powerful being. He had used the Tao tree to protect himself, forming a pure land that would not be invaded by the great calamity of destruction. Such a powerful existence couldn't even bring the cold wind here. Why didn't he go ashore, and what was he waiting for? Qin Mu had been steering the small boat to take a detour earlier. Could it be to avoid this emperor? The small boat moved extremely fast and passed by the side of the Tao tree. The intermittent sound of the zither under the tree suddenly stopped, and Qing Tian consort's heart trembled. She immediately looked at the emperor under the tree. At that moment, the woman in the tattered Tao fruit on Quang Tian consort's shoulder opened her mouth and spoke a few sentences to the emperor under the tree. The emperor under the tree revealed an astonished expression. He looked at Qin Mu and Quang Tian consort and nodded at them with a smile. He then spoke a few sentences to the woman in the Tao fruit. The woman in the Tao fruit bowed slightly, and the small boat continued to sail forward. Chang Tian consort was bewildered, and when the small boat sailed out of the area covered by the Tao tree, she hurriedly asked what the woman in the Tao fruit had said to that person. The woman in the Tao fruit didn't answer, and Chang Tian consort frowned. Qin Mu suddenly said, "Just now she was saying that fourth young master, these two are guests of the master of Miluo Palace, there's no need to stop them." Chang Tian consort's heart jumped. Qin Mu continued, "That fourth young master looked at the small boat under our feet and said that the owner of this crutch had beaten him and knocked him into the destruction tribulation, causing his cultivation to be greatly damaged. He couldn't not take revenge. However, since the two of them are guests of the master of Miluo Palace, I'll allow them to go over." Qi Tianfei let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's attainments in Tao language isn't weak. To actually understand the Tao language of Tao practitioners. The woman in the Tao fruit glanced at Qin Mu and sneered. He naturally can understand. How could he not understand? The abilities of the prehistoric Tao practitioners that emerged from the river of chaos in the inner region became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the Tao tree was preserved more perfectly and the Tao fruit was fuller. Even though the dangers Qing Tianfei and Qin Mu had to face were getting lesser and lesser, the dangers were getting greater and greater. Fortunately, along the way the women in the Tao fruit would step out and make the obstructioners retreat. From the conversation between the women in the Tao fruit and the obstructioners, Qin Mu learned that these obstructioners had actually been knocked down by Great Change's cane. Therefore, when they encountered this cane again, they would have to come out of the water to take revenge. They were Tao practitioners who had survived many great calamities and their cultivation was incomparably strong. When Great Change was crossing the river, they blocked Great Change and were beaten up. Great Change is really fierce. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the 13th river of chaos. On the small boat, Qin Mu still looked like a young man and his appearance hadn't changed. On the other hand, concubine Gao Tian had already turned white-haired and her hair was like a crane's chicken skin. She had turned into a little old granny. Her hands were like chicken claws as she grabbed the two god-slaying profound knives tightly. However, her gaze was fixed on Qin Mu and she didn't dare to relax. The dangers they met here became fewer and fewer. However, for concubine Chang Tian, the greatest danger didn't come from the river but from the small boat. Now that Qin Mu was in his prime, she was already old and weak. Her great Tao had disintegrated and her cultivation and abilities were constantly declining. Ever since they had come to these long rivers of chaos and tried to cross them, 2 years had passed. 2 years were enough for celestial venerables to age to such an extent. Just a moment ago, she had lost another tooth and swallowed it back into her stomach, not daring to spit it out. This was because as long as she opened her mouth, Qin Mu would realize that there weren't many teeth left in her mouth. At that time he would sense her weakness and make a move on her. She no longer had enough confidence to perish together with Qin Mu, so she didn't dare to let Qin Mu sense how weak she was. Qin Mu ignored her and slowed down the small boat to look at the river of chaos. The 13th river of chaos was the destruction of the 4th universe. Tai was beaten down into this destruction. The vertical eye on Qin Mu's forehead searched for Tai Yi's whereabouts bit by bit. According to Xu Jun and Wei Suifeng's description, Tai Yi had fought with the master of Miluo Palace and wasn't a match for him. When he had escorted them here, he had been beaten down by the master of Miluo Palace and fell into the river. In other words, Tai Yi had fallen into the destruction of the 4th universe. From the shore of the river to the other side, they could see Tai Yi falling into the river, and the whole process of passing through the destruction. Qin Mu swept his gaze over the entire place and didn't miss a single corner. As a result, the speed of the small boat became slower and slower. He saw countless living beings struggling to pass through this calamity, but they were unable to contend with the calamity of destruction. They died one by one and turned into nothingness. He also saw some powerful existences trying to escape from this calamity of destruction, trying to break out of the chaos and use the World Tree or Jade Capital City to reach the other shore to come to the new universe. However, even after searching for so long, Qin Mu still couldn't find any trace of Tai Yi. Could it be that Tai Yi has changed into another form? Qin Mu frowned and thought to himself, perhaps I should first go to the other shore and find the scene of Tai Yi falling into the river. I should search for his main body and see if he has changed into another form. At this moment, an incomparably old voice sounded out. Consort Changtian, are you still going to sail with Heavenly Venerate Mu? Qin Mu retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a Dao tree that had been corroded by the destruction tribulation floating over. There were 5 heavenly venerates standing on the tree, and they could no longer see their original appearance. The person who spoke should be the ancestor god king. He had white hair and a hunched body, looking much older than the heavenly duke. He grinned and only had 3 teeth left in his mouth, 2 on top and 1 on the bottom. The ancestor god king was holding onto his heavenly Dao treasure. He stared at concubine Qi Tian and chuckled. You're getting old, and Celestial Master Mu is a person who likes the new and hates the old. Do you think you can grow old with him? As long as this guy sees an opportunity, he will sink you into the river and find a younger one. Concubine Qi Tian spat at him but spat out one of her teeth. She said shakily, as long as you follow behind, Celestial Master Mu will not attack me because he still wants to borrow my strength to fight against scum like you. The other old woman was probably Celestial Master Gong. She burst out laughing and spat out half of her remaining 2 teeth. She laughed and said, Supreme Emperor, you are still so stubborn and obstinate. You can only survive if you join hands with us and join hands with Celestial Master Hao. We 5 Celestial Masters will work together to get rid of Celestial Master Mu and get his tree. Then we can regain our youth.